Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Operation Great Hate Harvest. It took Hinata 15 seconds of staring at Kimogakure to find the village's secret detention facility, all the while Ino was admiring Ren's handiwork from his previous visit. Namely, the now turd-shaped mountain proudly looming over the village for all to see. Ren was a bit surprised that they had not discovered the seal responsible for the visual illusion, but then again, they had no idea what to look for in the first place. Thinking about it from that angle, it was understandable. After Hinata found the facility, her eyebrows furrowed. It isn't even properly hidden. She said with a baffled tone, they certainly did not put too much effort into concealing it. For some reason that even she couldn't name, this made her upset. She already detested what these kidnapping and raping pieces of shit stains were doing, but to see them do it so blatantly with a devil-may-care attitude. It fiercely rubbed Hinata the wrong way. Ren only gave her an understanding smile in return. He didn't have the heart to tell her that Konoha did the same. He didn't know the exact location, but as far as he knew, the brothel with captured and restrained kunoichi and ninjas for breeding purposes was smack dab in the middle of Konoha's red light district. The village did not advertise it, and they put in the token effort into keeping its existence under wraps, but any chunin and above who wanted to find it would be able to. The difference between Konoha and Kyumo, other villages, and Kyumo, really, was the scale of these operations. Kyumo was infamous for them because they performed so many kidnapping attempts that the few that failed were numerous enough to make what they were doing obvious. It's not like Konoha puts much effort into concealing their breeding facility. Ino shrugged, and Ren inwardly winced as Hinata's head whipped toward her with a big, displeased, "Excuse me, look." Clearly, unlike Ren, the Yamanaka girl had no issue throwing this into Hinata's face. "Don't look at me like that, Hina." Ino helplessly said, "I don't like it any more than you do, but it is just one of these things that simply happens. There is no point closing my eyes and pretending not to see it. I work at TNI. Where do you think the prisoners with bloodlines end up after interrogation? Hell. Some of my co-workers tend to banter about visiting this or that prisoner they found attractive after they hand them over." A trace of disgust crept into Ino's still carefree tone. Hinata opened her mouth to argue, but she thought better of it, and with a disgruntled snort, she turned her head away from Ino, glaring into the empty air. The topic was not over, not by a long shot, but for now, the mission was more important. "Okay, girls." Ren clapped his hands in an attempt to guide their attention away from the topic. "We have the location, so let's go before some unfortunately fortunate idiot stumbles upon us through his sheer dumb luck and gets a kunai through the neck for his troubles. Ino, use the light-bending wind release to conceal us visually. Hinata, lead the way through the cracks in their security. I will follow you and watch your backstash." He slightly paused and smirked, "and backsides." Hinata gave him an exasperated look at that, but she now sported a small smile, while Ino punched his shoulder and huffed. They shared one last companionable chuckle before the jovial mood gave way to seriousness as they entered the proper mindset for work. Ino and Ren's blonde hair faded into dull brown color, while Hinata's bluish black turned into a faded red color. Their pale skin tones slightly shifted as Ten appeared on them, and their eyes became unforgettably green, meant to attract attention and stick in the mind of anybody who had seen them for a long time. Looking at Ino and Hinata, Ren inwardly nodded to himself. Even he would have a problem recognizing them with their new coloring. As far as disguises went, this one was great. Silent and unseen, the trio descended from the remote mountain peak, slipping into the village with ease. Only someone aware of all patrols could provide as Hinata's eyes paved their way in. Soon enough, they slipped through the streets, using crowds of civilians to blend in, until they reached the restricted areas where only the military personnel of the village could enter. The patrols were much more intense the closer they got, and pretending to be just civilians became harder and harder as the crowds thinned. But thanks to Ino's flawless wind release, the light bent around their frames, turning them invisible as they suppressed their chakra, while Ren's seals concealed their scent and heat signatures. Waltzing right in front of the guarding chunin, Ino gave him a rude salute with a cheeky smile as they slipped past him while his eyes stared past them. For a moment, the man's face scrunched, and he blinked several times, but as he looked around and found nothing out of the ordinary, he shook his head and returned to his mind-numbingly boring guard duty. By then, Ino, Ren, and Hinata were long gone, already in front of the mountain peak that housed several facilities, one of which was their target. Hinata suddenly stopped and motioned upward to the right. Looking that way, Ren saw a balcony etched into the side of a cliff. Grasping one of Hinata and Ino's arms, the world swirled in their perspective for a second, and then, they stood on said balcony with three other Kimo ninjas who failed to notice them. Ino's chakra spread out, subtly wrapping the three ninjas in its insidious grasp, and their eyes slightly dulled as the trio slipped past them. Ren glanced at Ino's back, replaying the actions of other ninjas they had passed a few moments ago, while he inwardly wondered if these three were her first victims today. He had only noticed her actions because he was staring at their eyes as they lost their focus. The girl could not use her Yamanaka techniques because this was a black operation, and giving Kumo any inclination to believe Konoha is responsible for their upcoming trouble would be beyond bad. But she did not have only her Yamanaka techniques. Outside of them, she was exceptionally good at Genjutsu. It was oftentimes overlooked, even by Ren, because she simply did not use it all that often. But a small chill went up Ren's spine. They passed hundreds of Kumo ninjas today. And Ino's Genjutsu was subtle enough that even he had a hard time noticing it affecting people around him when he was on his guard and paying attention. Feeling his eyes on her back, Ino turned her head toward Ren as they walked through a hall, and his eyes instantly slid down toward her backside. He appreciatively stared at it for a few seconds before he raised his gaze and met her eyes, giving her a composed smile that concealed his previous thoughts. Hearing a smug mental giggle coming through the telepathy seal, Ren ignored it as they reached their target area. All the smug satisfaction he felt through their mental connection instantly evaporated as they entered the entrance hall of the Kumo's bloodline breeding facility and stopped in a corner to observe the comings and goings for a few minutes. "Well, we are here. Any plan?" Hinata mentally asked. "I suggest just slaughtering them all." Hinata. Ino's exasperatedly whiny voice resounded through their mental link, and Hinata grumbled. "Just saying. It's not as if this scum doesn't deserve it. Being vicious like that is my job. Don't steal my thunder, Thunder Girl." Ino teased, but her chakra was already ceaselessly working at seeping into everybody that passed through the entrance hall. "How big is this place, Hinata?" Ren asked with unexpected intensity. He was starting to have a very bad feeling about this place. The entire facility seemed to be far bigger than Ren initially expected. The one in Konoha held at most 30 inmates at a time. But from the traffic through the entrance hall during the few minutes of their stakeout in the corner, this one seemed to be 473 prisoners. 53 guards. 117 visitors are enjoying the prisoners right now, while 11 are in various stages of arriving or leaving the place currently. Hinata mentally narrated the numbers while coldly staring at the people coming and going with murder in her gaze. Ren noticed an extremely controlled, subtle shift in her chakra, and his lips pursed. Paying her a bit more attention, he noticed that Hinata was doing something, and Ino was deliberately concealing it. "Hinata." Ren sighed, and Hinata slightly stiffened as she noticed something was wrong from his tone. "Yes." She almost timidly answered, Ren inwardly smiling as he felt her urge to look away from him like a scolded child that was caught with her hand in a cookie jar through their mental link. "Are you poisoning them?" he plainly asked. "Maybe. And they won't drop dead in the next few hours?" "No." "Good. I'd like to round up the prisoners here before anybody notices that something is wrong, and having many ninjas die in the middle of the street would raise a few unneeded alarms." Maybe he should have worried more about Hinata causing a plague outbreak in Kumo or something similarly destructive, but he was so way past caring at this point it wasn't even funny. A few fewer Kumo ninjas for the front lines during the upcoming war could only be a good thing for their side anyway. Besides, Hinata was not that vicious. Ino, yeah, Ren could see her do something like that. But Hinata, despite her occasional tough behavior, was still just the same big softy as previously. She just hit it better. Hearing Hinata's moody "all right," Ren turned his attention back to the task in front of them, and couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. He expected a few dozen prisoners. Not 400. This is going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Mentally grumbling, he started low-key despairing about the whole logistics of this sudden operation. This was going to be trickier than he initially thought. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 276, Chapter 276. Operation Great Hate Harvest. When I agreed to participate in your impromptu black operation, I didn't expect to be worked like a pack mule. Ino's shadow clone gave Ren an accusatory look, and for once, despite her complaining, her voice was not whiny. She was too tired to play her usual games, and her dry voice showed it. Looking at her haggard visage and the dark circles around her eyes, Ren gave her an apologetic look of his own as he put down the book he was leisurely reading before he approached and hugged her. "I am sorry for the trouble," he muttered into her ear as she snuggled into his embrace. You owe the original me. We demand compensation. Loads of sex and sweets." She slurred into his shirt. "That much I can do." Ren chuckled and affectionately rubbed her head. Clone or not, Ino was Ino. "Are you having a break?" "Nah. My batch is finished. I just decided to come here to scold and extort some promises out of you for the original me before dispersing." The clone unashamedly admitted, rubbing her nose into Ren's chest as he helplessly held her. The hug is a nice bonus, though. Closing his eyes, Ren inwardly huffed, yes. Ino will be Ino. He exasperatedly shook his head. The rescue operation in Kumo went surprisingly smoothly. Ren low-key expected A or B to pop up midway through it and make a mess, but that was the former fanfiction reader in him speaking. This was a reality, and all those overpowered boss-like dudes who would in fanfiction conveniently appear to thwart the main character's plans and give him a cool battle actually had their own lives and jobs that kept them busy. Thanks to Ino's genjutsu, no alarm was raised, so they had no reason to appear. With her invisibility, Ino strolled through the rooms of the facility and put everybody under her control within 10 minutes. That was the easy part. The hard part was the logistics. They had to knock out the prisoners before Ren transported them back to the little garden because they simply had Northwest other place that could accommodate over 400 people. Ren expected at most 100 prisoners, and 4 times that amount caught him way too off guard. 2 hours later, and over 30 more ninjas caught in Ino's genjutsu, Ren had been utterly spent as he teleported back and forth with batches of prisoners. But he still had it good. Ino and Hinata had it way worse. As they were leaving after preparing a small surprise for Kumo in the now empty facility, Hinata's shoulders slumped as she realized she had over 400 abused people who needed a medical checkup back home. And as far as Ren knew, that's what she did for the next 5 hours with her clones. He decided he really needed to do something nice for that girl. Especially since her hospital shift started just an hour after she finished with their prisoners. As for Ino, when she heard Ren ask her to give 400 people mental screening, she looked at him with a blank face and plainly asked him if he was insane. He didn't make her happy. At all. Especially since it was a time-sensitive matter and he needed it done as fast as possible. So, for the past 10 hours, ever since they finished with their business in Kumo, Ino and her 4 clones were delving into the victims' minds, fishing for their basic information, like which village they came from, or any spicy secret intel they could unknowingly provide. Each clone and Ino had a little less than 100 people to go through, and considering that in TNI, she could take her sweet time with 1 person a day, having to go through close to 100 in a few hours was almost an unreasonable difficulty increase. Both she and Ren shared a tacit understanding that it was going to be a sloppy job. She was going to miss information, misunderstand some memories, and not pay enough attention to other possibly important things in the prisoners' minds, but they had to work with what they had. Ren needed the 400 prisoners processed and teleported to their respective villages within 24 hours of their attack on Kumo's facility. It would have the biggest impact, and that's what this whole thing was about. IWA was no doubt boiling with desire to go to war, as these revenge-driven fanatics usually were, and Kumo was their natural ally against the Sunakano alliance. But what if they had over a few dozen traumatized kunoichi and some ninjas dropped on their proverbial porch, all with horror stories about their horrific mistreatment in Kumo's hands? It might not move the village's higher-ups. Kumo is just too convenient an ally in their situation. But Ren's target was the little people. Most of these kunoichi and ninja they had rescued had families, friends, colleagues, teammates, classmates, and so on. Their stories will spread. And between the assassination of some noble they had never met and the suffering of somebody they actually know, most people would care more about the latter. This would breed discontent and hopefully cause some issues for Iwa's higher-ups. If Ren was feeling extremely hopeful, he would even say that it might make the collaboration between IWA and Kumo ninjas harder. But that was just a side goal anyway. The real prize was Kirigakure. During the hunts on the bloodline users under the Bloody Mist regime, it wasn't just Kiri that hunted them. Kumo was close enough that they could easily dispatch their own teams to capture some females with bloodlines. And the bloodline users over there didn't have much protection. They were mostly roaming the country or in hiding. They were easy targets. Ren reckoned that most of the prisoners they had rescued were most likely from the Land of Water. Suna did not have that many bloodlines. Neither did IWA. And Konoha guarded theirs with zeal. Kirigakure, however, was a natural target for Kumo's rapey shenanigans. But Kirigakure had changed. Under Meitarumi, the bloodline users now had a sanctuary in that village. And most importantly for Ren, Kirigakure was neutral right now. Yet, there was no such thing as neutral during a ninja war. They will have to choose a side or risk standing against both alliances by themselves. Having over 100 traumatized bloodline users return to them, and hearing their horror stories will hopefully help them make the correct choice. Ren wondered what Faisa would make if he heard Kirigakure would not join their side because of his village's past actions. His poor abused table would probably eat another punch. Unlike IWA, Kirigakure's political situation is different. Mei and her biggest supporters fought a civil war just so that their bloodline clans would not be hunted down. The stories of Kumo's cruelty were going to have a completely different sort of impact on them than they would have on Inoki and his ilk. Especially after hearing that not all of them were rescued. Sadly, Ren definitely missed some of them. For example, the currently pregnant mothers were housed somewhere else. The children were also not rescued. As much as Ren would like to sweep Kumo clean of those, he did not have the time, and it was unfortunately better for his cause to leave it be this way. It was yet another thing that could infuriate people of IWA and Kiri. And for Kiri, it might be a reason to fight Kumo. Well, at least, that's what Ren hoped for. Kirigakure might still opt to join Kumo and IWA. Nothing was certain just yet. But as far as Ren was concerned, he did his best to turn the situation around. The Ino clone in Ren's embrace finally reached her breaking point as the last drop of her chakra was depleted, and she dispersed into a smoke, leaving Ren's arms empty. Wryly smiling, Ren picked his book up again before sitting down in the armchair. He had maybe an hour of free time to enjoy before Ino would throw the 400 people back at him, and he would have to teleport them all over the world again. And he was going to enjoy every second of that hour. Remembering the memories of the hidden clone he left behind to witness the aftermath of their little surprise for the wreckage back in Kumo, Ren started reading with an amused smile. Making A angry was slowly starting to become a nice hobby for him. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Harvesting A's Hatred. Reikage-sama. A ninja barged into A's office with a shout and kneeled on one knee as the man was valiantly battling a budget report, interrupting his efforts to deal it a critical blow. It caused his pen to veer off its course and make a jagged line across the paper, ruining it. A's face went blank for a second. Then, his temper erupted, and his face went red as he shot to his feet, pushing his chair back with a loud screech as he slammed his hands onto his table. Giving the ninja one of his trademark death glares, he shouted, "What? The village better be burning, or I will use you for a bench press exercise." The ninja recoiled, but experience prevailed, and he quickly pushed the spike of fear to the side as he saluted and gave his report. "The Zone 69 was breached, sir. All prisoners are missing." Hearing that, A's eyes widened in fury mixed with bewilderment. "Missing like, they are no longer there?" he tensely asked in a dumbfounded voice. The ninja ducked his head. "Yes, sir. Missing like they are no longer there," he blankly replied. The initial surprise quickly dissipated, and A's face darkened. With a blunt, dismissed, he flickered out of the room, leaving only a few sparks of lightning in his wake and one kneeling ninja. An arc of lightning streamed above Kimogakure, weaving in between the mountain peaks in a zigzag pattern at speeds that even many Chunin had a hard time noticing. As it reached its destination, it rushed toward the ground, followed by the sound of intense electrical chirping, but before it could land, it transformed into the wreckage, letting him land in front of a sizable group of ninjas who were gathered around the entrance to the mountain peak that held the Zone 69 and several other important facilities. "Somebody give me a proper report," I shouted as he started walking toward the entrance like an angry bull, his fists clenched. The surrounding ninjas suddenly quieted down as they noticed his presence, before they returned to their jobs with even bigger urgency now that the boss could see them. A lanky man with an alarmed expression, however, got in A's way, spreading his arms to the sides and barring him entry. A growled as he towered over the men. Fortunately for the brave soul, he gulped down his fear and spoke fast enough that A didn't have the time to act on his sudden urge to punch him into a blood splatter due to his bad mood. "A-sama. You can't go inside. It's contaminated by a strong poison." A blinked and looked around, noticing several medical ninja tents raised on the side, furrowing his eyebrows. With a gruff huff, he gave the men something between a grateful and dismissive look before he abruptly turned on his heel and walked toward the tents. The lanky Chunin let out a relieved sigh as he hurried up to follow him, intending to fulfill his earlier order as he started rambling the important information about what had happened here. Approximately 30 minutes ago, patrols around the area noticed that something was wrong. They reported it and went to investigate. When they failed to report back, an alarm was raised, and proper authorities were notified. 20 minutes ago, an ANBU team went in, and we lost contact with them. 2 more teams followed, until the last one finally managed to get back. The wreckage entered the tent, only to recoil as he noticed several medical ninja in protective suits trying to keep a thrashing man restrained to the bed. The man's face was graying pale, and blood was leaking out of his eyes as if he was crying it while he was screaming himself hoarse in intense pain. Black dots marred the skin of his face. His lips were pitch black, and a foam was leaking from the corner of his mouth as he was trying to lash out with his nails or bite at the men restraining him. "That happened to them," the lanky ninja behind the wreckage gravely said. "Please, don't approach them. The first group that did so got scratched or bitten, and, well, we learned that's how the poison afflicting them can spread." He quietly added in a pained tone as he looked at a particular bed where a young woman with features similar to his was rasping in her dying throes, her fingers still twitching as if she wanted to keep lashing out, but she had no more strength. If Ren were here, he would probably deeply regret sharing zombie stories with Hinata. I turned his head and looked across the beds full of feral, grayish-pale ninja crying blood with black marks all over them. "The fuck?" he muttered under his nose, secretly horrified. His head snapped toward the lanky man, and his eyes narrowed. "Is it contagious?" he urgently barked out. Relief flooded him when the lanky ninja, fortunately, shook his head and spoke, "Only through scratches and bites as far as we know. The poison is not spreading outside of the facilities, but going in is still hazardous. I would recommend cleansing the scene with fire ninjutsu first. But that's going to destroy most clues and the research materials in adjacent facilities. I reluctantly thought out loud, not liking the situation at all. Closing his eyes for a second, he resolutely nodded, do whatever it takes to stop it. We can't take the chance in case it starts spreading. Sighing, A decided to change the topic and leave this matter in the hands of his medical ninjas, who knew about the containment of poison more than he did. What are the current casualties? The lanky ninja motioned with a nod toward another man to the side who was listening to them, and he quickly exited the tent and went to relay the orders to use the fire ninjutsu. Then the lanky ninja turned toward the wreckage. We lost 36 jonin, 92 chunin, and 17 genin alongside 47 civilian researchers. He reported, and A gritted his teeth. Those were sizable losses. Especially since the facilities sharing the mountain peak with Zone 69 were valuable research laboratories, all of which were now contaminated, and their personnel were dead. Losing his ninjas was nothing new to A. He could accept it if their death served a purpose. But this. He lost nearly 200 of his subordinates for nothing. How could he just accept that? Do we at least have a clue or a description of the coward who caused this? Which village is responsible? A ominously asked, hoping for a target to vent his rising anger. I am sorry, sir. The lanky ninja bowed his head. All possible witnesses died long before we even discovered that something was wrong, and nobody outside noticed anything suspicious. A's expression twisted. You want to tell me somebody waltzed into my village, spread poison in important military facilities, and somehow walked out with almost 500 prisoners, and nobody noticed anything suspicious? How? I couldn't take it anymore. His temper erupted, and he shouted. The lanky ninja noticed several tired medics giving him pleading looks. They already struggled restraining the infected, and Rakich's shouting was just aggravating their patience. The lanky ninja wryly grimaced, Rakich-sama. He helplessly started, but A turned toward him and grabbed him by his shirt, lifting him into the air with a glare. Don't, Rakich-sama, me. Go and order the village to be closed down, for fuck's sake. Nobody gets in or out. The culprit couldn't just disappear with 500 people. They must be somewhere in Kumo. It's not as if they could tell RT. A trailed off with a sudden look of realization and put the poor lanky man back on his feet. An image of a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds made of paper glued to it and sporting a disgustingly orange ANBU mask went through his head as he remembered that he did see him teleport. But before he could think about it more, another ninja hurriedly entered the tent and kneeled down, reporting, Rakichi-sama. We have an emergency. Several dozen of our ninjas of all ranks suddenly started to commit suicide in their houses, on the streets, at the gate, in their workplace, everywhere. We discovered traces of genjutsu in them. The final number of victims is not clear as of yet. I took a step back and had to tense his muscles to prevent himself from swaying on his feet as he realized what that meant. His entire village was compromised. They will have to do a village-wide sweep and check everybody for subtle delayed genjutsu, wasting at least a week of time and a lot of money to pay for it. This was yet another disaster. A's fist clenched so tightly that his muscles and veins bulged out, and through his gritted teeth, he quietly growled, Akatsuki. You will pay for this. He was almost certain that the freak with red clouds had something to do with this. Teleportation was the only way to get 500 people out of the village without anybody noticing, and it was a very rare skill. He could count the number of people capable of it on 2 hands with fingers to spare, and that was if he included the dead ones. He knew only one person who could teleport. And coincidentally, that bastard had a bone to pick with him. Just then, a booming explosion resounded outside the tent, deafening the entire village. The Rakichi stumbled, and before he could regain his clarity, another explosion boomed through the village. And then another. And another. 3 more followed until it was over, and by the end of it, A's throat went dry in worry as he shouted, what the fuck is going on now? He didn't yet know that all the major armories in his village had just been suicide-bombed by his own genjutsu ninjas. Chaos swept through Kumogakure with its ninjas running around like headless chickens. Kumo, the currently militarily strongest of the 5 hidden villages, had suffered quite a setback in its war preparations. Chapter 278, Stirring the Trouble. The Tsuchikage entered the hospital, feeling disgruntled as a nurse noticed him. She bowed, and after a brief chat, she started leading him to the part of the hospital where they housed the men and women who suddenly appeared right on his porch in the morning hours just as he was about to fly from his house to his office. He had almost fallen from the sky in shock. As he entered the hall with rooms where they were accommodated, he noticed their families coming and going, spending time and worrying about their clearly mistreated friends and family members they thought they would never see again. Anoki closed his eyes, trying to stave off his headache. This was a bothersome situation. Feeling the chakra of 3 councilmen, 5 of his ANBU not currently on duty, a few important jonin, some influential chunin, and many clan members in the rooms around, Inoki really wanted to give the bastard who dropped this poison gift straight onto his porch a good kick in the ass. The preparation for the assault on Suna's border outposts was nearly finished. He needed his ninja to have their head in the game. He needed them to focus on Suna. Not raging at Kumo, who was going to be their ally in the upcoming conflict. But what could he do? He was the Tsuchikage, and these were his people. And Kumo fucked with his people. Giving several people who passed him a nod to return their respectful greetings, Inoki entered one of the rooms. Inside was his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, and his son, Kitsuchi, both fussing over a frail-looking woman in her late 20s who vaguely resembled Kuratsuchi with long, unkempt hair. Abori, the granddaughter of his late sister. A girl who went missing in action a few years back, presumed dead. The girl who might as well be his niece. Inoki let his rage in him coil into a tight ball, not showing even a hint of it outwardly as he walked into the room. The occupants of the room finally noticed him and turned toward him. "Grandpa." Kuratsuchi tearfully croaked with a vulnerable voice full of pain as she tightly clutched Abori's hands. The older girl practically raised her after Kuratsuchi's mother died in the Third Ninja War. Abori's death hit her hard. And yet, here she was. With eyes dead, staring into nowhere. The lights were on, but nobody was home. Inoki shared a secret look with Kitsuchi and slightly bowed his head, hiding his darkening expression. It looked like he would need to contact Akatsuki again. He had another major job for them. His allies clearly needed to be reminded that actions had consequences. 216. That's the final number of bloodlines carrying ninja and kunoichi that were returned to us by the unknown party. Amen reported to the Kirigakure Council, having a hard time keeping his composure under the oppressive, heavy, and gloomy atmosphere inside the room. "I see." Terumi May coldly said, tapping her finger on the table, just as a wizened, white-haired man to her left decided to interject with a wry expression. "Let's look at the brighter side." He tried to sound at least a little jovial, but failed miserably. "Many of our extinct clans can now be restarted." May closed her eyes. "We will not force them," she said with a finality that informed everybody who would want to protest that it would not be wise to test her right now. The white-haired man easily nodded his acquiescence, and silence returned to the room. Many of the men and women sitting around the table were heads of their respective clans. And several of their clansmen were among the people who conveniently appeared in May's little garden behind her house, utterly ruining it. Others were among the people who appeared in her bedroom, kitchen, or living room. And some even appeared right in the bathroom, as she was taking a shower. Whoever was responsible for this stunt, she was grateful for them returning their people. But her virtue was now ruined. If she ever found them, and if they were a male, they'd better marry her, or she would melt them. From some reports, there are still some of our people imprisoned in Kimogakure. The reporting ninjas carefully continued, instantly bringing the mood in the room down even more. May thoughtfully nodded, and then there are their children. Her eyes swept through the faces in the room. "I did not want to join this war." She softly started, "It had nothing to do with us." Leaning forward, May narrowed her eyes, "But this." She mirthlessly chuckled, "If we don't respond strongly, it will send a message that we are an easy target. That Kumo could continue doing this." May had no delusions. All hidden villages were doing these things. Well, except Kirigakure. They mostly just killed bloodline users with their previous hate boner for them. She made her peace with it. But over 200 people from her village. The Civil War clearly presented Kumo with an opportunity for some bloodline shopping, and they were not shy about it. "I am considering allying ourselves with Suna and Konoha in the upcoming conflict." May said, "Anybody who has something to say against it, put your arguments together. We shall speak about it during the next meeting in 2 days. For now, this meeting is over." The councilman slowly shuffled out of the room until only May and Ao were left inside. Ao turned toward May, "Was that wise? Marrying ourselves to Konoha or Suna will have its issues. There was a lot of bad blood between their villages. He had to be a Kugenai, and their village had killed Tsunagekyure's hero from the Third War. Those were things that would be very hard to forget or forgive. Marrying." May's expression darkened. "Ao. Shut up, or I will kill you." Ao gave her a helpless, "What did I do?" expression, but he was somewhat used to May's eccentric death threats by now. He still had no idea what was triggering them, though. Seriously, if she didn't do something with whatever issue she had, he feared she would become a grumpy cat lady with no marriage prospects. Shaking her head, May continued speaking, blissfully unaware of Ao's thoughts. "Coveting and stealing bloodlines is normal in our world. You know that better than most." She briefly glanced at his eye patch. "But I don't have much of a choice. The clans joined our side in the Civil War to feel safe. How can they feel safe after the word of this last incident spreads? Instead of fearing being killed, will they fear being captured by Kumo ninjas? Whoever did this knew exactly how to force our hand. Ao helplessly sighed. He would love to give Mei some good advice, but he had none. Their village had just finished with a civil war and its aftermath. Their tentative peace was very fragile. And this smashed it to pieces. The clans wanted blood even though the village was not in a state for another war. That left Mei just one option. She would have to seek an alliance. How very convenient that there was just one eligible choice for them, no. Indeed. And here I hoped we could stay neutral. But it seems I was too naive. Mei whispered as she looked out of the window at the mist-covered village with a weary, downcast gaze. Another war. Oh, how she hated war. Tsunade-sama, just one last matter for today. Yeah, get on with it, Shizun. Tsunade grumbled, picking up her bottle of sake, lamenting not having something stronger at hand. Ever since somebody dropped several supposedly dead or missing ninja and kunoichi into the TNI resting area, the council meetings have become even more headache-inducing than before. Tsunade would so love to blame that irritating blonde Yamanaka girl who had seemed to make politely aggravating her in any way she could into her personal hobby, but it happened when Ino was giving her a face-to-face report about some unimportant nonsense, and she was not a clone. Tsunade checked 4 times. She still thought Ino and Hinata had to do something with it. If something outrageous happened in the village, blaming it on those two was just a safe bet. Ha! And they say she didn't know how to gamble. The only exception was if it was a prank. Then, Naruto was at fault. Even if the prank was done by somebody else, it still applied. Naruto was at fault, somehow. Tsunade just knew it. Inoichi Yamanaka wanted to ask if he could accommodate the Uzumaki who were among the prisoners in the Senju clan grounds. Tsunade olishly blinked, there were Uzumaki. She might have missed that in the report. To be fair, she was swamped with work, and she mostly just skimmed over the unimportant reports. She had more pressing issues to care about than 2 or 3 dozen people dropped into the TNI out of nowhere. That's what subordinates were for. If something important happened, Shizun would inform her, like she was doing now. Yes. Shizun nervously answered, trying to avoid Tsunade's gaze. Scrunching her eyebrows, Tsunade snorted. Sure. Why not? I guess it is my duty to look after them. She gruffly said before taking a sip from her sake, but Shizun knew her long enough to hear the wistful undertone in her voice. It made her only more nervous. But she steeled her nerves and let out a deep breath. And also, she suddenly found the view outside the window very interesting. There were 3 Senju. Expecting Tsuni to smash her desk in fury, Shizun preemptively flinched, but to her shock, Tsunade grew eerily quiet instead. She hummed and gently put the sake bottle on the table before resting her chin on her joined hands. Anyone I would know? She asked. I don't think so. Shizun uneasily answered. I see. Tsunade simply nodded, and her lips settled into an easy smile. One that sent chills down Shizun's spine. Nah, Shizun, you remember that book about the worst poisons I managed to create, right? The one you sealed with a blood seal and never shared with anyone because of how much destruction they could cause. Shizun warily asked, just to be sure, having a really bad feeling about this as her throat went dry. Right. That one. Tsunade cheerfully pointed out. Be dear and bring it here. We might need it in the upcoming war. She glanced at the sake bottle but felt no urge to pick it up right now. She had more important things to do than drinking. Like wondering how to surpass Minato's killing record with a poisoned mist. Once upon a time, Tsunade swore to never use poison on a mass scale. But from her experience, promises were meant to be eventually broken. Chapter 279, Chapter 279. A good plan. After dealing with the prisoners and tying the Operation Great Hate Harvest up, Ren hurriedly teleported to a border town in the Land of Rivers, approximately where he would have been by now if he had run from Konoha without much rest at high speed. From there, he didn't dally and made sure he was seen before he quickly crossed the border and continued running toward Sunagakure. Sigh. The things he did to keep his teleporting secret. Ninjas were perceptive. He couldn't disappear from Konoha in the morning and appear in Suna the next day. Even an idiot would put 2 and 2 together if they had the correct bits of information and realized that even a jonin would need at least 2 days of running without rest to reach Suna. Ren aimed to reach Suna within a day and a half, but he had the excuse of being an S-rank ninja. It was a great excuse. Even the most skeptical and suspicious people would usually fall for it. Of course, it was bullshit, but nobody could really say with certainty what skills an S-rank ninja might possess. For all they knew, he might have a high-speed technique of some kind that he never revealed. Still, he at least tried to keep it in a line that wasn't too exaggerated because that might drive certain smart people into thinking hard enough to accidentally stumble on a correct idea. So, with a begrudging disgruntlement tightening his chest, Ren's eyes gazed over the yellow sands that began to endlessly spread in front of him, rising and forming countless dunes. Slowly, he had to start using his chakra to prevent his feet from burrowing into the sand underneath him as he ran. It was irritating and only reaffirmed in his heart that he despised this environment. At least stirring up trouble for Kimogakure went without a hitch. Ren idly thought, letting his mind wander during his run. I wonder how effective it would really be. Kimogakure's reputation was only going to get worse, and long-term, the other villages will probably steer away from getting diplomatically tangled with them. Ninjas from other villages will probably get more careful when interacting with Kimogakure ninjas, too. But short-term, Ren wasn't sure if his actions could affect much in the upcoming war. IWA, for example, was not going to say fuck you to the alliance with Kimo just because of this. He could only hope for the best, while not holding his breath for an amazing result. It wasn't like his, Ino's, and Hinata's actions in Kimo were going to be some major hit for that village, either. The Reikage and Kimogakure were going to be busy for the next week, screening everyone for subtle genjutsu influences, and probably discovering more than a few ninja-related crimes within their ranks. Ren had no idea what Ino's little surprise for Kimo entailed before it erupted, and the memories of the clone he left for observation hit him, but he had to admit, it was nasty. Unfortunately, even this village-wide disturbance was only going to delay their war preparations. Ino and Hinata's strikes killed around 300 Kimo ninjas. A staggering number for a single mission. But it was just a drop in the bucket for a massive village like Kimogakure that had anywhere between 20 to 30,000 active ninjas in its employ. The dragon was barely tickled. With heavy thoughts, Ren ran in silence for several hours, twice stopping for a 10-minute break at a popular oasis. By the evening, he arrived in Sunagakure, where he could instantly see the heightened security. He was even stopped at the gate, but fortunately, there was no need for any face-slapping showcase. His document said everything that needed to be said, and the guards easily let him in just like they were supposed to. Reaching the Sabaku estate, Ren entered and found Temari and her brothers gathered in the kitchen around the table, all looking worried in their own way. From Temari clutching her head to Kankuro chewing on his lips, or Gaara, impassively staring at the wall. When Ren walked into the room, 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward him, and Temari instantly stood up. Ren barely managed to utter a short greeting before the girl rushed toward him and hugged him. Deflating, Ren put his arms around her and hugged her back. It's going to be fine. Fine. We are nowhere near ready for a war. How is this going to be fine? Temari despairingly whispered into his shirt, and Ren was stuck without an answer. Honestly, he didn't know what to tell her to comfort her. Sighing, he gently put his chin on the top of her head and decided to change the topic. What actually happened? I only managed to get a second-hand record in Konoha. That bastard Akito authorized an assassination mission on a high noble. That's what happened. Kankuro scoffed and scowled, his hands on the table clenching. Ren's eyes slightly narrowed. Akito, huh? He swore to everything he could that he didn't do it during his interrogation. Gaara flatly interjected, glancing at Kankuro, who snorted. Right. Of course, he didn't. His men spontaneously decided it would be fun to start a war by taking an assassination-suicide mission, right? The catsuit-wearing puppeteer muttered under his nose in displeasure. Gaara dispassionately shrugged, it's an important piece of the puzzle. We can't afford to misinterpret something when the matter is as important as this is. Ren hummed, inwardly surprised. He could see why Gaara could become the Kazekage. He certainly had enough sense to realize that the situation was not as simple as it appeared at first. But Akito, that Ren did not expect. Signing off on that kind of mission would be suicide. Ren was partial toward believing that the man actually did not realize what he was doing when he sent his men. It wasn't that ninjas did not assassinate nobles. They just did not assassinate the important ones. From time to time, very rarely, ninjas might be hired to get rid of some small-time noble by another, slightly more important noble. And the highly ranked nobles, the untouchable ones, are fine with that as long as it does not violate their status. Ren could see Akito accepting such a mission from a certain unpleasant official from the capital city who had recently visited their little village on daimyo's orders. Making it sound like he just wanted a minor noble punished for something would be easy enough for Shido. And if Akito did not investigate before signing the order and sending his men. Ren slowly mentally nodded as he started constructing a probable picture of the situation in his mind. As for Akito's men, ninjas were not there to question their orders. They were supposed to fulfill them. Most ninjas were not very knowledgeable about politics. It was actually normal that they might not have realized what kind of clusterfuck their mission would result in before it was already too late. From what little he knew from Hinata, this land of Earth noble was killed in his vacation manner. That was most likely not an accident. Sighing, Ren rubbed Temari's back. What about Suna? How is the village reacting? We are strengthening the hidden outposts at the borders. If IWA ninjas manage to penetrate our borders, they will rush deeper into our territory, and our ninjas in these outposts will engage them from behind, while the puppet and war fan corps will hold the line from the front. Gaara answered, giving both Temari and Kankuro an obviously worried look behind his normally emotionless face. Kankuro was a part of the Puppet Corps, and Temari belonged to the War Fan Corps. This meant these two would definitely be on the front lines. Ren now realized why the mood in the house was so gloomy when he entered. But he also could not fault Ebizo for this. It, indeed, sounded like a good plan. Sunagakure was at a disadvantage both numerically and no longer had many S-rank powerhouses. Ambush tactics were a good way to even out the playing field. The Suna higher-ups probably wanted to deal IWA a major blow right off the bat to discourage their future offensive. Hopefully, it will work. Ren thought, giving Gaara a nod. I brought an official scroll from Konoha's council with me, he said while his fingers started unconsciously playing with Temari's locks. I'll need to go and hand it over to Ebizo soon. I just came here first. He looked at the girl in his embrace. I was worried about you. It earned him a tighter embrace from her, and he was happy to see that her worries calmed down at least a bit. Chapter 280, Chapter 280, Ridiculous Reasons for War. After spending an hour with Temari and her siblings, the sky was already halfway turned dark, and Rin decided he should not delay giving Ebizo the scroll from Konoha any longer. Temari was his priority, but in the current situation, every hour of preparation counted. The sooner Ebizo knows Konoha's stance and general preliminary plans for the upcoming conflict on their side, the better for the alliance. Sneaking through Sunagakure, Ren quickly reached the Kazekage Tower, and he noticed that a shine of the lights being on shone out of most windows in the building. Raising his head further, Ren checked the window of Ebizo's office. Sure enough, the old man was still in. Then again, he will be in his office for the foreseeable future as the current substitute for the village leader. Probably even sleeping in there due to the crisis. What was worse, Ren realized he was going to lose his convenient, nightly cuddle buddy heater, as night or day, Temari would also have to start spending a lot of time shadowing Ebizo soon to learn the ins and outs of the job. Ren was really worried about the old man. Ebizo was supposed to be a peacetime leader, only for a few years until Temari was ready to take the Kazekage mantle. Yet, now, he had to lead the village through a war. Suffering so much stress at his age was definitely not healthy. The last thing Sunagakure needed right now was Ebizo having a heart attack. Entering, Ren grimaced as he saw that behind the reception table was a still good-looking, middle-aged brunette. Hanakai Miho. A real veteran battle axe, that one. Unfortunately, one who had an axe to grind against Konoha, as her grandson died due to Ino's shenanigans during the Konoha Crush plan. Because of Ino's technique, he had his throat slit from behind by his own wife. A wife who survived but had a mental breakdown and still suffers from the trauma brought by remembering murdering the love of her life with her own hands. On top of that, her son died on a mission. As did her brother. And husband. All after an unexpected encounter with a Konoha ninja. Her father got splattered by Tsunade's punch in the Second Ninja War. As did her mother. Oh, and her younger sister died to Orochimaru's snake, squishing her underneath its weight, too. Yeah, Ren was not her favorite person. Not by a long shot. If he were burning, she would probably pour more gasoline on him just to be sure. Not interested in suffering through her usual attitude while being glared at, Ren suppressed his instinctual wince and took a step back into the shadows, deciding that going through the official channels would be a pain in the ass. Sneaking into Ebizo's office sounded like a better option. So, that's what he did. With his intangibility and detection seal, Ren bypassed several layers of security until he found himself in front of the door to Ebizo's office and politely knocked. After hearing a tired, raspy come in from the room, Ren opened the door and entered, seeing Ebizo with dark circles underneath his eyes, somehow looking older than even his previous, already ancient appearance. On his table, he had a bunch of unfinished paperwork, and right next to it, several empty coffee mugs that probably had something to do with his current state. Yo, Ren raised a hand in a casual greeting, I am bringing you a scroll from Konoha. With that, he tossed the scroll to Ebizo, who effortlessly caught it. Welcome back. The old man nodded at Ren before he unrolled the scroll and started reading. In the meantime, Ren sat down on the chair in front of Ebizo's desk, where he patiently waited for him to finish. Eventually, Ebizo put the scroll down with a weary sigh and closed his eyes while trying to stave off his tiredness and frustration by rubbing the bridge of his nose. Suna had nothing to do with the assassination. He uttered. MHM. I believe you. Ren said. And honestly, I think that the Konoha Council knows, too. Why? Their message is not good. You didn't read it? Ebizo asked with a mild surprise. Ren rolled his eyes. No. I still remember at least some basic ninja principles. Color me surprised. Ren snorted in reply, but didn't reply to his dry sarcasm, letting the silence linger in the room for a moment until Ebizo broke it. Basically, his shoulders slumped. Konoha politely told us that we are on our own against IWA because they need to fight Kyumo and prepare for the eventuality that Kiri will join Kyumo and IWA. Looking at Ren, Ebizo's lips twitched in a faint, if a bit bleak, amusement. You are all the reinforcements your village can spare for us. Ren had no idea what to say to that. He was fabulous, but pushing back an entire army. That sounded like a daunting task. He sincerely wanted to have nothing to do with it. Lucky you. He unhappily muttered after a while, realizing that he didn't exactly have much of a choice, no matter what he might or might not want. He really hated this so-called butterfly effect. The peace should have lasted for at least another 2 years. Knowing that his thoughts were spiraling down a dark path that didn't lead anywhere pleasant, Ren decided to let out a long sigh before he changed the topic. What about Akito? Can't you give him to the Earth Daimyo with an explanation or something? Maybe it could cool the ignited tempers at least a little bit. It was wishful thinking. But they could at least try, no. But Ebizo quickly shook his head. If the assassination had failed, yes, that would have been a possibility. But unfortunately for all of us, it succeeded. Earth Daimyo's father-in-law is dead. The man is furious. As is our daimyo. They don't care about who is responsible for what or punishing the guilty party. As for Akito, the man is swearing he didn't know. Not that it will help him or us. The deed is done. Ebizo said with a certain heaviness behind his tone. Shido? Ren asked, getting a disgruntled nod in return. Akito thought that he was just getting rid of some small noble who was a nuisance for Shido's family's business endeavors. But he got played. Ren wryly smiled. He was expecting it to be something like this, but now he had it confirmed beyond doubt. Sadly, ninjas might be great combatants, but when it comes to management, politics, or trade, they often fell short. The 5 Kages were a great example of that. Either of them could have developed their village to be something great. But they all just can't see past their ninja way of life. They were trained to be ninja, they lived as a ninja, and they will die as a ninja. Thinking outside of that small box is inconceivable to them. It was why ruling the continent, or even just a country, was beyond them. Ninjas had to spend most of their time and energy on training to become strong, while nobles and officials in daimyo's courts spent just as much effort learning politics and how to govern. Ren doubted this was the first time the nobles had instigated a conflict between ninja villages, and it certainly won't be the last. Hell, all things considered, Shido's work was actually quite sloppy in that regard. Could we argue our case to the Wind Daimyo? Ren pondered. Nobody will profit from war. Maybe he could use his channels to negotiate with the Earth Daimyo. As slight as that chance was, Ren thought it would be worth trying. He was still thinking about preventing the war, and Ebizo gave him a pitying look as he realized that. Chuckling, the old man raised his eyebrow at Ren, and with what evidence? We have nothing that would connect the assassination with Shido. Don't you have the order Akito signed? Or his testimony? Ren incredulously asked. The order exists, Ebizo nodded, but it has no connection with Shido. We can tell our side to the daimyo, just as they can claim it is just slander. We have nothing concrete. As for Akito's testimony. Ebizo snorted, wouldn't a man in so much trouble say anything to save himself? Ren gave Ebizo a look at that, but he just shook his head. Don't look at me like that. I am just telling you what the daimyo's court would tell us. The crux of the issue is that Shido is daimyo's close friend, while our village was a disobedient thorn in his foot for quite a long while. At this point, he will let the war happen out of sheer spite against us. That's ridiculous. It's his country, the IWA ninjas will be invading his country. Ren exclaimed, starting to feel upset about the whole situation. I know, my boy. Believe me, I know. But IWA will not dare to ransack cities or burn down villages. At most, they will steal supplies and abuse or kill some unfortunate commoners. They won't want the daimyo's samurai to get involved. That could actually spark a proper war between countries. Ebizo lectured while his hands started to work on the paperwork in front of him, so, as long as they don't exceed a certain threshold, the daimyo will tolerate their intrusion and raids as long as their war efforts are solely focused on Suna and its ninjas. In his exasperation, Ren groaned, fucking feudal society. He grumbled under his nose. This was so stupid, he didn't even know what to say to it. He could kind of see what the daimyo wanted. The upcoming destruction could be blamed on Sunagakure, which will also lose a lot of its ninjas. Theoretically speaking, the weakened village should be easier to fall back in line if they wanted the funds necessary to rebuild. As for the commoners who will suffer, why would high nobles or the daimyo care? But still, letting a war rage on their territory just for that. Then again, this actually explained how the hidden villages could have had a world war equivalent while the actual big countries stayed more or less at peace. Only the small countries caught up in the middle suffered. The wars barely touched the big and powerful countries, even when the battles were fought on their lands. Reluctantly, Ren pushed his attention away from that problem, as there was no solution to be had right now. Instead, he returned to a smaller problem that actually could be resolved. Giving Ebizo a deep, slightly suspicious look, he asked a question, and just in case Ebizo's answer did not satisfy him, he already started making plans in his mind that would have many nobles bristling. Shido. He isn't going to get away with it, is he? ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, Ren's Preparations. Fucking Shido. Ren unhappily thought as he watched Gaara's sand tendrils take several slips of paper with seals and randomly burrow them deep under the sand, slightly apart from each other. They were doing this for the last 2 days, and even Gaara looked bored out of his mind by now. Unfortunately, Ebizo's answer to Ren's question was both satisfactory and not. No, Suna will not let Shido off just because he was a noble. But also, Suna currently could not retaliate. Why? Because they would be the first target of suspicion, and in the end, Shido was the Wind Daimyo's unofficial right-hand man and his best friend. They already had the Earth Daimyo raving mad at them. They did not need to change the Wind Daimyo's mood from heavily displeased to furious enough to send his army at them. If Shido died right now, and there was even the slightest suspicion of foul play, the suspicion would instantly fall on Sunagakure. And that was the biggest thing that kept the village in check for now. It was maddening. If Ebizo said no, Ren planned to give Shido an unannounced nightly visit and persuade him to depart from this mortal coil. But Ebizo said no, and Ren realized he could not do that. It would just put Sunagakure in even bigger trouble. Fucking politics. Shido will suffer, but apparently, it will not be immediately. Ebizo said they needed to let him be for at least a year before they could secretly do away with him in a way that would not implicate them. And any nightly stabby-stabby rendezvous plans with Shido instantly went poof in Ren's mind. He didn't like it, but he had to admit it made sense. Ren's shoulders slightly slumped as he was thinking about the depressing situation. Sometimes, he wondered if he shouldn't just make sure the Wind Daimyo had an accident. He doesn't even know how that piece of shit looked, and the man was the source of most of his problems right now without even trying. Imagining wringing his neck was cathartic for Ren. It was a nice daydream. Sadly, it was going to stay a daydream for now. It's not as if he could take over the country if he killed the daimyo. There were only 2 ways that could go. The biggest nobles would either band together and declare a crusade against Suna for daring to kill their daimyo. And absolutely nobody would help Suna in that case. Not even their allies, Konoha. The fire daimyo would pressure them into staying their hand. Worse, some daimyo might demand that their hidden villages go to war with Suna. It was much the same as if a big mafia family assassinated the president of their country. The other countries are not going to congratulate them. They will just declare them a public enemy number 1. Not even Orochimaru was mad enough to kill the daimyo of the land of rice when he created Otogakure. The second option was that the nobles would start squabbling among themselves over who would rise as the new daimyo, which would create a civil war in the land of wind. And the common people would suffer the most in that case. Even if Ren managed to shift the blame from Sunagakure somewhere else, ensuring the village did not become the public enemy number 1 and nobody could connect the murder to him, he couldn't accept that outcome. He did not want to be the reason why a massive nation like the Land of Wind went to a civil war. Like it or not, the daimyo was a stabilizing factor. So, unless he had a good and reliable way to take over the reins without much bloodshed, he simply could not kill him. Being rational sucked. In the fics he read in his past lives, the main characters did whatever they wanted, damn the consequences. It was probably why he liked them. Oh, somebody pissed you off. Just go and kick his ass, yeah. Alas, the reality was different. He had to think about how his actions would affect the overall situation. There were consequences Ren was willing to accept and those he was not. Well, maybe later. Ren wishfully thought with a hint of vindictiveness, can't really think about taking over the country during war. He mentally sighed. Suna will have to be fully in Temari's hands and not at war before I can start having any regime change aspirations. I think we are done here. Gaara suddenly spoke as he appeared in a swirl of sand next to Ren, causing him to look at the box where he stored his special exploding seals, finding it empty. Yeah, it seems like it. Ren hummed and turned toward Gaara, did you have enough seals? Are you sure there are no massive gaps? He asked since Gaara, with his sand manipulation, could easily feel the buried seals. Gaara impassively shook his head, no. I had enough and then some, so I just put the remaining ones randomly among the already placed ones, filling the empty spaces a bit. In that case, I think it's time for lunch. Ren shrugged with a small smile. They were finally done here. And it took them only 2.5 days of suffering to seed the entirety of the northern border of the Land of Wind with special exploding seals. Sure, they could have covered only the important parts where the IWA forces would most likely attack. They had the data from the previous wars, geographical analysis, strategic analysis, and much more. It wasn't hard to guess where Iwa's main forces would try to push through into Wind Country's territory. But Ren wanted to be thorough. He asked Gaara to cover the entire border. His special seals acted like mines. If anybody stepped on the sand above them with chakra, they would go kaboom. This way, no random merchant or unfortunate civilian would be caught in an explosion because of his seals. Ninjas, however, always use chakra to not sink into the sand while running in the desert. If they didn't, if an entire army was forced to go at a civilian pace without chakra, it would slow them down to a crawl, making them lose their momentum and giving the Suna forces time to prepare. Plus, any explosion would alert the nearest hidden border outpost, just in case they tried to sneak some forces into the country to cause trouble behind the enemy lines. Ren inwardly rolled his eyes. The hidden villages always did that during a war. Harassing the supply lines was the go-to strategy in ninja warfare. He was pretty sure the seal mines would pay off in one way or the other. Ren had already given Ebizo the matching sensory seals that could sense the chakra signature of the exploding mines. He could send them to the leaders of the outposts, so the Suna raiding parties would know where the mines were located. With that, they could bypass them even when using chakra and quickly raid Iwa's supply lines. Hell, if they were discovered and chased, they could just go back to the minefield, and that should stall any pursuit dead. That said, the majority of Suna ninjas should not need to step over the impromptu minefield anyway. This was going to be a defensive war anyway. Suna did not have the numbers to go on the offensive. Just keeping IWA out of their borders was good enough. Compared to other villages, Suna was maybe the second smallest, with only around 15 to 18,000 ninjas. A pittance compared to Konoha's 20 to 25,000. And IWA, much like Kumo, had more. Yes, their quality kind of sucked, but after a certain point, quantity was a quality of its own. Looking at the innocent-looking sands hiding a deadly surprise, Ren shook his head and decided to stop thinking about it. He was honestly quite bad at this whole strategy thinking. Just like politics, it was not his forte. He did what he could, and that's where it ends for him. Hopefully, it will be enough. Motioning toward Gaara, he started walking toward the minefield, intending to stroll through it. Come on. Let's have lunch in some nearby town in the land of fangs across the border. We might even do some reconnaissance there. Man, I am tired. With a resigned air, Gaara silently sighed to himself before following the cheerful Ren, feeling a bit resentful. While he worked during these past few days, Ren just stood there and watched him. Beyond sometimes summoning a clone before sending him off somewhere, he did exactly nothing. What do you mean, you are tired? Gaara disgruntledly thought as he swiftly walked around the seal mines. Chapter 282, Border Town Karigawa. Gaara and Ren reached Karigawa town, situated just a few kilometers away from the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fangs. Walking inside, everything seemed normal. The streets were bustling with people. Street merchants were trying to sell their wares, shouting advertisements at the crowd. Children played on the street. But if one looked deeper, there was a faint, bleak undertone in the atmosphere of the town. There are far more people than usual. Gaara said with a frown as he looked around while they headed toward a restaurant. He passed through this town several times when his team had a mission in the countries north of the Land of Wind, so he was vaguely familiar with how the streets here were supposed to look. It's probably refugees. Ren hummed, scanning the crowd with his eyes for any hidden IWA ninja. Both he and Gaara changed their attire to look more civilian and put their forehead protectors in their pockets to fit in better. This close to war, the town was practically an enemy zone, and IWA scouts were no doubt already all over the place. Refugees. Gaara's eyebrows furrowed as he threw Ren a questioning look. Hearing the confusion in his voice, Ren let out an awkward laugh. Right. It was easy to forget how young and inexperienced this Gaara was, despite already looking like a proper teenager. At this age, his counterpart was already the 5th Kazekage. Ren nodded at him. He reckoned that Gaara more or less understood the realities of the war from the ninja's perspective. But he probably never contemplated how it looked from a civilian one. Yeah. In a ninja war, towns are rarely targeted. Ninjas never attack them outright. That would piss the daimyos off. But small border villages? Nobody cares about those. They are very likely to be raided. Ren explained. Honestly, if Ren had to compare the ninja wars to something from his previous life, he would probably say they resembled a conflict between two ridiculously overgrown mafia families. They were not like wars between countries, where conquered territories belonged to the victor. If IWA pushed Suna ninjas back and won a territory with a town in the Land of Wind, the land would still belong to the Wind daimyo. Life for civilians would still go on in the same way as before. Just like if a mafia took a territory, it would still belong to the country's government. Instead, what the ninja villages did was to issue a protection fee for merchants, and if truly desperate for funds, even normal civilians. Not too much, but also not too little. Just enough that the local economy could bear it, so the daimyo would not need to worry about having one of his towns go destitute. As for the invaders' reputation, those people were living in foreign lands, and truth to be told, the likelihood that a Land of Wind merchant would issue a mission to IWA was small. Thus, their reputation was safe with minimal hits despite these tactics of earning money like bandits. For those merchants who did travel to their lands and did request missions from them, well, they certainly had a list of those and could give them a leeway. No. That was just basic connection building. Those who refused to pay the protection fee might suffer an accident, or they might find members of their family or even themselves dragged to the land of Earth, where slavery was very much legal and very much in use. After all, how else could they get their countless minds working, right? As for merchants, not paying meant that their cargo might go mysteriously missing while going through the captured territory, so most would rather pay a fee than lose all their goods. It did not seem like much, but the money stacked up. During wars, the villages bled ninjas, but they did not suffer financially. Ridiculously enough, it was one of those times when the villages financially flourished the most. It was why Raza's solution to Suna's financial crisis was war. It sounded counterproductive. It should have been counterproductive. But alas, it was not so. Economy was not how you won ninja conflicts. That was also why those wars could last for years. There would be an initial push, and then, unless one side gained a massive advantage, the conflict was going to enter a slow-burning phase that would last between a few bigger clashes. Not that this phase would be any less bloody than the bigger clashes of armies. No. It would be even bloodier. It's just that the bloodshed would happen in the shadows, throughout several smaller skirmishes, instead of being focused on one battlefield. Unfortunately, the wars ended only when one side started to run really low on ninjas and capitulated. Ah, I see. Gaara muttered, becoming contemplative while exuding a displeased air. Ren glanced at him before inwardly shaking his head. He decided he would leave the boy to his thoughts. There was nothing he could tell him that wouldn't be just an empty platitude. This was the reality of this world. As bad as the civilians of the Land of Fangs, which was always caught between any Suna IWA conflict, had it, the Land of Rain had it several times worse because they were both geographically in the middle of 4 freaking ninja villages, and thanks to Hanzo the Salamander, they no longer had a daimyo who could stop these villages from going wild all over their territory. Then again, pain is there. Ren mentally hummed. He really wondered how that was going to look. There was zero chance IWA would not try to go straight through the country in their conflict with Konoha. It was, after all, the shortest route. But would Pain respond? And how? Ren didn't think the men would suffer Iwa's impudence on his territory. This whole war, it might get quite interesting once the ball gets rolling. Ren realized as they reached the restaurant and took their seats. Ren secretly put an anti-eavesdropping seal on the underside of their table, one that would just muffle their sounds as if they just blended with the ambient noise and became incoherent in a very unobvious way. The civilian-looking man and woman sitting in the corner are IWA ninjas. He informed Gaara, who subtly stiffened, and deliberately did not look their way. Ren nodded, pleased that the boy knew not to overreact. As is the girl sweeping in front of the store across the street. One of the reasons why villages cherished censor ninjas was exactly this. One of them walks into a town, and all your hidden agents that can't sufficiently mask their chakra might as well wear their forehead protectors, for all the good disguises would do them. The only situation where censors couldn't do much in counterintelligence work was when a village was using civilian agents. And they did. Ren was absolutely sure IWA had a few in this town, considering it was a border town across a territory under Suna's protection. But civilian agents had a very limited use in ninja warfare. Are we going to take care of them? Gaara whispered with a genuine curiosity in his tone despite the frown that appeared on his lips as he slightly leaned forward. Ren, however, just shook his head in small amusement. There is no point. My clone already relayed the information about them to a Suna ANBU team nearby. The war had already started, hadn't it? Gaara realized, and Ren nodded. IWA is setting up their invasion, and Suna ANBU runs interference to delay their efforts right now. While you were putting down the seals, I had my clones scout a bit. IWA ninjas are already scouting the lay of the land. I had discovered 16 locations where they were preparing hidden supply camps deeper in the Land of Fangs. Ren casually said. Not that 16 camps were a big number. Ren wouldn't be surprised if IWA set up over 100 of those because it was just common sense that at least 50 would be discovered and raided sooner or later. Funnily enough, this was one of the very few times when bandits were actually properly dealt with by ninjas. On one hand, they were a competition, and on the other, IWA needed their lairs for their supply camps. There is even one right here, in this town. Ren chuckled, making Gaara curious. Where? In the brothel. Ren dryly said, causing Gaara's eyes to widen. He coughed, but didn't look away despite his embarrassment. The corners of Ren's lips twitched as he shrugged. Who would look for it there? No. Gaara opened his mouth, but quickly closed it as Ren suddenly gave him a warning look. Then, he deactivated the privacy seal because the waitress approached them with their order. They received their meals, and Ren received a small slip of paper alongside his cutlery before the waitress left, and he reactivated the privacy seals. Looking at the slip of paper, he hummed before sliding it toward Gaara, showing him the small dot in the middle of the paper. It's a seal. Once we open it, there should be a report scroll that the ANBU requested us to bring to the village. My guess. They are requesting reinforcements because of all the intel I passed to them. Is that why you wanted to have lunch in this town? Gaara dryly asked, and Ren smirked. I have no idea what you are talking about. This is but a coincidence. Right. So, you didn't just slack off while I worked. Good to know. Gaara said with an even drier tone than before, and Ren had a feeling the boy mentally rolled his eyes at him. Ren gave the boy an exasperated huff, and their talk lulled into silence as they enjoyed their food while observing the civilians going about their business through the window. It was a delightfully peaceful view. But in the shadows. Chapter 283, Chapter 283. Chilling innovation. After coming back to the village with Gaara, Ren was looking forward to spending some quality time with Temari. Unfortunately for him, any plans instantly went through because pretty much everyone in Suna was busy with preparations for the upcoming war. Temari more than others, as she had to attend every single strategy meeting or council meeting in her capacity as the Kazekage successor. 2 weeks quickly passed, and Ren had seen her only when he deliberately went to the Kazekage Tower to have lunch with her. And even then, sometimes he did not succeed because she had a meeting or was busy with work. Every time he had seen her, though, she looked more and more harried. It tugged at Ren's heart, yet there was nothing he could do to help her. As somebody who wasn't officially from Suna, he wasn't invited to these meetings. Ebizo apologetically explained that it wouldn't look good, or something. On one hand, these meetings would reveal Suna's military secrets by default, so it was understandable that many of those attending would have a problem with a Konoha ninja being there, getting these for free. This was one situation where Ren's outward allegiance screwed him up. He had won a lot of trust with his actions, but it seemed that revealing certain things to somebody who still wore a Konoha forehead protector was a step too much. In fact, during one of the earlier successful lunches with Temari, she had informed him with a troubled expression that she was forbidden from revealing certain things to him. Considering the ANBU sloppily hiding outside the room, trying to eavesdrop, Ren just rolled his eyes at her and said he did not care while ruffling the flustered girl's hair and getting an adorable glare with no bite behind it in return. It was just the nature of their job. That definitely was not one of Ebizo's schemes. Ren knew the old man enough to know he would never be this sloppy. Somebody most likely wanted Temari to blab so they could protest her competency for the position as the Kazekage successor. It wasn't very inspired, but Ren had to give this mystery schemer credit where it was due. It could have easily worked. Privately, Ren just chuckled in his mind and shook his head at the fact that even this close to war, internal political maneuvering and scheming were still going strong. To be fair, he did not try to fight it much. Admittedly, Ren did not pay a lot of attention to their reasons for keeping him out because he really did not want to actually be a part of these meetings in the first place. When it came to strategy and planning how to fight and win a war, he was not your guy. He didn't have good strategic thinking. He knew that much already in his previous life. Even if he were there, he would not have been of more use to them than an exceptionally handsome room decoration. It suited him just fine to be excluded. On the other hand, only now did he realize he had sort of left Temari in it alone. Alas, it was one of these experiences she had to go through. It would help her in the future once she got the fancy hat. Leadership positions gave a lot of authority, but they came with a lot of responsibility, and this would just give a glimpse to Temari of how heavy the burden of the hat was going to be in the future if problems arose. Thinking deeply about that, Ren realized he honestly wouldn't have minded if Temari decided she no longer wanted to be the Kazekage. It would frankly suit him just fine. They could simply all retreat to their little garden, spending their time happily there. Just him, the girls, tinkering with seals, and fuck the world around them. Didn't that sound like the dream? Ren wistfully sighed as he returned to reality from his daydreaming and looked down at the project in front of him. He had a generic Sunagekure war fan on a table in front of him, slightly blackened in a few places due to chakra burns, as several seal lines covered it, pulsing with chakra. These 2 weeks, Ren had nothing else to do other than occasionally visit the little garden to spend time with Hinata and Ino. But they, too, were busy as Konoha was in a state of war preparation as well. Even if Ino was fully willing to play hooky from her work for him, as her teacher, how could he allow that? He gave her a tap to the forehead and sent her back to work the first time she appeared in front of him in the little garden, wearing only skimpy underwear. She was all grumpy and pouty, glaring at the air in front of her, but later on, they shared a laugh about it over a mug of hot chocolate. Ren chuckled as his hands started to tinker with the seals on the fan. He appreciated Ino's initiative to seduce him. But it was not worth the 2 hours of complaining he would have to suffer through if her dad found out she wasn't at her workplace during work hours. He would bitch and moan at Ino for it, and then, showing that she was his daughter, Ino would bitch and moan about it to Ren because Hinata would just give her a blank, "Are you an idiot?" look, unwilling to entertain her antics. One time was enough of that. And if it cost him a bit of hanky-panky, that was a price he was nobly willing to pay. Sometimes, he was just as righteous as this Tang-san dude he remembered from a story in his previous life. The damned bastard. Oh. Ren olishly blinked at the war fan in front of him. "I got it," he exclaimed in surprise as he felt the chakra in the seal stably pulse, properly contained, which signified that his efforts were finally successful. Attempt number 127 was it? Even Ren had a hard time believing it. He had a lot of free time during the past 2 weeks, so he decided to buckle up and go build Temari the seals for her war fan that would make it easier for her to change the temperature of her winds. She put in a lot of effort into that in her recent training, but she was still not that good with it. According to Ino, that was only natural. She needed tens of thousands of mental hours of work to get a good result with it. Ino was actually surprised at how quickly Temari was advancing with the technique. Sadly, it was nowhere around combat ready. And Ren's new seal was supposed to solve that. Well, it was supposed to do that, but his attempts to put something together were failing one after another for this or that reason. Creating a weapon on the level of the Kirigakuru's special swords was turning out to be pretty tough. But Ren wasn't discouraged. He was actually pretty happy. He was learning a lot with each attempt. He even relegated 10 shadow clones to solely help him with this project, doing the busy work like creating smaller, simpler seal components of the greater whole to speed up the process. In his last attempt, he had gotten the idea of incorporating a small sub-seal that would take a little bit of the user's chakra and automatically convert it into a crude fire chakra before mixing it into the technique. It was inferior to a proper fire chakra molded by an experienced ninja. Maybe on the level of somebody who had only fiddled with the fire nature transformation a teensy bit. But it turned out to be enough. The new seal matrix should allow Temari to easily heat up her wind techniques during use. How much? Well, that would depend on her grasp of wind temperature control, but Ren had high hopes for her. Unfortunately, the current seal could not solve the problem with the other spectrum of that technique. Ino could just as easily make her winds freezing as she could make them boiling hot. Now that he thought about it, Ren really did not understand why the girl was not using that in combat. He disgruntledly snorted under his nose. Yamanka and her obsession with mental techniques. He inwardly grumbled. She could flash boil people alive in a split second over a large area, but no. She would rather drive them mad with genjutsu and her custom-made trademark Yamanaka mind whammy wham. Not for the first time did Ren wonder where he had gone wrong with that girl. Ren's mind started going through the seal, trying to find any inconsistency or issue, while he also distractedly pondered how to incorporate the whole freezing part into the current seal. He didn't want to create a whole new seal and somehow put them together. Preferably, he wanted one seal to do both. The more he thought about it, the bigger the frown on his face became. But he felt like he was onto something. Using his chakra to inscribe his recently created fire chakra transformation seal on a paper, he powered it up, creating a small flame that instantly started burning the paper. Letting out a long hum, Ren's eyebrows furrowed. He took a pencil and started deconstructing the seal, altering a small part before he put it together. Staring at the final result, Ren awkwardly chuckled. There is no way this works, right? He muttered, feeling both anticipation and trepidation as he powered the seal up. Instantly, a flame appeared, this time a blue one, and the paper froze solid as Ren hissed in pain, letting go of it while shaking his hand and wincing due to the chilled tips of his fingers. The blue flame disappeared the second Ren stopped supplying chakra, and as the paper dropped to the floor, it shattered into countless icy shards under Ren's bewildered stare. He was so startled, he almost forgot about the pain in his hand after seeing it. Holy shit, I just innovated the entire field on a fluke, didn't I? Ren joyfully whispered with a silly grin. Reading all those Shinsha novels wasn't in vain. Flames could be cold, too. For a moment, he wondered why nobody had tried this, but then he felt a twinge of pain in his fingers and realized that somebody probably did try, only to die because he or she made his internal organs into a popsicle. Fire release was usually started by internally molding the chakra in the lungs. Ren subconsciously shuddered at the thought of how badly that kind of experimentation could go. There would not be a second try. He remembered the usually disregarded warnings in the academy to not try jutsu on their own because, for example, the fire techniques tended to burn the lungs or throat if done wrongly. There were probably a lot of people dying of burnt lungs before somebody finally figured out how to do fire release safely and spread the knowledge. That, or Indra used his Chidi powers to figure it out and taught it to his descendants, and the knowledge spread around throughout the years. Ren inwardly hummed while using his chakra to soothe his chilled fingers. Suddenly, a seal alerted him that somebody had entered the house, and he quickly checked the surveillance seal near the door, only to see tired Temari in the hall, sitting down on a chair with a groan before she started to take off her sandals. Perking up, all thoughts of subsequent experiments were gone from his mind nearly instantly. Science could wait. His girl was finally home. Ren quickly walked out of his impromptu workshop in the basement with a skip in his step. Chapter 284, Chapter 284. A bit of heat. Ren slowly opened his eyes as he roused from his slumber, and his lips relaxed into a fond smile as he saw the beautiful bare back of his sleeping girl in front of him. Yesterday, after she came home, she seemed so tired that she was almost falling asleep on her feet. They had shared a nice dinner before opting to cuddle, hand in hand, in companionable silence on the couch. It was a very nice and peaceful evening. Only after 2 hours, Temari regained some of her energy. Before they knew it, their cuddling evolved into kissing, and time lost its meaning for them. Their hands started to roam, and the next thing Ren knew, he had the laughing blonde girl over his shoulder as he carried her to the bedroom while she was squealing in expectant delight in between her bursts of excited giggling and kicking her feet back and forth. The rest, as they say, was a very enjoyable history. Ren slid closer to Temari on the bed, and his arm snaked around her abdomen as he kissed her bare shoulder, getting a drawn-out but sleepy from her in return. Somewhat encouraged by that sound, he trailed more kisses along her shoulder, and as he got closer to her neck, he noticed that she was subconsciously leaning her head to the side. His smile widened as his lips gently landed on the side of her neck. With a groan, Temari fully woke up and suddenly moved, forcing Ren to move a bit back as she started to turn around. Once she was fully turned, they lay on the bed, facing each other with their noses almost touching. Ren would be lying if he said his eyes did not slide down toward her bare chest that was right under his nose. But he at least tried keeping his gaze on her eyes. It was hard. His hand acted before his brain could command, moving from around her abdomen upward. Temari let out a small sigh and gave the unrepentant Ren an exasperated look as she felt her left breast being squeezed. Ren shamelessly smirked at her, which made her huff. "You still have energy after yesterday night?" Temari sulkily asked in a mock aggravation, but her teal eyes happily sparkled as Ren felt her jut her chest slightly forward. Naturally, he took the silent invitation in the spirit it was given and fondled her chest some more. "I don't know. Why don't we try to find out together?" He offered and put his forehead against hers, enjoying the small blush that appeared on her face. As he started to move his face closer to hers with a clear intent to kiss her, Temari suddenly shifted, and her hands pushed against his chest, toppling him on his back with a surprised yelp. She then moved, and before Ren knew it, he could feel her bare breast squishing against his upper stomach as she lay her head on his chest. "Nah. Tired?" Temari petulantly exclaimed while still slowly rubbing her cheek against Ren's chest in bliss. Ren glanced down at her. "Oh, is this how you want to play it?" he asked, his hand reaching toward her thigh that was conveniently raised so he could easily reach it. As he squeezed it, Temari looked up and innocently said, "I don't know what you are talking about." But the cheeky grin on her face said a different story. Ren's arms moved, and he dragged her body up, enough to kiss her. Happily reciprocating, Temari lay her body on top of his as their tongues passionately danced. Ren's hand landed on Temari's posterior, squeezing, just as her fingers burrowed into his hair. It was starting to get hot in the room when Kankuro barged into the room. "Oi. Sis, any idea where my cat Paja? He rudely exclaimed, only to trail off in absolute horror as he saw his flushed and naked sister pressing her equally naked chest into the naked chest of her naked husband. Kankuro's brain froze as he stared at them. They stared back. The atmosphere in the room quickly became awkward, and the time seemed to freeze, too. Just for a moment. Gathering his wits again, Kankuro reacted first. "You know what? Never mind. Carry on." He slowly nodded to himself before he woodenly turned around and walked out of the room with a forced smile. Temari, looking like a deer caught in the headlights, turned her head back toward Ren, and he couldn't handle it anymore. He burst into laughter. Scowling, Temari pushed herself up, ending up straddling him as she sat up before she playfully slapped his chest. "It's not funny," she shouted before disgruntledly muttering under her nose, "Fucking Kankuro." Ren's hands landed on her hips. It was hilarious. He sincerely said with a smile that made Temari inwardly swoon. Blushing despite herself, Temari couldn't help but feel as her lips smiled back. "Poor Kankuro," she said with heavy sarcasm decorating her tone. "We scarred him for life. How will he get married now? You will have to take responsibility, sir." She gleefully rubbed the tip of her finger into Ren's chest. Snorting, Ren pushed Temari to the side, causing her to fall back onto the bed with a small, startled shriek. Ren moved, looming above her. "I am taking responsibility," he cheekily said to Temari, who excitedly bit her lower lip. "Yeah. And how?" She raised her chin and asked, trying to sound confident, but it came out somewhat shyly. Ren's eyes met hers, like this. His hands gently gripped her knees and spread her legs, causing Temari's eyes to widen as she gulped. Without any more prompting, her legs eagerly snaked around Ren's hips. Oh, yes, she liked this kind of taking responsibility. After they both took loads and loads of responsibility in the morning, enough that Temari could not keep all that responsibility in her body without letting it overflow, they happily had a slightly lengthy shower together. The following breakfast was a short affair. Temari was no longer all that hungry after the shower, so she spent most of it making eyes at Ren with a very suggestive body language that hinted at her willingness to be roughly taken on the kitchen table. They had not been together for 2 weeks, and Ren realized the girl was undeniably thirsty after all that time. Even more than he was. Unfortunately, all good things had to end. Temari was given 1 day off, and they both realized why. It was a common practice to give a ninja a free day before an important mission or being deployed to war. In the past week, IWA was making some serious moves, and by now, their army was no doubt nearing the land of wind borders. It was time to go and form up the Sunagakure forces and prepare to intercept them. As the person given command over the Sunagakure's war fan corps, Temari had to be one of the first on the scene to coordinate the construction of fortifications and whatnot. Because of that, instead of dragging her back to bed as she desired, Ren dragged her to her usual training ground, much to her indignant protests. Only when he told her he had a surprise for her did she finally relent and stop half-heartedly complaining. But of course, he had to promise her she could be on top tonight. Ren inwardly rolled his eyes. Joke's on her, he was into that shit. Having her on top was great. All that training over the years, swinging her heavy war fan gave her some delicious hips, and she definitely knew how to use them skillfully. But he digressed. After reaching the training ground, Ren looked at Temari and chuckled at her barely restrained expectant look. She tried to hide it, but she was clearly very interested in what he wanted to show her. With a puff of smoke, Ren took out a generic war fan from his seal and presented it to Temari. For a moment, she gave him a weird look before she realized something that made her gasp and squeal in utter girlish delight, like a little girl who had just gotten a pony on her birthday. You have finished it? Temari excitedly asked, almost restlessly bouncing on her feet due to her impatient eagerness. She had waited for the new war fan weapon for months now. And she never expected to receive it anytime soon, either. Yes and no. Ren awkwardly answered, feeling a little self-conscious about presenting her unfinished product. But the situation was what it was, so he pushed past his mental hang-ups. It's only partially finished, but with the war on the horizon, I thought this could give you an edge so you can return to me. Hearing that, Temari's eagerness slightly dimmed, but her eyes softened, becoming full of affection. Missing it, Ren gave the seals on the war fan one last check before handing it to Temari. I want you to try it, so I can fine-tune it. I can apply the seals to your usual war fan easily after that. But just in case something goes wrong, using this one for tests should be better. Don't expect a massive jump in prowess, though, Ren added, not at all happy to rain on her parade. But he needed to give her this warning. The seals should help you with increasing the temperature of your winds, making the process smoother and much easier for you. But the attack power of the techniques will still depend on you. He apologetically shrugged. They both knew Temari was not yet all that good with the temperature control in the wind release. But any increase in prowess was good. Stepping forward, Temari gave Ren a quick hug before she took the war fan with slightly shaky hands. Glancing at Ren somewhat timidly, she had gotten a nod before he motioned with his head toward the vast, empty area of the training ground. Straightening up her back, Temari grinned and turned around, walking a few steps away from Ren before she grasped the war fan with both hands and fully opened it. For a moment, she admired the seals painted all over it, before her gaze sharpened in anticipation. Let's see how good you are. She whispered to the war fan, almost affectionately. Taking a deep breath, Temari's refined wind chakra flooded the weapon, molding into a technique near instantly with a practiced ease as she shouted, Kamaitashi, and swung her war fan. The burst of sharp wind came out of her weapon as expected, except a quick roaring explosion unexpectedly reverberated through the training field as scorching heat spread out from the attack's path and engulfed everything in the surroundings. The air near the attack was instantly flash-heated with an intense hiss, bursting with a thunderous shockwave that violently threw Temari and Ren backward, onto the ground. They both felt the intense heat in the air on their skin, and Temari hissed as pain flooded her hands. Due to that, she didn't even feel the impact of being thrown back. Still lying in the sand and wincing, she looked down at her trembling hands, feeling as if they were burned, but surprisingly, she had no burns. She just felt, kind of like if she put her fingers into the candle flame for 2 seconds and then pulled back. Except, the feeling of heat and pain was not subsiding as quickly. It was disappearing, she could tell that much, but it was a very slow process. Temari's gaze turned weird. She knew she should have suffered severe burns from that. Yet, she didn't. She had no idea why. A bit further behind her, Ren started to stand up with a pain-filled groan. Unlike Temari, despite standing farther from the attack, he did suffer some minor burns over his exposed skin. But more importantly, his mind was trying to figure the situation out. This reaction was far more volatile and intense than what the seal did for him when he had a clone test it. So, what went wrong? Raising his head, he looked forward, and his jaw almost dropped when he saw the sand in front of their position turned into glass for dozens and dozens of meters while the light above it was bending oddly due to the heat persisting in the air. Well. Ren speechlessly muttered as he started standing up, that was definitely not supposed to happen. Chapter 285, Chapter 285. New discovery and jinxed. Heh, who would have thought? Ren distractedly pondered as he stood at the edge of a lone massive rock rising high above the dunes, overlooking the surrounding desert spreading all the way to the horizon. From here, he could see everything from the future battlefield a bit further away, where Suna ninjas were hard at work building fortifications, and to his immense surprise, freaking trenches, to the bustling Sunagaker camp that was located underneath the rock. Apparently, the rock was a good cover from any possible sandstorm, and its elevation would serve as a good vantage point for the Sunagaker's command center. Ren had decided to accompany Temari here after her one free day before deployment. The same day that was stuck in his mind, even now, a week later. Suddenly, Ren felt a weak twinge of itchiness coming from his bandaged left forearm, and Riley smiled as he gently rubbed the sore place over the bandages. They went to Hinata for healing after the Warfan test, and the Hyuga girl was happy to help. Except, she was also very much unhappy about Ren's recklessness once Temari was healed first and started talking about how exactly they had gotten their scrapes. In the end, Hinata decided not to fully heal a small burn on Ren's left forearm. It will be a good reminder to be careful. Ren almost rolled his eyes as he remembered the upset, "I dare you to protest," expression she had on her face when she said it. He didn't think much of it back then, but now. Man, the itchiness was truly annoying. How was he supposed to know his seal would react like that to Temari? It wasn't his fault. Alas, he could only sulk in his mind. The burn was mostly healed by now anyway. It was not as if it would affect his combat effectiveness or do any harm. Hinata just wanted him to pay more attention to his safety, and this was her way to get what she wanted. Even if Ren found the situation exasperating, he appreciated that she cared. After healing them, Hinata even helped investigate the situation. They were all very curious as to why the seal caused such an exaggerated effect in Temari's hands, spending pretty much her entire free day figuring it out. The answer? She had a recessive scorch release bloodline from her mother's side. Hinata had her own experience with bloodline research thanks to her tinkering with Hashirama's cells and her medical expertise. She could easily confirm that with some blood tests that Ren honestly did not understand. Biology was just not his thing. Too messy for his fragile sensibilities. What baffled them, however, was how his fire chakra molding seal managed to manifest the lock potential of Temari's bloodline into an actual attack. After all, Temari definitely did not awaken the scorch release. And according to Hinata, she was not going to. She could train her entire life in wind and fire release, perfecting them to the best modern standards, and she still should not be able to mix them into scorch release despite her bloodline. Because that's not how this thing worked. For example, every Senju had the Senju bloodline. Most had either earth or water affinity, while quite a few even naturally possessed both. Yet, despite that, only Hashirama awakened Mokutan. The situation here was the same. Hinata theorized that many in Suna probably had the scorch release bloodline. But awakening it was a completely different matter. Only Pakura was lucky enough to get it in recent history. Ren's seal took Temari's chakra, molded it into a crude form of fire chakra, and then mixed that with Temari's self-made wind chakra, for which she had affinity, melding the result into a jutsu. Despite spending a lot of time thinking about it, the only thing they came up with was that it worked because Temari was the source of both chakras. Her bloodline, even unawakened, somehow gave her chakra the right properties for them to mix into something else. How and why did it work? They had no idea. When Ren tried to do the same, his self-made wind chakra and his seal-made fire chakra did exactly what the seal was supposed to do. The fire chakra enhanced the wind chakra, and his winds became hot. Enough to injure, but not enough to freaking explode the surrounding air or make people into dried husks by flash roasting them. Ren sighed, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pride. As accidental as this discovery might be, he was aware of how important it could be. He might be able to allow people who had not awakened their bloodline to still use it, thanks to his seals. And if Hinata's theory that many in Suna had the unawakened scorch release was correct. But Ren shook his head, ending that pleasant daydream. He would need a lot more research into this before he could even start thinking about mass-producing these seals. Not to mention, Temari had training in the temperature control wind release technique. That likely played a factor, too. And if he wanted to simulate other bloodlines, he would need to create seals for different elemental chakras. Still, Ren couldn't help but wonder if he could eventually make a seal produce both fire and wind chakras before mixing them, resulting in artificial scorch release. He knew he was getting too ahead of himself, but he couldn't help it. Unfortunately, despite the itch to start researching this, the impending war gave a hard stop to his endeavors before they could even start. He let out a heavy sigh yet again. For somebody so young, you do an awful lot of sighing. An old, wizened voice interrupted Ren's peace, and Ebizo slowly walked next to him, looking at the view with a hint of nostalgia in his expression. Don't worry. Temari is a strong girl. She will live through this. Besides, she is the future Kazekage. I did not take risks with her life. She will be in the safest position she could be on the battlefield. Ren glanced at Ebizo with the corner of his eye and let out an acknowledging hum. The old man clearly misunderstood the reason for his weary mood. With his new seals on her war fan, Temari's safety was the least of his worries. Not to mention the other safeguards he had implemented. Temari was probably the safest person in this conflict. I just hope I won't need to step up anytime soon. Ren deflected the topic with a shake of his head. Fighting another S-rank ninja sounds like a pain in the ass. Don't we all? Ebizo chuckled. Alas, everybody has their own role in a war. Ren snorted. It was explained to him that his role here will be to wait. He was their counter to IWA S-rank ninjas like Inoki, or their Jinchuriki. The Suna command did not think IWA would bring those, but just in case, Ren would be on standby for that eventuality. S-rank ninjas could decide the battle quickly, but there was a lot of strategy involved with their use. They were rarely used in that way. If both sides had S-rank combatants, then logically speaking, the side that deployed theirs first would most likely lose. Even if their S-rank killed hundreds of Chunin at that time, he would spend quite a bit of his chakra or stamina for it. The other side could just jump them with their own fresh S-rank at that point, putting them at a disadvantage. The cold reality was that Chunin could be easily replaced. S-rank ninjas, however, were much rarer. Then again, reality was not a turn-based game, and it did not exactly work like that. Let's hope IWA won't try to do something cheeky because of our situation. That way, you can consider this a vacation. Ebizo chortled and patted Ren on the back before he turned around and, with his encouragement delivered, he walked away. He was a busy man, so he couldn't stay and chat for long. Without answering, Ren turned around, intending to continue with his inner reflections. There was a minor worry that IWA would send somebody strong to make trouble before the clash of their forces because Suna's remaining S-ranks were too old. So, IWA might risk it and try to end the war before it could even start. But what were the chances of Thea? Ren's eyes narrowed as he saw a small black dot in the air. His lips thinned as he realized that it was a flying person getting closer to their position. Taking a deep breath, he could only sourly grimace as he muttered under his nose, "The old bastard jinxed me. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day." Chapter 286, Chapter 286. A preemptive strike. Ren watched as the flying person was getting closer, bemoaning his luck. It was Inoki. It had to be. He didn't know any other midget who could fly. A part of him dearly hoped the man just came here for a reconnaissance, but he knew he was not that lucky. For Inoki, this was a great opportunity. He'd have to be extremely incompetent to miss it. During a clash of armies, S-rank ninjas had to be on standby to counter the enemy S-rank. But the IWA army was not yet here. Inoki did not need to be cautious about defense, nor did he need to conserve his chakra for a necessary counterattack. Adding to that, his ability to fly, which gave him amazing agility, Ren had to disgruntledly admit that trying to score a few preemptive strikes against Sunagakir's side made a whole lot of sense when thinking about it from Iwa's side. The possible benefits were immense, and the risks pretty much non-existent. Suddenly, Inoki stopped midair, still outside of the range of Sunagakir's attacks, and Ren's lips pursed as he saw him taking a stock of the Suna camp and the fortifications they were building. For 10 tense minutes, Inoki brazenly observed the Suna camp while Ren observed Inoki. Ren almost let out a relieved sigh when he saw Inoki's shoulders slump in a resigned displeasure. He inwardly chuckled. Honestly, there was not much to observe. It was not as if Suna would use some new, amazing, ultra-great strategy. They were doing pretty much the same exact thing as they did during the First, Second, and Third Wars because it worked for them well enough. It was not something that could be countered just because IWA had intel about it. The actual tactical move of Suna was those ninjas gathered in the two closest hidden border outposts to the east and west, who were supposed to storm the IWA backlands after the clash started. But that was not something Inoki could discover through a casual aerial recon. It was why Ren did not attack him. This far away, there was one thing he could use against Inoki, but he didn't want to reveal it unless he absolutely had to. Hoping that the old midget would turn around and fly away, Ren could only mentally groan when Inoki suddenly raised his hands and joined them together. Letting out a disappointed sigh, Ren raised his own left hand, one wearing a glove now gleaming with seal lines as Ren's chakra flooded it. A shining ball of dust release started gleaming on Inoki's palms, intense enough that the ninjas in the Sunagakure camp below finally noticed his presence. The camp instantly became hectic, the people down there resembling panicked ants from this height. Inoki coldly snorted, too late. He thought with a grim, fierce expression, on the verge of condensing his attack. But his senses suddenly flared, and the hair on the back of his neck stood. Eyes abruptly widening as he subconsciously registered the incoming danger, he didn't even have the time to think as he reacted on a finely honed instinct, throwing himself headfirst to the side while abandoning his attack. A highly concentrated, blue, and somehow fiery beam raised its path through the position where he flew just a moment ago, continuing higher into the sky for 2 more seconds before it quickly thinned into nothingness. Breathing hard and trembling, Inoki realized he had almost died right there and then. He dodged it narrowly, but he did dodge it. Yet, the chill of the beam still seeped into him, and his teeth chattered from the bone-deep cold now permeating his body. Glancing at his left arm, the part of his body that was the closest to the beam, he noticed a fine layer of frost covering its surface, spreading to his whole left side. Flexing his still powerful muscles, the icy covering shattered, and Inoki turned toward where the attack came from with a snarl and narrow-eyed, angry glare, only to see some unknown young upstart bastard cheerfully waving at him before giving him a shooing motion. Inoki's already foul mood soured even more, and for a moment, he wanted nothing more than to hurl a few dust-release beams at the youngster. But then the chill in his body pulsed, and his back pain flared, sending a searing agony through his body while causing him to grit his teeth. Cooler heads full of pain finally prevailed as Inoki realized his surprise attack had failed, and the other side had a way to counterattack him. Staying and trying to do damage would not only be futile, but it would also be dangerous. Disgruntled, Inoki gave the young ninja one last unfriendly look, etching his smug mug into his memory. He intended to browse through the bingo book, hoping to find him there. After all, he needed to know who had just earned the undivided attention of IWA assassins. With that done, Inoki turned around and flew away, unhappy that he didn't manage to accomplish anything of note here. Watching his figure slowly disappear in the distance, Ren let out a small chuckle before helplessly shaking his head. He actually aimed to kill with that attack, but surprisingly, the old man managed to dodge it. That was not ideal. Not at all. Now he knew to be wary of this kind of attack. He now knew how quick it was, and he also knew that Suna's side had a way to threaten him even in the skies, so he would be way more cautious with any future offensive on his part. In a big way, this nullified a lot of the surprise attack advantage Ren would have had during the clash between the IWA and Suna armies. This is exactly why I didn't want to engage him right now. Ren exasperatedly thought. Unfortunately, Inoki didn't give him much of a choice. But maybe. It was not all bad. Inoki was the Tsuchikage. He was here only because the risks to his life seemed to be non-existent. After all, Kage had to stay safe. Losing Chunin and Jonin would be painful, but if their Kage died, IWA might as well capitulate right there and then. He was the most important piece on the board. Hopefully, now that he knew he was also at risk despite his flying, he would obediently stay put in the IWA command center. Ren wistfully hoped. But he also knew that Inoki was stubborn as hell, so who could really say what he would do next? The entire exchange lasted maybe a minute from the time Inoki was spotted by the ninjas in the camp, all the way to his retreat. The other nearby ninjas were only now starting to clamor around Ren, and Ebizo quickly rushed to his side with an alarmed expression. That was Inoki. Is he gone? He hurriedly asked in a tense tone, and Ren nodded, not minding the way the other people from the command center crowded the surroundings. Good. Slowly, Ebizo started to calm down. That's good. He let out a relieved breath. W-. He was about to say something, but then a faint popping sound seemed to come from the distance, attracting everybody's attention. Ebizo's eyebrows furrowed. What is that sound? He frowned while trying to squint, alert that it might be some sort of attack from IWA, but it was futile. Not even those with great eyesight could see anything because it was happening too far away. Ren wryly smiled as he got feedback from a dispersed clone. That is the sound of the IWA army running through the minefield. He informed them. The IWA army had reached the borders. Chapter 287, Chapter 287. The first push. 3 days had passed, and the IWA forces had finally reached the battlefield set up by Suna, forming up around 500 meters in front of Suna's fortified position. It took them 3 days to arrive here from the borders. Ren couldn't help but chuckle. The minefield clearly gave them a lot of trouble. A part of it was how off guard he caught them with it. He had a clone hiding near the borders, and the seals were turned off. Thanks to that, the Iwa's forward scouts could go through it, noticing nothing out of the ordinary. It was only when the army marched halfway through the minefield that Ren's clone turned the seals on. It was a massacre. The explosions started all over their marching formation, and many of the IWA ninjas panicked. In the chaos, they started to move around, triggering even more mines. Ren didn't know how many casualties and wounded the IWA side racked up during the 5 minutes it took them to calm down their troops, rally them, and start using Earth release to counter the mines, but it was definitely enough to slow their march down to a crawling pace. A journey that should have taken them at most half a day by walking at a civilian pace took them 3 entire days, as they now started checking every 100 meters for more mines with Earth release and also had to deal with the consequences of that little surprise. Ren wondered what face Inoki made when he returned from his own failed surprise attack. He doubted the morale on the IWA side was very high right now. Especially since they were now heading to the battlefield chosen by Suna. Unfortunately for them, even knowing that this place would give Suna's side all the advantage, Iwagakure could not just go around them. That would allow Suna's army to flank them, and that was a big no-no. Ebizo said so. It was yet another thing that made no sense to Ren. The biggest advantage of ninja combat was their stealth, and that they could strike where it was the least expected. Yet, for this big clash of armies, both sides were giving that up, acting as if they were samurai or something. If it were him, he would have sent Suna ninjas to the land of fangs and had them act like partisans, constantly harassing IWA forces and supply lines. Then have the teams try to get further toward the border of the land of Earth, maybe even beyond it, and cause trouble all over the place. Was that short-sighted? He didn't know. It just sounded like something ninjas should do during a conflict. This whole clash between armies, sigh. It just wasn't ninja-like. Ebizo did explain it to him yesterday, but Ren still thought it was bullshit. Apparently, since neither side could just go and cause massive property damage or destroy towns, as that would piss off the daimyo and merchants, Ren's ideas were impractical. The only things that were left were skirmishes in the shadows and an actual clash between two big armies. And trying to do skirmishes against a massive army of ninjas was futile. They could annoy them, but the army would advance anyway, taking territories and whatnot, putting the other side at a massive disadvantage. So, Suna had to meet Iwa's army head-on, even if their numbers were fewer. Plus, according to Ebizo, IWA no doubt already splintered several skilled teams from their main army once they passed the borders, sending them deep into the land of water to do this whole skirmishing in the shadows thingy. Ren inwardly huffed and reaffirmed in his mind that his brain simply did not work properly when it came to large-scale warfare. He hoped Temari would learn well because this was not going to be his thing. Suddenly, he heard horns resound through the desert, and his attention snapped back toward the IWA army, where a line of ninjas broke from the main formation, advancing a few steps forward. And so it starts. Ren darkly muttered, feeling a bit worried as he stood on the same edge of the tall rock as 3 days ago while observing the upcoming battle. He was also watching out for any attack from an S-rank combatant from IWA, but so far, neither of those had thankfully shown up. The line of IWA ninjas all started doing some kind of jutsu. And Ren unhappily cursed as he realized what they were doing. The earth between the two armies trembled as the line of IWA ninjas stomped on the ground as one, using earth release to send tremors throughout the ground. A split second later, all the seal mines set up a day ago harmlessly exploded at once, sending a massive cloud of sand into the air and obscuring the vision on both sides. The IWA army charged forward. Down, among the Suna army, Temari stood near the center at the helm of her war fan corps with trenches just behind them where they could easily fall back or take cover if necessary. As the tremor shook the ground, causing her ninja to fight to keep their balance while some of them fell, and the thunderous explosions that followed made her ranks even more disoriented, Temari saw the clouds of sand go up in the air. Her eyes widened as she realized these clouds were swiftly spreading toward them and would engulf the Suna army. She could allow that. Ranged combat was Sunagekire's bread and butter. This way, IWA could get to close quarters with no trouble. Adrenaline flooded Temari's veins, and she yelled a command at her ninjas. She didn't have the time to let those disoriented or on the ground regather their wits. The sandy cloud was almost upon them. Hundreds of Warfan users spread their fans as one and swung. Gales of sharp winds instantly shredded the clouds of sand in front of them and blew further until they hit an obstacle in the form of raised rocks 300 meters away. The sharp winds crashed into these rocks, creating cuts and gashes, but the damage was only superficial. The rocks were too dense and thick for their techniques to do much. Temari's lips thinned. The IWA blockheads clearly expected them to disperse the clouds and didn't just recklessly charge forward. In such a short while, they advanced 200 meters and had their earth release specialists raise fortifications of their own. If they advanced 100 meters more, the Suna lines would be in the range of Iwa's ranged ninjutsu. Gritting her teeth, Temari glanced at the battlefield to the sides, and her heart sank as she noticed that while her ninjas at the center managed to disperse the clouds in time, the left and right wings had way fewer Warfan users and thus, less success. There were places along the Suna battle lines that were engulfed in the sandy clouds, and Temari wanted nothing else than to aim her Warfan corps toward them to disperse these clouds, but could she really do that? It would just give the IWA troops in front of her a chance to attack. Glaring in front of her like a fox, Temari fondly brushed an edge of a seal line on the handle of her war fan and made up her mind. She wanted to keep her new ability under wraps a bit longer, but under these circumstances, she had no other choice. Straightening up, Temari loudly shouted, "Teams 5 and 6, blast the clouds on the right side, Teams 13 and 14, the clouds on the left side, others, more wind jutsu to the center." She commanded through the screeching sounds of wind techniques her ninjas were conservatively using to keep the IWA forces hunkered down behind their rock fortifications. She had only 14 teams, each with 50 Warfan users, under her command. The Warfan users were the elites of wind release from her village. There weren't that many of them. And they were supposed to cover a large stretch of the battlefield. Using 4 teams to help the ninjas at the wings would create gaps that IWA forces could use. But she didn't have a better option. The IWA forces were prepared for their tactics and even unexpectedly found out how to use the desert terrain against them. Unless she did something surprising herself. Gripping the handle of her war fan, she fed her wind chakra into the technique while simultaneously letting the seal on the weapon devour her normal chakra. Scorch release, summer breeze. Temari inwardly intoned as she silently swung her war fan, sending the only scorch release technique she managed to put together in the previous week and a half at the enemy lines. Temari's completely normal-looking gales of wind blended with the storm of winds generated by other Warfen users and crashed into the rock fortifications on Iwa's side, but this time, the effect was different. The surface of the rocks heated up within a split second to the point of liquefying, while the superheated air went up, and up, until it reached the top of the rocks and proceeded to naturally flow around them nearly instantly. Before the IWA ninjas behind the rocks could react, the winds bent around the rocks and engulfed them in superheated, scorching hell boosted by the other wind techniques. Their screams and squeals reverberated through the battlefield as their eyeballs popped and they were steamed alive, much to the horror of their comrades that stood further behind them, enough that Temari's winds only caused their skin to experience uncomfortable heat. The normal wind techniques could flow around the fortifications, too. But they were weakened enough that, at best, any remnants that got around the rocks would cause a bit of wind pressure to descend on the shoulders of ninjas hiding behind, giving them a small nick or two for their trouble. It wasn't a threat. Because of that, they were caught completely unprepared when Temari's scorch release hit them. Their fortifications only assured that death would not be instant and that they would suffer for several seconds before they were cooked alive. Weakened or not, Temari's scorching winds were still highly deadly. The entire IWA central battle line seemed to recoil as many advancing ninjas rushed back, away from their most forward fortified position in fear of another scorching heat wave. And the flow of the battle had irrevocably changed. Chapter 288, Chapter 288, Ruthless Move. Scorch Release. Anoki shot to his feet as he was informed about the progression of their first push against the Suna forces. His wide eyes grew alarmed, instantly remembering the legendary trouble Pakura of the Scorch Release gave his village's forces during the previous war. Cold sweat washed over him. That damnable woman once vaporized a quarter of the IWA army by herself. Sure, it was a small one composed mostly of genin and low-level chunin, but still. Anoki had learned a harsh lesson about how foolish it was to send his forces against a Scorch user while hoping to win with numbers. Scorch Release wasn't like other bloodlines or jutsu. Much like his Dust Release, there wasn't much that could counter or block it. Even worse, unlike his Dust Release, Scorch techniques usually had a devastating area of effect. Fighting it required a completely different approach. "I need to see this for myself," he exclaimed and strode out of the command tent like a man on a mission despite the protests and attempts to stop him by his loyal jonin. They were correct. He would be putting himself in danger, but he was the Tsuchikage. He had a duty to his troops. If the new Scorch user was as much of a threat as Pakura had been, he needed to know. They could always retreat and come back with a different strategy later. Flying into the air, Anoki was very wary of any sudden beam coming at him, but surprisingly, no such thing happened. Yet, he didn't lower his guard as he rose to a respectable altitude where he could oversee the battle below. Before he did that, however, he glanced toward the rock where he knew Suna had its command center. His eyes fell on the figure of the rude youngster who had almost killed him 3 days ago. Their eyes met, and they shared a tense moment. Anoki now knew who the man was, and what made him even angrier was that he was actually a Konoha ninja. He was ready to snap into action at a moment's notice, but after several seconds, he realized that as long as he didn't overstep, this Ren would not attack him either. Tersely nodding, he kept part of his attention on this threat while he finally looked at the situation of his forces on the battlefield. His experienced gaze quickly assessed the situation, causing him to frown in dissatisfaction, but then he sighed in relief. Scorch Release. This? Don't make me laugh. He muttered with a grunt, feeling foolish for reacting so strongly when the extent of the girl's prowess was so abysmal. Yes, the center of his forces was suffering casualties and was stalemated halfway toward reaching the enemy lines. But from this far up, Anoki could tell the situation was not that bad. Casualties were an unfortunate certainty of war. The important thing, however, was what their lives were exchanged for. While the center came to a halt, the left and right wings were progressing nicely. His ninjas managed to use the cover to reach the enemy lines and engage the Suna ninjas in close-quarter combat. The Suna forces were even being pushed back in those places. All the while, the Scorch Girl was having immense trouble keeping just the IWA forces in the center at bay. Anoki could easily see she was inexperienced. Not yet grown to her prime. She was a far cry from the sheer might Pakura of the Scorch release so effortlessly wielded during the Third War. He felt a sudden itch to vaporize her with his dust release before she could get anywhere close to that level. Nipping her thread in the bud would let him sleep easier at night. His hands twitched slightly up, only to stop as he noticed with the corner of his eye that far in the distance, the Konoha youngster threateningly imitated him. His eyes practically dared him to try it. Pursing his lips, Anoki eventually huffed and slowly put his hands down. The risk was not worth the effort. For now. Since he was already here, he decided he might as well continue to observe the clash, looking for a good opportunity to maybe do something. One never knew. His enemies could slip at any moment. Vigilance was imperative. Kankuro cursed as he pulled a kunai from the wrist storage Sealrin gifted him. The weapon suddenly appearing in his hand was enough to surprise the IWA Chunin, who managed to get close to him, and the unfortunate woman barely resisted as Kankuro drove the kunai into her eye. Not paying the newly made corpse any more attention, Kankuro snapped his fingers and skillfully controlled the chakra threads connected to his puppet, causing a Senbon shooter to spray a cluster of IWA ninjas, managing to kill some and injure others before a few Suna ninjas engaged them. By then, yet another IWA ninja, one that felt like a genin, already rushed at Kankuro from behind. He ducked under the teenage kid's lunge and, with a flex of his fingers, a discarded shuriken was snatched by a chakra string before being sent flying from the ground. A split second later, it ripped the kid's throat wide open at an angle that ensured Kankuro's catsuit would stay untouched as the kid's cooling corpse flopped onto the ground. Why do I always have the worst luck? He bemoaned his luck while causing his Karasa puppet to separate into several pieces as hidden blades unfolded and started attacking preoccupied IWA ninjas from their blind spots. I am a puppeteer, for fuck's sake. I am supposed to fight at Rang-Gra. An earth bullet almost nailed him in the face, and he barely managed to throw himself to the side. Fuck this. He thought as he landed into a roll and sprang back onto his feet, only to hop into a nearby trench, all the while his puppet did not stop fighting. For the next 15 minutes, Kankuro grew progressively more weary as the frenzied melee continued. He had to navigate the battlefield to both avoid getting killed while also assisting his own comrades, but the undeniable truth was that they were slowly losing ground. The left wing was not having a good time. A loud whistle suddenly resounded through the air, and Kankuro couldn't help but tiredly grin. Fucking finally. He muttered before he started covering the retreat of the weaker, still alive Suna ninjas, as he was also stepping back and heading toward the third line of trenches. Noticing the pursuing IWA forces, Kankuro coldly smirked. With yet another twitch of his finger, a flare was sent into the sky from his puppet, and Kankuro's smirk widened. That bastard ran. Let's see if this will work. A glint of anticipation filled his gaze before his world turned purple. The minutes stretched as Anoki watched the slow slaughter below. To be honest, it was quite boring. These were not the cream of the crop elites of his village. No. Those were still back in IWA, getting ready for their campaign against Konoha. Sure, their daimyo wanted Suna punished, but what did that have to do with Iwa's ambitions? They only needed to appear to be obedient to satisfy their ruler's vanity. Other than that, IWA only committed subpar forces to this war. Then again, that was how their conflicts with Suna always went. Anoki was not stupid enough to think his forces could advance all the way to Sunagakure. No. 2 provinces near the borders would be enough for him. In such a merchant-filled land like the Wind Country, even that would earn IWA a lot of money while only using second- or third-rate ninjas. It was the epitome of big benefits for a small investment. Watching how the Scorch Girl was still, even after half an hour, holding the IWA ninjas in the center from getting close, Anoki regretted a bit that he didn't assign more jonin to this front. But no matter, the left and right wings were doing fine. Suddenly, the left wing of Suna's forces collapsed, and they started retreating, making Anoki feel smug. Now, his forces only needed to advance a bit, and then they could flank the center. In an hour or so, this battle would be theirs. His good mood was interrupted as he saw a retard from his village spew a torrent of water against the Scorch Girl's superheated winds. The 2 attacks met in the middle, and an intensely hot, sizzling vapor was created before it was blown back at the IWA forces by the following wind techniques. Anoki grimaced and almost didn't manage to resist the urge to rub the bridge of his nose as the now-dead moron caused nearly 40 dead IWA ninjas with his stupidity. Before he could lament about it more, a flare suddenly flew up into the air above the left wing of the Suna forces, exploding in the air. For a moment, Anoki wondered what the signal was for. Only for his jaw to drop when an explosion of deeply purple smoke covered the entire left wing, submerging hundreds of Suna and IWA ninjas together in its grasp. Those madmen. They are poisoning both their own and my ninjas. Anoki whispered in horror as his throat suddenly went dry and his face paled. Suna was renowned for its poisons, but they had never done something this drastic before. Those ninjas, they were as good as dead. While Anoki's attention was captivated by this dreadful spectacle, the Suna ninjas on the right wing fully retreated to the third line of trenches, causing the IWA forces to rejoice. But it was short-lived, as the true, sinister purpose of those trenches was revealed just as the IWA forces ducked into the first and second line of Suna's previous trenches for cover. Numerous hidden mechanisms embedded in the walls of the trenches were activated at once by the retreating Suna ninjas, spewing everything from needles, kunai, and poisoned gas at the unfortunate IWA ninjas that were trying to use the trenches for cover. This drove them out of them near instantly, but the already newly entrenched Suna ninjas were already waiting for it, and as the true masters of ranged combat, they made the IWA ninjas pay dearly in blood by drowning them in ninjutsu. Once again, the battle had completely shifted within a minute, while Anoki watched in disbelief, wondering when Suna had grown this ruthless. Putting traps in their own fortifications, he could understand, but poisoning their own. But even those tactics were unable to completely deter the IWA forces. More and more IWA ninjas joined the fray, and outside of the left wing that was still submerged in a cloud of poisonous smoke, the center and the right wing returned to an even bloodier stalemate. Chapter 289, Chapter 289. Just saying. What the hell? Chiyo exclaimed, for the first time that day, with wide, awake eyes as she stared at the massive purple poison cloud covering the place where most of the puppet corps were stationed. What did that foolish boy do? Then, she froze for a moment and woodenly turned toward Ren as a sudden realization struck her. This is your job, isn't it? She darkly asked, nearly growling. The brat came to me with some outrageous ideas as of late. You pushed this stupidity into his head, didn't you? She gave Ren a vicious glare. Ren looked at her, especially watching her twitching fingers with the corner of his eye as he donned a wronged expression. I will admit Kankuro came to me for advice, and we did discuss possible angles for taking the enemy by surprise. But I never expected him to just go for the most radical one and drown both his and the enemy side in poison. He exasperatedly explained, trying to pick his words carefully, lest the old woman start hurling senbon at him in outrage. With senile people, one could never be sure. Sure, she was supposedly only pretending to be senile, but after interacting with her several times, Ren was no longer certain about that. At the very least, she definitely had more than one screw loose. You. Chiyo was about to retort, but Ebizo calmly put his hand on her shoulder. Calm down, sister. I am sure he told the boy to take precautions against friendly fire, right? He spoke and gave Ren a heavy look that screamed, that better be the case. Ren wryly laughed, why are you asking me? He replied, not making the Suna ninjas around him very happy. But what else was he supposed to say? It wasn't as if he planned this with Kankuro. He only provided the idea. Seeing the unfriendly looks aimed at him, Ren huffed and turned toward the guy in charge of logistics. Was there a request for a large-scale provision of specific antidotes? Say, enough to feed an entire army down there? He dryly asked, making the logistics guy blink. But everybody here was Suna's cream of the crop. They were all smart, so several eyes brightened with understanding and expectantly turned toward the poor logistics guy, who started sweating as he tried to remember. Oh. Yeah. He finally answered, trying not to cringe as the looks aimed at him became quite fearsome after he stayed silent for over 10 seconds. 3 days ago, we fulfilled a request to provide the army with an antidote to a specific poison alongside their breakfast. It should last them a week in their system, I believe. Many important Suna ninjas around let out huge sighs of relief, while Ren rolled his eyes. Kankuro was smart. He wouldn't go for suicide, that would take hundreds of his comrades alongside him. Seriously, have some faith, people. Ren inwardly grumbled. Outwardly, however, he gave Chiyo an expectant look full of innocence, clearly expecting an apology. But the old woman just returned him a look drier than the desert before sniffing. Then, her face scrunched into a senile look, and she exclaimed in a silly tone, What were we talking about just now? Ren deadpanned at her, but she unashamedly turned around with a shrug, oh, well. It couldn't have been that important if I forgot. Then, as if noticing the poison cloud for the first time, her eyes went wide. Ah. She gasped. Which monumental idiot, her eyes glanced at Ren, had the idea to use poison like that? Ren's eyebrow twitched. Insufferable bitch. He muttered under his nose, loud enough for Chiyo to hear, while next to him, Ebizo chuckled at their antics. They slowly returned to watching the battle from their lofty, elevated position, and Ren started to note that, despite the carnage on display, it was mostly the weaker and less experienced ninjas who were dying. The more experienced Jonin and Chunin became casualties from time to time, too, but for the most part, those who had much better battlefield awareness. When they encountered somebody who could match them or got into an unfavorable position, they usually retreated. This applied to both sides, so many fights devolved into a game of cat and mouse before both sides disengaged. As such, the higher-level ninjas did not tend to die that often. Of course, there were some, like the poor sods that Temari flash-cooked with her scorching winds. They were simply at the wrong time in the wrong place. But even there, Ren noticed, the IWA forces started to adapt and learn how to combat her techniques without suffering massive casualties. They no longer used just a vertical rock wall for defense. Now, they scattered into several smaller teams and used full earth domes to shield themselves from her attacks. Their push might have come to a complete halt in that part of the battlefield, and they might not be capable of advancing even 20 meters before being pushed back, but at the same time, their turtling strategy forced Temari and her forces to be focused on them. They are keeping her aggro quite well. Ren wryly thought. Temari was no doubt frustrated beyond belief by now, but she couldn't do much with the position she found herself in. She had a large-scale, scarily powerful wind technique that only got more dangerous with Ren's new seal on her war fan. And with the War Fan Corps using their own wind jutsu, they were pretty much creating a localized hurricane on the battlefield. But at the same time, the IWA forces were experts in defensive earth techniques, and they worked well together to shield their side from harm. Ren suddenly frowned as his chakra senses pinged something peculiar. Creating a clone, discreetly enough that Inoki would not notice, Ren had it use the hiding like a mole technique and rush through the ground closer to that side of the battlefield. Only Ebizo glanced at him, feeling a small chakra fluctuation from Ren, who slightly shook his head at his questioning look. 3 minutes later, Ren got his answer, and his expression turned a bit grim. He spoke toward Ebizo. Can you have somebody relay a message to Temari? The bunkering ninjas are also trying to dig up a tunnel underground toward her front lines. They are halfway through, and the explosion core is also on that side of the battlefield. He didn't need to say more. Iwa's plan became obvious. They wanted to bomb the War Fan Corps from below. A simple plan. But Ren had to admit it would have been effective if he hadn't noticed the small fluctuations of earth chakra faintly brushing against his earth-based sensing technique. With a nod, Ebizo quickly sent a chunin to warn Temari while Ren started to focus more on trying to discover any other underground tunnels with his earth sensing. It was quite a hassle because of the distance between him and the battlefield, but alas, he had to stay in his position as a deterrent to Inoki. He had to make a do. So. Scorch release. That's quite the news to me. When did Temari awaken that? Keeping secrets from me. That girl. Sigh. This old man feels sad. Ebizo suddenly started making small talk as Temari unleashed yet another hellishly scorching wind at the IWA ninjas in front of her. Surprised, Ren turned toward him, but he had to admit, there wasn't much active help they could provide right now, so he guessed they could afford to get a bit distracted with small talk. Don't look so pitiful. Ren snorted. It is a recent development. She can only use it in a limited fashion, thanks to a seal I made and because she has the unawakened bloodline. That's pretty much a prototype. Truly. Ebizo exclaimed in surprise. We did quite the thorough lineage check on her before we married her off to you, but we didn't discover any ties to anybody with Scorch release in the past 100 years. Checking her breeding value, were they? Ren thought in distaste, but he didn't voice that complaint. He reckoned that to them, this was just a standard procedure. Don't ask me. I have no idea. He casually shrugged. All I can tell you is that she had it from her mother's side, according to our findings. Pakura, huh? And here I was hoping you could give people artificial bloodlines with your seals. Ebizo mournfully said, causing Ren to give him a sardonic smile. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? He inwardly rolled his eyes. For a few moments, they stayed silent before Ebizo finally spoke. She should also have an unawakened magnet release from her father's side. Ren turned toward him and raised his eyebrows at him. Ebizo, however, just nonchalantly hummed, just saying. Right. Ren snorted in amusement. Though he would be lying if he said Ebizo's words didn't give him ideas. He kind of forgot about that little nugget of information. But the old man was right. Temari also should have a potential for magnet release. He involuntarily started to wonder about the possibilities. His blonde girl was just a treasure trove for bloodline seal experimentation, now, wasn't she? Chapter 290, Chapter 290. Even Shikaku eagerly agreed. Commander Gaara, how is it going on the battlefield? A trembling, worried female voice interrupted Gaara as he was using his remote sand-eye technique to observe the battle a few kilometers away. He turned toward the direction of the voice with a frown, only to see Matsuri. She was a somewhat shy and frightful girl who was assigned to this outpost, and for some reason, she didn't seem to shy away from him like the rest. She was not cowed at all by his bloody reputation, despite her usual scaredy-cat behavior. Gaara didn't know if he liked that or not. It was a weird feeling. He honestly didn't know what to think of the girl. But after being constantly approached by her despite his stoic and stiff attitude, even he, the antisocial ass, as his sister tended to call him, got used to Matsuri's presence. If it were the old him, she would have been having a funeral 20 times over in just the last week due to a severe case of irritating and angry Jinchuriki. So, lucky her that he was trying to be more tolerant nowadays, he guessed. It's going. He awkwardly answered, trying to describe the battle, but found himself lost for words. In the end, he decided to keep it simple. Neither side is winning or losing for now. He nodded, satisfied with that description, and turned away from Matsuri, who deflated like a puppy at being dismissed like that. Is that so? Matsuri pitifully asked in a low tone with a ducked head, clutching her hands together. Gaara glanced at her and inwardly shook his head as he resisted an urge to let out a long sigh. He really didn't understand what she wanted from him. Women were weird. The girl was lucky to be assigned to this post. He didn't think she would last long in the bloody battle that was ensuing on the field several kilometers away. He and the other 300 Suna ninjas in this border outpost, alongside the other 300-ish ninjas in the other outpost located to the west, had a simple mission. They were supposed to wait until the main battle ended. No matter how fierce either army was, this was just their first clash, so they would not fight to the death. One side was going to tactically withdraw sooner rather than later after losing the momentum. Then, the IWA side would naturally have to create a camp. Gaara's mission was to attack that camp during the night from the direction they would least expect, from their back. The village's higher-ups actually had quite the argument about where to send him during the planning process. Some wanted him to be directly on the battlefield because his sand techniques could be extremely devastating to an army fighting on the sand. But others argued that IWA could use their earth release to harden the sand underneath them once they realized it was needed against him. Gaara had to admit that might diminish his effectiveness quite a bit. He didn't even think of that, but IWA ninjas might really be his counter in an army versus army setting. One person was not strong enough to do much against his way of fighting, but 100 earth specialists. They could harden the sand around them so much that he wouldn't be able to move it. At least, not easily. Sure, he could use sand from further away, but doing that would cost more chakra, and he would not, as Ren liked to call it, be allowed to just freecast by IWA Jonin, either. In the end, as they mulled over it, the Suna higher-ups decided that he could do more damage on this ambush mission. The idea was to have him do one extremely devastating strike before the IWA side realized they were up against a large-scale sand manipulator and started countering him. And during the night in their army camp, their guard will be much lower than on the actual battlefield. Hence, this was supposed to be the best shot he would have. Who knows? Maybe we would get lucky, and Gaara could inflict overwhelming casualties in the surprise attack. Enough to cause IWA to withdraw, they said. Gaara only hoped everything would go as smoothly as the councilman imagined. To him, it kind of sounded like too much wishful thinking. After all, before the failed Konoha invasion, they also thought they might get lucky, and he would destroy the majority of Konoha if they unleashed his bijou in the middle of the village. And we all know how that ended. Gaara sourly thought. His faith in the planning capabilities of the esteemed councilman became quite shaky recently. Without even realizing it, Gaara sighed, and coincidentally, at the exact same time, resounding explosions started to go off in the distance behind the outpost. Puzzled for a second, he owlishly blinked before furrowing his eyebrows as he turned around and dismissed the sand-eye technique above the battlefield. Casting it anew, he sent the new sand-eye toward the borders, recognizing that the explosions were from the mines he previously planted. Suddenly, he got a very bad feeling that this whole operation was not going to go as smoothly as the council wished. A moment later, his sand-eye finally arrived, only to see a small battalion of IWA ninjas trying to sneakily cross the border, clearly aiming for the outpost that was supposed to be hidden. Gaara closed his eyes, and his shoulders slumped. If it wasn't such a monumental waste of time, he would definitely bemoan his luck. He truly felt troubled. Just from a casual look, he could estimate that the group had maybe 500 ninja. Give or take. That meant they most likely knew exactly how many Suna nin were stationed in the outpost after its recent manpower increase. But why would they target this outpost specifically? That made no sense, unless they were also targeting the other one. Worse yet, their numbers spoke of a too thorough understanding of the Suna forces' situation on this station. So, Suna has a traitor or a very good enemy spy somewhere high enough to get this kind of information. Gaara wryly concluded, not at all surprised after the whole debacle with the councilman who caused this entire war. He created a sand clone to inform the commanding officer about this incoming threat. Their forces needed to be rallied and prepared for an attack. The other outpost had to be warned that they might suffer an attack of their own. Fortunately, thanks to the minefield, they still had about 5 minutes before the IWA ninjas hit them. It really slowed them down. One silver lining in this whole situation. In any case, their original plan was a bust. There would be no hitting the IWA camp during the night. Not from this compromised position. The incoming IWA army was not a probing attack. It was meant to wipe this outpost out. He couldn't have that. Gaara created a platform of sand before stepping onto it and had it fly into the air, a trick Ren suggested, and he absolutely loved using. His expression turned grim as he flew toward the borders, intending to deal with the ambush party himself. He wasn't really interested in any stupid order the commanding Jonin might come up with for him. Time for plans was over. And, he would be lying if he said he wasn't curious how effective the other suggestions Ren gave him about using his sand would be in practice. Behind his stoic expression, a slightly unhinged glint appeared in Gaara's eyes. It was time for some creative violence. Even Shikaku eagerly agreed. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 291, Chapter 291. Even Shikaku eagerly agreed. Standing on his floating sand platform with his hands crossed under his chest, Gaara gazed down at the IWA ambush troops scattered across the desert sands full of small craters. A small frown appeared on Gaara's face as his expression turned strange. These IWA people. Their main army had been struggling with the mines just 3 days ago, and yet, they still had the courage to just carelessly run straight in. Gaara didn't know if their commander should be praised for being daring or berated for being dumb. No matter. Their current distraction as they tried to regroup without triggering any more mines was to his advantage. An amused glint passed through his eyes. Really? He resisted the urge to shake his head. His timing was great. They were sitting ducks right in the middle of the minefield. Outstretching his right hand, Gaara's fist opened as if he was grasping at something while he aimed it toward them and intensely focused, ignoring the feeling of eager anticipation coming from his new seal. Grand Feat Burial. Gaara ominously whispered as he felt his chakra seep into the sands below, without the IWA ninjas noticing until it was too late. Sand underneath their feet sprang up, destabilizing their footing while burying their feet ankle deep. Many IWA ninjas managed to react in time, jumping up, using earth chakra to reinforce their feet, or doing something else that saved them from the impending consequences. But many were too slow as Gaara's hand crisply closed back into a fist with a snap, and with it, the feet of over 150 IWA ninjas were crushed. Ren recommended that he should not focus on fully crushing his opponent, but rather, he could aim to incapacitate. Crushing a limb might as well end the fight, just as well, while it required way less chakra and sand. Gaara had to admit, he was too focused on grand, big, and impressive overkill techniques. But looking at the IWA forces in disarray, panicking and screaming in pain, he had to admit that subtler uses of his sand techniques were satisfactory, too. He didn't wait for the IWA ninjas to regain their wits. Right after his fist closed and the sand below compressed, he instantly pulled his hand back, and his chakra lashed out. From the sandy ground underneath the IWA forces, thousands of thin, hardened sand needles started to shoot upward, missing the ninjas whose feet were crushed because most of those had already fallen on the ground. Instead, it was those experienced ninjas who had realized the attack was coming and jumped up that were the target. It was the perfect opportunity. Up in the air, there would be no use of earth techniques to counter it. Around 80 more IWA ninjas were changed into porcupines by multiple sand needles while several dozen failed to block at least one and suffered a wound for it. Yet, hundreds still managed to defend themselves properly. Gaara's eyes narrowed. Clasping his hands together, he let out a grunt. Vast sea of sand. He muttered, reaching deep into the seal to power the technique up. Shikaku, the Tsundere Tanuki, eagerly provided, and Gaara didn't even notice as his eyes changed to resemble Shikaku's. The sands pulsed, and the IWA ninjas screamed and scrambled in fear. Driven by a sudden burst of intense negative emotions due to using the Bijou chakra, Gaara savagely grinned as his chakra flared, actualizing the technique. Like waves in the stormy sea, the sand surrounding them rose high above their heads out of nowhere, like a tsunami about to crash onto their heads. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze for many of them as the vision of certain death stared them in the eyes, and the waves covered even the sun, causing the IWA battalion to be engulfed in dark shadows. Gaara leaned slightly forward, and his eyes slightly widened in a silent anticipation as his breath slightly hitched. With this attack, he might be able to destroy all of the remaining IWA ninjas from the 500-strong force. He inwardly started to wonder if not insisting on joining the main battlefield was a mistake when, suddenly, he felt a pulse of foreign chakra spread through his sand. Then another. And another. Dozens more started to quickly join it, and Gaara began feeling the strain as his considerably massive chakra soon struggled against a conglomeration of over 100 different earth-natured chakras, all working in tandem. We are not losing this fight, brat. Shikaku yelled in Gaara's mind, and his chakra flooded out of the seal, flushing through Gaara's body with enough force to make him gasp. For a moment, a fear that Shikaku was trying to break out flashed through Gaara's mind, but no. Shikaku's chakra quickly joined the energy tug of war and reinforced Gaara's chakra, trying to push back against the chakra of the IWA forces. But even then, the mental battle was short-lived. It all took barely 3 seconds. Jinchuriki or not, his Biju's help or not, they simply found they could not win it. Not against those numbers. Shikaku was too restricted by the seal to do more than make it way more challenging for the IWA ninjas. For the first time in his life, the bewildered Gaara experienced losing control of his sand as it hardened due to the foreign earth chakra that invaded it and dispersed his own chakra. Quickly, the massive, tsunami-like waves of sand started solidifying into rock, much to the elation of the IWA ninjas. It only caused them to grow more motivated, and their push against Gaara's chakra intensified. From the surface, their chakra spread deeper and deeper into the sand. The previous sandy tsunami had been changed into huge walls of rocky jagged cliffs under the influence of their chakra and was shielding them from the still swirling sands outside. Gaara coldly smiled, suddenly letting go of his control over the sand. He had gathered the sand from the immediate surroundings, and the IWA forces forgot they stood in the middle of. As Gaara's chakra's pushback disappeared, the IWA forces' chakra invaded the remaining sand with blinding speed, and it abruptly reached all the exploding seals Gaara had gathered from the minefield and kept buried in the waves for a follow-up surprise attack. Abruptly, the chakra reached them, and the seal tags all went off at once. As clumped as they were together, their power amplified, causing a massive earth-shattering explosion to ring out. The jagged rocky cliffs that were supposed to act like a shield instantly turned into a deadly cage as the immense force of the explosion shattered them and sent shrapnel made of hard and sharp rocks back at its creators. Dozens of experienced IWA ninjas swiftly kneeled on one knee and slammed their palms onto the ground in desperation. A split second later, a massive earth dome covered all the IWA ninjas, shielding them from the merciless hail of shrapnel that continuously rained on it and the shockwaves that smashed against its surface, causing continuously repairing cracks to appear and disappear one after another. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he observed the situation through a sand eye. He had it positioned directly above the IWA forces, so despite the massive, crumbling rocky walls around them, he could see what was going on inside. Begrudgingly, he had to admit that his surprise attack was not as effective as he hoped. Only the first two attacks caused satisfactory casualties. Once the IWA ninjas mobilized, his last technique was practically a titanic waste of chakra. It didn't manage to wound even one enemy. As trapped as they were in their own earth dome, he could not even surprise attack them from the ground, as they had turned it into rock. It would take him considerable time to grind through it with his sand. But it was useless to try. Before the war kicked off in full, Ren had warned him and his siblings that most IWA sensors sense things through chakra in the ground. Maybe if he were up against only one, he might have sneaked something through their perception. But Gaara highly doubted there was only one in the enemy group. Especially when, according to Ren, the earth sensing was a learnable skill for those who practiced the earth release to at least a somewhat competent degree. The more Gaara experienced facing it, the less he liked it. It was yet another way the IWA ninjas countered him. Thankfully, Ren also informed them of the weakness of this kind of sensing. They could not sense what was not touching the ground. Gaara's expression changed back to its usual stoic and emotionless look as he started to gather sand in the air high above the Iwa's protective earth dome. With his will, he shaped and compressed the sand, creating hundreds of sharp lances out of it, all aimed downward. And now, we wait. Gaara disgruntledly thought, resisting the urge to look westward where the other, most likely also attacked outpost was located. Despite his worries, he knew he had to fully focus on the enemy in front of him. The second IWA ninjas opened their dome, his sand lances in the air were going to make them into skewers. He only hoped it would be enough to quickly end the fight so he could go reinforce the other outpost. His fellow Suna ninjas from the eastern outpost were no doubt already on their way here, so he could leave whatever remained of these IWA forces to them. With his plan mentally made up, Gaara settled down to patiently wait, and he wasn't left waiting for long. 3 or so minutes later, the earth dome cracked, and Gaara's fingers twitched, making the sand lances in the air pull a bit back in preparation to be hurled forward. The cracks slowly spread, the technique was at its limits. But before the Earth's dome could crumble, a massive molten lava bullet tore it wide open from the inside with a deafening roar before rising high into the air and flying straight through Gaara's pre-prepared sand lances. Due to the heat, the lances instantly turned into glass and shattered in short order as Gaara lost his control over them. Reaching its highest point, the lava bullet abruptly detonated, and Gaara's eyes widened before he had to hurriedly hurl his sand platform backward as several smaller, molten rocks started to haphazardly rain over the surroundings, with one accidentally heading straight at him. Its speed was so swift and the attack so unexpected that it almost grazed his sand platform as he steered it upward to evade the lava bullet. It still turned the platform's underside into glass as it passed below it, and Gaara almost completely lost control over his means of flight. It took all his focus to keep the platform shakily in the air while he panically guided it toward the ground. Despite his effort, the landing was still rough, and Gaara was sent tumbling across the sand. Ugh. With a groan, he pulled himself up and slowly stood up, ignoring the sting of pain coming from his bruised back, while still wondering what the hell had just happened. Blinking, Gaara's instinct suddenly flared, and he swiftly swapped places with a hastily made sand clone just a second before his previous position, and the sand clone were hit by another lava bullet from behind. "So you are the bastard that caused us so much trouble, huh?" Gaara heard a cocky, female voice with an undertone of fury enter his ears as he turned toward it, and saw a black-haired kunoichi glaring at him with a ferocious grin that promised violence. "I expected somebody less wimpy looking," she snarked, and the temperature in the surroundings suddenly rose a notch. Chapter 292, Chapter 292, Small Skirmish, Lava vs. Sand. Kuratsuchi was annoyed. She had begged her grandfather to let her fight in the main battle against Sunagakure, yet he forbade it and assigned her to some insignificant sneak attack instead. "You can gain valuable experience there, and it is going to be much safer there," he said. Bullshit. Kuratsuchi would like to scream at him right now. It was totally safe. At least, until they freaking ran straight into a minefield, and the ground started exploding underneath their feet. Their commander was an absolute moron. Even she had heard about the problems with buried explosives the main army was having 3 days ago. And she didn't pay much attention to these issues in the first place. And when she complained, tried to advise caution, she was told, "I don't care whose granddaughter you are. While you serve under my command, you will listen to my orders. I have more experience than you, and I know what I am doing, girl." Because, of course, the arrogant dipshit just couldn't stomach the idea that a teenage girl might have a better idea about how to lead than his 40-year-old stupid ass. Not that she would get an opportunity to tell him, "I told you so," anymore. He was one of the first ones who stepped on a mine, and his shredded torso was now decorating these godforsaken sand-filled lands. But that wasn't all. Oh, no. That wasn't even the start. Safe, her sexy ass. Then some sand-controlling freak had to show up, and Kuratsuchi almost had her feet crushed. Only the extremely annoying training in instinctively using the earth chakra to harden her body that her grandfather had put her through since she was a child had saved her. It still hurt like hell. Even now, she felt a faint sensation of pain coming from her feet, but at least she ended up better than the many poor sods who had them crushed and were now useless, rolling on the ground. But the sand snorter was not done. He just had to continue with an admittedly impressive large-scale techniques, causing mayhem as their casualty count increased. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi had managed to rally some earth users when the towering sand waves surrounded them, and they pushed that attack back. The resulting explosion was unexpected, but no big deal. A joint earth dome dealt with it. Defense and explosives were a village's forte. As if some half-assed explosives could bring the proud IWA ninjas down. The previous minefield incident did not count. That was a sneak attack. Absolutely unsporting behavior that only honorless snakes high on special sand would employ. What kind of ninja uses sneak attacks like that? As she warily watched the redhead from Suna standing back up, Kuratsuchi's irritation increased. At least, once she got a second of breather to concentrate and bring forth her lava release properly, the tables had reversed. Still, his stoic, deadpan expression annoyed the hell out of her. She then noticed him giving her a measured look, and for a brief split second, his eyes flickered to the top of her head. Her eyebrows furrowed for a moment, but then her expression donned a look of realization as she made a mental connection with her previous comment about him being wimpy-looking. She realized the red-headed midget bastard had just compared their heights and found her wanting. Her temper flared, and her face went angrily flushed. She was Inoki's granddaughter, so her height was always a touchy issue for her. Admittedly, as cool as her grandfather was, his genes did not bring to the table a lot of potential for growing up into an imposing figure. "Name's Kuratsuchi," she grumpily said with a scowl. "Remember it. It's the name of the person who is going to beat the shit out of you, you sand bastard." Her body tensed, ready for a sudden attack. "My parents were married, though," Gaara replied with a cluelessly confused expression. He even visibly tilted his head and gave Kuratsuchi a strange look, making her speechless for a moment. But inwardly, she was a bit relieved as she realized he was not going to engage her in combat straight away. He probably needed to gather his sand for the next big offensive, and that was why he opted to talk with her. He was buying time. But that suited her just fine. She also needed some time. The lava release technique she was using to heat up the surroundings around her was not easy to keep up. It was a new one, too. She had gotten the idea when some jutsu scrolls from Konoha were sent to IWA by their spies. One of them had a D-rank technique for raising the body's temperature. A very convenient thing for cold nights in the wilderness. But for Kuratsuchi, it was an inspiration. If normal chakra could do that, why couldn't she do something similar with her lava release and make a searing killing field around herself? It sounded so friggin' cool. Sadly, the technique was not yet finished. She didn't expect to use it here, but even in its current state, it still managed to glassify the sand around her and deny her opponent an easy way to attack her. So, despite how hard it was to keep it up, she was still using it. After all, she was here to give her boys the necessary time to retreat. If she could kill the red-headed bastard, then great, but if not, then whatever. As long as she bought enough time, all would be just peachy. The surprise attack was in the dumpster anyway. Retreating from a bad engagement was also a kind of win. You are kind of special, aren't you? Kuratsuchi mockingly asked with a smirk after realizing that the redhead's confusion was, in fact, sincere. Was he an idiot? Gaara blinked, obviously thinking about her words for 2 seconds before he nodded and impassively replied. Don't worry. I am sure your family also considers you special. Kuratsuchi's smirk became a little strained, and her eyes narrowed in irritation. She opened her mouth to throw another remark at him, but then sand rose and formed into 5 figures of the redhead around her. They aimed their hands with outstretched fingers straight at her, and her eyes widened as sand bullets shot toward her. She got a bad premonition, and her perception of time slowed down as her senses sharpened due to danger. Her technique worked, and the sand bullets turned into glass before they could reach her, but that didn't matter much. The kinetic energy behind them did not change, and the now glass bullets still almost ripped into her. Only a last-minute throwing herself onto the ground and rolling away saved her from becoming a pincushion. Kuratsuchi's roll transitioned into a crouch, and she swiftly stood up, her hands joining in a hand seal for a lava bullet, only for her eyes to widen. You gotta be shitting me. She urgently exclaimed as she saw the massive swirl of sand in the air and realized what was coming next. The sand twisted together and formed hundreds of lances before they hurled themselves straight at her and the area around her. Gritting her teeth, Kuratsuchi's chakra flared as she smoothly changed her hand seals, and instead of a lava bullet, walls of magma sprang up around her, protecting her from the rain of sand lances that glassified upon contact before shattering against the walls. Not at all happy with the immense chakra expenditure it required to switch techniques mid-cast like this, Kuratsuchi coldly snorted as her mood turned upset. She put her chakra-protected palm against the extremely hot surface of the magma walls and used yet another technique she created based on these nifty jutsu scrolls from Konoha. One of these scrolls could be placed on an earth wall after creating one, and it would sort of explode outward. Kuratsuchi was instantly in love with that one and created her own version. She flexed her chakra, and the magma walls around her instantly exploded outward with a lot more lethality than just a normal earth wall. Gaara's eyes widened, and he quickly formed a swirling sand shield in front of him, using a massive amount of sand to stop the molten rock shrapnel from reaching him as it rained all around in a 100-meter radius. Both combatants lost sight of each other, but Gaara didn't hesitate for a second. A tendril of sand formed and snapped like a whip toward his opponent's previous position, and even as he felt he lost control of parts of it due to the heat turning it into glass, he ignored it. A moment later, he heard a pained grunt as he felt his whip impact something soft, and a sense of satisfaction filled him. It lasted only a second as, through his sand, he sensed a strange flavor of earth chakra in the thing he hit. And then 2 hands sprang up from the ground, catching his ankles. The world froze for a moment. And then Gaara's ankles instantly became glass alongside his feet and lower legs, followed by his body turning into sand and destabilizing, showing that he was just a sand clone. Kuratsuchi popped out of the ground, feeling that the earth clone she had left in her original position had also destabilized. It was just a decoy, and she didn't exactly fill it with a lot of chakra. She clicked her tongue and looked to the right, where the red-headed bastard rematerialized in a swirl of sand. Her hands neared each other, and she was about to spit a lava bullet his way, but she stopped herself just before forming the first hand seal. Her lips settled into a frown as she thoughtfully looked into the distance behind Gaara. Sighing, she let her hands fall back next to her body. Let's end this here, sand bastard. Her fellow ninjas were no doubt already evacuated, and the sand ninjas were about to arrive. If there was one thing her grandfather had beaten into her stubborn head, his words, not hers, it was to never fight a losing fight if it could be helped. Fuck you. Giving Gaara a mocking salute, Kuratsuchi disappeared into the ground, leaving Gaara staring blankly at the spot where she had stood just a moment ago. He had finally gathered enough sand and chakra for a massive counterattack that he believed could go through her annoying defense that countered his techniques, and now she decided to run away. He felt a bit cheated as Shikaku angrily yelled at him in his head about how uncool his Jinchuriki looked. Somewhat annoyed, Gaara cut the connection between his mind and the seal, instantly shutting up the Shikaku's voice in his head. Chapter 293, Chapter 293, Turning of the Tables. Great job. With the Iwagakure's offensive pushed back, we are in an amazing spot. Ebizo said in a pleased tone as various important officials, or at least those who survived the battle, gathered around a table in the command tent on top of the giant rock. Most of them looked dead tired on their feet, but except for those injured or suffering from chakra exhaustion, they still gathered here to hear what would be the next step. Temari, for example, was pretty much using Ren's body to support her weight as she leaned on him, her eyelids dropping from sheer exhaustion now that the tension of the battle drained out of her body. She had used an enormous amount of chakra, keeping the center of the battlefield in a stalemate, and the effects showed. She was on the verge of chakra exhaustion when Ren met her after the battle, and since then, he has been slowly infusing his chakra into her to keep her going. That and the amused glances from other, more experienced people around the table were the only things that gave her the stubborn determination to hang on and not give them the satisfaction of seeing her fall asleep during a meeting. Nevertheless, Ren had to poke her from time to time when he saw that her eyes stayed closed for a bit longer. Fortunately for everybody involved, Inoki ordered a retreat around an hour and a half after the battle had started. He had seen that it was going nowhere and decided to cut his losses. His ninjas were not losing, per se, but it was obvious he would not be winning anytime soon either. Ren was actually surprised. He definitely expected to get into a fight with Inoki. The man looked downright pissed, and he no doubt wanted to take some potshots at the Tsunegakir's troops with his dust release ever since he had started watching. But the old man kept his cool, and in the end, he flew away once the IWA army safely retreated far enough without Suna forces pursuing them. Then again, watching the battle, Ren had realized one important thing that did not compute for him previously. The Suna forces were holding very well, and the IWA forces did not get the necessary momentum to push through. Inoki could at best keep trading the lives of IWA ninjas for the lives of Suna ninjas. And, sadly, that was a very viable strategy, one used a lot in previous ninja conflicts. But here, he didn't need to do it. It would accomplish nothing. You only try to waste the enemy's manpower by sacrificing your own troops to dissuade them from attacking you. And as Ren looked at the two armies clashing, it came to his mind that the Suna army, the 7,000 ninjas were all that Tsunegakir could currently field while also having enough ninjas to do missions, garrison the outposts, protect the village, and fulfill numerous other duties that the village had to uphold. But the 8,000 IWA ninjas on the opposing side. He heard that IWA was preparing for a major offensive against Konoha back in their village. Those ninjas over there were just what IWA could spare to half-heartedly throw at Suna to keep them occupied. Realizing that, any previous notion he had of Suna going on the offensive against IWA became laughable. Suna just came out of a financial crisis, and unlike in the canon, they did not have 3 years to recover. They barely had a few months before this war started. Plus, due to the butterfly effect that Ren's presence had caused, their financial crisis lasted 3 years longer. Their situation became that much more precarious because of that. Tsunegakir troops were not going to go anywhere anytime soon. They could barely spare the manpower for self-defense. IWA could sit in the Land of Fangs, where they had retreated, and continuously send smaller teams to harass the Suna forces in the Land of Wind. That would keep them sufficiently occupied to prevent them from reinforcing Konoha. Pushing through and establishing a foothold in the Land of Wind would have been preferable and more beneficial for IWA, but losing that opportunity was not such a big deal because Suna could not properly counterattack, no matter how much they wished for it. It was a bit disheartening to realize that. Now that we push the Iwagakure's main force outside of our borders, the war will probably enter a passive stage where our ninjas will clash in the shadows for an extended period. Ebizo continued in a serious voice as he leaned over the map on the table. Wait, that's it. Kankuro asked, bewildered, only to duck his head in embarrassment as several ninjas looked at him weirdly, some even rolling their eyes. Ebizo chuckled. Yes, young Kankuro. That's it. Inoki can't stay on this front for too long. He will want to lead the main force against Konoha's troops, and he will take many of his more elite troops from this front with him. There wasn't much benefit in fighting against Suna. Konoha's country was far richer. This was just naturally going for a better target, and on top of that, for Inoki, the conflict against Konoha was personal. It was some sort of cultural bullshit about ninja honor that Ren didn't understand. Something about them feeling the need to repay Konoha for winning the previous war. Ren inwardly hummed and decided to stop thinking about it. He chalked it up to the IWA people being weird. Namikaze was already dead, so it wasn't like they could get revenge against the men who butchered their people. Iwa's side won't have the necessary manpower for another major push into our borders. Ebizo continued. If they had secured a foothold in a border town and fortified their position, then yes, staying and fighting would have been financially worth it. But as it is now, he shrugged. It's just too much effort for not enough benefits. Man, I wonder if the daimyo is going to be upset that we won the battle. A tired-looking man with a bandana around his forehead dryly chuckled as a smirk appeared on his face. If Ren remembered correctly, that was one of the commanders from the left wing. An important one from one of Tsunegakir's clans. But as for his name, Ren had honestly forgotten it. That was a bit awkward. Several more ninjas exchanged amused smiles and chuckles, baffling the younger and less experienced ninjas in the room. Taking pity on them, Ebizo decided to explain. With the war entering this skirmishing in the shadows stage, IWA will try to infiltrate the Land of Winds with several teams that will act like bandits and saboteurs. Contrary to what you might think, it would have been more comfortable for the merchants if IWA troops had actually pushed us back and had taken territory. Sure, the civilian merchants and nobles would have to pay fees to them, but that would also mean the IWA ninjas would have to act with restraint toward their temporary golden goose. The bandana-wearing man grinned at Kankuro. It's funny because our victory here will probably result in more costs for the nobles and merchants in the future. They will have to hire our ninjas to protect them against the threat of raiding IWA teams. And they will do it, but they will also hate it a lot. I bet some of the daimyo's officials definitely wished we would lose here. This is some complicated shit. Kankuro muttered to himself, but it was loud enough that everybody in the room heard him and subconsciously nodded in agreement. Even Ren found himself nodding. He preferred it when he didn't need to think about the consequences of every little stupid event because it affected the world on a wider scale, either politically or economically. It almost made him wish he were reincarnated in the Potterverse instead. He could have had fun with magic, enjoyed a magical boarding high school experience, and could have just somehow given Dumbles the intel on Horcruxes so he would not need to deal with the whole Voldy situation himself. Then again, he wouldn't have met Hinata, Ino, or Temari if that were the case, so that kind of evened it out, he guessed. We don't need to worry about that. Ebizo shook his head, and Ren inwardly reeled as he was reminded that he was in an important meeting right now and he should not daydream. As long as our border outposts and patrols stand, we should defend against the Iwa's infiltration teams with moderate success. A beaming, content smile spread on Ebizo's face. We couldn't be in a better position than this. I am very proud of what you have achieved here today. This war should be simple for us from here on. I think we all deserve to celebrate this monumental. A ninja suddenly intruded on the meeting, walking into the tent with a grim face and urgency. I have an important report. He saluted as most eyes turned toward him. The western and eastern outposts closest to this position were attacked during the battle. Lord Gara managed to fend off the attacking IWA force to the east before they could reach their target, but the western outpost. He trailed off with a small grimace, causing the previous elated mood in the tent to instantly vanish. The IWA ninjas somehow managed to quietly bypass the minefield, and our forces stationed in that outpost were taken off guard. The casualties were massive. He finished, and with every sentence, Ebizo's beaming smile became more and more strained. Suna was already having manpower issues. Hearing that hundreds of their ninjas were either dead or injured was not a pleasant revelation. An oppressive silence spread in the tent as everybody was digesting that information. I see. Ebizo eventually spoke. That's very unfortunate. He wearily sighed. But it is not the end of the world. We will have to reinforce that position again and dash. Another ninja urgently barged into the tent with an alarmed expression that spelled nothing good. Esteemed elder. The border outposts. He was forced to stop and desperately gasp for air, showing that he hurried here as fast as he could. From his haggard and sandy attire, Ren guessed the men ran here all the way from Suna. Many of them along the northern borders failed to check in since yesterday. Ebizo's eyes briefly widened before he went silent as an unhappy frown appeared on his face. That wasn't good. Not at all. During wartime, the border outposts had to check in daily. It wasn't unusual for the enemy to overwhelm one and silently destroy them. In which case, the bordering outposts could go check and report it. But if several went dark all at once, that meant their defenses were breached, and their border on that side was wide open. The IWA ninjas could stream into their country from several unguarded entry points as much as they wished. How the hell did they even know the positions of our hidden border outposts? Ebizo angrily muttered, his frown grimly widening as the atmosphere in the tent turned heavy and defeated. Their previous victory in driving the IWA forces out of their country was instantly negated. What good would it do that the main IWA forces were pushed out of their country when they could just scatter and infiltrate the land of Wind through several now unguarded entry points without anybody even noticing? They were ninjas. They were used to acting independently in small teams. They could easily regroup into a big army deep inside the land of Wind. It was the border outposts that prevented that from happening. But now, it looks like the upcoming Shadow War will be much bloodier and more demanding for us. Ebizo commented with a heavy heart and downcast expression. Feeling a small tugging sensation from the sleeve of his right arm, Ren looked over and met Temari's worried eyes. He gave her a reassuring, if a bit sad, smile and pecked her on the lips, trying to get her mind out of thinking too much about these problems. At least, for the moment. But he didn't offer her any consoling words because what could he really say at this point? They were not losing, but they were not winning either, and Sunagakure went from a winning position to being on the back foot at the drop of a hat. Even he, who only cared about Suna by proxy, because of Temari and the investment he had put into the village, had felt very bad. He couldn't even imagine how much it must suck for the actual Suna ninjas. Pulling Temari into a hug, Ren inwardly sighed as he closed his eyes. Well played, Anoki. I guess this round goes to you. He wryly thought as he caressed her hair while feeling her go slack against his chest as she buried her face in the crook of his neck. In a rising exasperation, he had realized she had fallen asleep on him. Chapter 294, Chapter 294, Jiraiya's Balls and Hinata. The next day, Ren and Temari returned to Sunagakure while Kankuro and Gaara stayed stationed at the borders with a somewhat reduced Suna army. There was nothing more they could do. The army was left there just in case the new IWA commander tried to do some shenanigans, but other than that, Suna scouts would be monitoring their position while the Suna command hoped their army would not just scatter and swarm their territories from those now unguarded spots across the northern borders. Other than that, for the next month, Suna will be busy trying to scramble and patch up the holes in their defenses and putting down the disruptions IWA ninjas will no doubt start causing soon in the northern part of the country. The situation was pretty much cooked, and the only thing Suna could do was damage control. Ren had to give it to Iwagakure and Inoki. He took the possibility of Sunagakure coming to help Konohagakure out of the equation for months with this move. And that's if he didn't have the skeleton force he left behind to do anything but sit on their side of the borders in the land of fangs. But if there was one thing Ren knew about ninjas, they couldn't just sit still and do nothing. A lifetime of training made them men of action. The chances that the IWA army would do nothing were slim. Especially if some ambitious dipshit wishing to rack up accomplishments took over the command. At least, one thing was unmistakably positive. The war had indeed entered a passive state for Suna after just one battle. The next part will be bloody and full of smaller skirmishes, but it has nothing to do with Ren. As a Konoha ninja stationed in Suna, they wouldn't send him on a mission even if they could. Pride was such a peculiar thing, but if it worked in his favor, Ren decided he would take it. For him, barring any unexpected upheavals, the war has ended right here and then. Poor Temari, though. Just because she returned to Suna, it didn't mean she was out of the hot water. Instead, Ebizo threw her into organizing the Suna forces for the next part of the war. Something that made her require at least half an hour in the evening to scream at the mirror in the bathroom in sheer frustration. But, she kind of had it coming. This was exactly the thing she needed to experience and learn if she was to take over the village as its next Kazekage. The joys of command, logistics, and paperwork. She wasn't going to get much free time in the foreseeable future. Pfft. Yeah, Ren decided they could keep their high positions. This Chunin would rather eat a nice meal, relax on the sofa, and read the unimaginative slop they presented over here in this world as a fantasy book. Temari also appreciated having a home-cooked meal ready when she came home in the evening. There wasn't much for Ren to do these days, so he could do at least that much for her. And other than that, he spent his time in the little garden, where Ino or Hinata usually showed up to accompany him. Just like right now. He sat in the armchair in the living room in their house in the little garden, reading the newest edition of Ika Ika Paradise, the fearless leader and her cute assistant. He especially found the Tsunade character amusing, the supposed leader of her village. One could wonder where Jiraiya had gotten that idea, right? Oh, there was also her assistant, Shizan. Ren kind of doubted Jiraiya was going to survive his next visit to Konoha. Not after the steamy threesome scene where his main character, Jiraiya, talked the bright-eyed and thirsty Tsunade into taking her on her desk while Shizun Shizan was playing with Tsunade's chest and making out with Jiraiya. Then again, maybe Jiraiya will survive at least for a little longer. Last Ren heard, the men went on a long, 2-year journey with Naruto and Karina, Ren meant Karen. His bad. Karina was Ika Ika's writer's new co-writer. How could he ever mistake her for somebody perverted like that? But damn, these Uzumaki are something else. Ren inwardly hummed as he realized that it was most likely Karen who had talked Jiraiya into writing that scene. She really hated Tsunade's guts for some reason. Ren had no idea what happened between them. He only knew that taking Sakura as her apprentice was the last straw that broke the camel's back as far as Karen was concerned. She hated the Pinkette's guts due to her past behavior toward Naruto. Then again, Ren's information came mostly from Ino, and that girl was just as big a gossip as in canon. She was just much subtler about it here. So, he couldn't really say what was fake and what was real information. Ino said that Tsunade supposedly suggested the revival of the Uzumaki line, which would mean Naruto would have to have children with many women. Honestly, Ren highly doubted Tsunade did that. She was a part Uzumaki, too, and with her medical ninjutsu, she could still make herself fertile despite her age. If she wanted to revive the Senju or the Uzumaki line, she would start with herself. No. That feud had distinct markings of Danzo's influence. But that dipshit was long dead, so, doing 1 + 1 equaled Sarutobi. Or rather, his friends Hamura and Koharu. On second thought, those two were more likely than the old coot. Ren had no idea if the shitflinger would fling shit even at his student. Ren imagined that creating such a misunderstanding would not be all that hard for those people. It was not like Karen could barge into Tsunade's office and demand answers. Especially not now that she is out of the village with Jiraiya, and Konoha was at war, which made Tsunade busier than ever. Ino only knew about it because she was friends with Karen, and the redhead had a lot of mean words to say about Tsunade in her letters. She really poured her heart out to Ino and complained in a language bad enough to make even a sailor blush. But that was Karen's side of the issue. And she might not have the correct information. Ino had told her as much and advised her to wait and not do anything rash before confirming Tsunade's side, but by then, the new Ika was already on its way to the shelves in the shops. Opsy. Poor Shizun was catching strays. Ren almost regretted that he was no longer in Konoha and couldn't see what faces Tsunade and Shizun would be making when Kakashi showed up with the newest Ika in front of them. Oh, he had no doubt they would find out extremely quickly. A lot of ninjas read that Ika garbage. Especially in Konoha, since it was low-key known that Jiraiya was the writer. Many had the bright idea to look for clues and hidden advice on how to be a better ninja in these books. And Ren learned that from Guy. The precious summer child still believed that's why Kakashi always read that book. It made Ren so bewildered when he found out that he felt honestly embarrassed to correct him. He eventually decided not to. Ignorance was sometimes bliss. Yes. Kakashi was such a great ninja thanks to all the advice he soaked up through Jiraiya's marvelous work. Totally. Anyway, the Jonin might be able to hide it, but the Chunin were not subtle enough. Some of them would throw Tsunade strange or embarrassed looks. And she would absolutely notice. One look would mean nothing, but once it happens again and again. She would start investigating, and from there it is just a hop, jump, and salto while strongly asking her more timid subordinates a few questions. Voila, she would know. But as far as Ren knew, Tsunade's office hadn't suffered any major damage recently, so the woman was most likely still in the dark about this recent masterpiece of literature. For now, with bated breath, he awaited the explosion that was no doubt coming. Suddenly, hearing the door to the room open, Ren raised his eyes from the book and saw Hinata coming in. He smiled at her, only for his lips to settle into a concerned frown as she smiled back a tired smile. He noticed the black circles under her eyes and sighed. Konoha was not yet fully at war. It was in the preparation stages. Ren, Hinata, and Ino's actions in Kumo delayed them quite a lot, and IWA was both busy with their spat against Suna and was also far away. There was still some time before everybody was ready for the war to erupt on that side of the continent. Sadly, war meant more dangerous missions. Despite this time still being the prelude to war for Konoha, Hinata was already extremely busy in the Konoha hospital. The sweet girl refused to give up on a patient. She regularly used multiple clones to treat several people at once. So far, no one died on her operating table under her precious hands, and the Konoha ninjas started to notice. Her reputation soared. They started to hail her as the second coming of Tsunade, much to her annoyance. According to Ino, that annoyance was mutual. Somehow, with her body-reading tricks, Ino managed to glean from Tsunade that the woman both envied Hinata for truly having such an amazing record and deeply admired her because of it. But she also found it embarrassing and upsetting to be compared with it because, well, it made her remember all those people she hadn't managed to save during her early medical days. Which, in turn, made her think about the people she didn't manage to save later on. Which, then, led her to think about the important people in her life she lost and... damn. It was still baffling to Ren how much Ino could tell about a person with a few glances. He wondered what she could tell about him, but at the same time, he'd rather not know. His fragile ego might not be able to handle the blow. Ren put the book down and grabbed the nearest pillow before putting it on his lap and looking at Hinata while patting it in a wordless invitation. Hinata instantly perked up, her smile slightly widening as she sped up her pace while she walked toward Ren. Reaching him, she leaned in for a long kiss, and then, she lay on the sofa while resting her head on the pillow on Ren's lap, watching him with her eyes narrowed in delight. She sighed in contentment, feeling the fingers of Ren's right hand go through her hair as his fingernails started to gently scrape against her scalp. Watching her weary face, Ren inwardly frowned. It was good that she never let anybody in her care die. But her dedication and kindness were clearly taking a toll on her. He didn't like seeing that. Sadly, there was not much he could do to help. Resisting the urge to shake his head, he rested his left hand on her stomach and playfully tapped his fingers right where he knew she was ticklish, making Hinata involuntarily giggle and squirm. With the mood lightened, he stopped before it could become uncomfortable for her and smiled at her again before asking, "How was your day, sweetheart?" Yeah, so I got kinda fed up with writing about the war. I took some time to reevaluate where I go with my writing and decided to shift the angle a bit. The war will still go on, and it will be very important going forward, but I don't think I will put so much importance on armies clashing and whatnot. That will still happen in the background, but I probably won't use much word count to properly describe it unless the main characters are a part of it. I want to do more lighthearted Hinata and Ino content for now. I want to actually get to the whole Akatsuki scheme with Edo Tensei content. And I want to lightly portray the schemes in Konoha, too. I feel I got tangled up with the war, and my writing suffered for it. So, let's see if I can untangle myself, yeah. P.S. Yes, the title was totally intentional. You expected something else, didn't you? LOL. Chapter 295, Chapter 295. What's new in Konoha? How was your day, sweetheart? Absolute disaster, Hinata said in a matter-of-fact tone, showing that she wasn't all that upset about it. I had a hard day at the hospital. First, some genius thought it would be just great to use flammable oil to power up his fire-release jutsu. A bit of peeved exasperation sneaked into her voice as she nuzzled her cheek into the pillow. Obviously, he was no Jiraiya, so it didn't go well for him. I had to stare down his mouth for over an hour because he had third-degree burns on the inside of his throat and mouth. She let out a fed-up sigh, and Ren resisted the urge to chuckle. He could imagine how that might not have been a pleasant experience for either of them. Then, a guy came, bringing 3 of his severed fingers because he wanted to get an edge during the upcoming war, so he practiced a wind technique he was not ready for. Hinata continued, and Ren noted she probably didn't even care if he was listening at this point. She just needed to vent and get it off her chest. At least, reconnecting those wasn't that hard, but merciful sage, was the man a wimp. As I was sewing the fingers back to his hand, he just wouldn't stop whimpering. Even my kid sister has better pain tolerance. How could he be a ninja if he can't even handle having his fingers sewn back to his hand? Could you believe that? HAAA. Indeed. Ren hummed in amusement. He wanted to ask her if she gave him any sort of anesthetic, but the answer to that was kind of self-evident, wasn't it? He wouldn't have been whimpering in pain if she did. Poor guy. Then again, Ren knew that the ninja medics could be quite rough when they thought somebody needed to learn a hard lesson. Ren doubted the man would try a dangerous wind technique on his own in the future. In his previous world, it would probably be counted as medical malpractice. Here, it was a way to get the usually hard-headed ninjas to listen to reason and stop doing dumb shit, so they would not come back for healing every week or so. Even then, it barely worked 30% of the time. And to end my shift on a negative note, there was a skirmish between ANBU and some Kimo scouts that went wrong for our side. They brought me 3 heavily wounded ANBU to heal, so I was 10 minutes late for the council meeting. Something Sarutobi's faction just loved to point out. Hinata huffed in annoyance before turning over to lie on her back so she could look Ren in the face. Ren's lips twitched into an easy smile while his free left hand rose from her abdomen to her face, cupping her cheek and making her slightly blush. Ren affectionately rubbed his thumb over the upper part of her cheek, just below her eye, and Hinata put her own left hand over his, sweetly smiling. Did they make a lot of trouble for you at the council meeting today? Ren asked, enjoying the warmth coming into his palm from her face. They shut up when I told them I was busy saving Asuma's cousin's life. Hinata cheekily answered, and there was something sly about the glint in her eyes. Noticing it, Ren raised an eyebrow at her. Did you? No. She gleefully admitted, her expression oozing self-satisfaction at getting one over people she did not particularly like. He was the only one of the ANBU who came back completely unscathed. But they didn't know that back then. You devious little minx. Ren laughed and weakly pinched her cheek, not enough to sting, only to show affection. You are taking a bad example from Ino. He warmly warned her. They are going to find out and will try to get back at you in the next meeting somehow. Hearing that, Hinata's delightful mood visibly soured, and a trace of something complicated flickered in her expression. That isn't very likely. She reluctantly admitted, her hand slipping from Ren's left hand as she sighed and ran her hand through her hair in a subconscious habitual manner, brushing past the fingers of Ren's right hand. Ren's eyebrows furrowed at that, but before he could ask, Hinata dryly continued. In their infinite wisdom, the Sarutobi's faction pushed for sending me to guard a highly vulnerable position on the borders. You know, nothing major. Just the most likely spot from where the IWA army will come. She snorted in a veiled contempt. They didn't say it out loud, but they are hoping I would recreate the massacre I did against Orochimaru's forces and earn the village an easy win. I am sorry to hear that. Ren replied, trying to sound comforting, but the warm atmosphere between them somewhat cooled under this new revelation. It was unfortunate. Hinata wanted to heal people. She went and massacred the Odo forces because they invaded her home. This was a bit of a different situation, and she most definitely didn't want to kill so many people again. On the other hand, Ren could also look at it from Konoha's perspective. This could indeed be an easy victory for them without spending a lot of their resources. It could be a much-needed windfall, allowing them to focus more on the Kumo's side of the war. That said, Hinata was his wife, so screw Konoha's or Sarutobi's reasons. This was so not cool. It's all right. Hinata replied without a worry. Your training prepared me for it. It won't be that dangerous for me. Who knows? Maybe the IWA army will choose a different route altogether, right? She shrugged. I just find it annoying that they are putting so much responsibility on my shoulders again. Plus, this is a blatant move from Sarutobi's hangers-on to temporarily get rid of my influence in the council. At that, a hint of annoyance returned to her expression. I was opposing a lot of their proposals recently, so I knew some kind of retaliation was coming. I just didn't expect them to do this. She shook her head, chuckling in amusement. They put in a whole lot of effort and called in loads of favors to pull this off. So, you can't refuse. You are still a clan head, no? Don't those have some sort of exemption from having to go to the front lines or something? Ren asked, but it was a rhetorical question. He knew they did. Most didn't make use of it, but it existed. For ninjas, especially clan ninjas, battles and wars were places where they could earn glory and honor. Bullshit like that. It was their culture. So, clan heads usually joined the fighting anyway. It was how Shikaku, Choza, and Inoichi got their clan head positions so young. Their previous clan heads died together on the front lines. I could, but it would make me seem like a coward. Hinata huffed and rolled her eyes. To be honest, if it were just me, I wouldn't care. But I represent my clan. Ren nodded in understanding. He was pleased with her answer. Her uncaring attitude about being labeled a coward was no doubt his influence. It certainly was not something she picked up at home. But her clan, she was kind of between a rock and a hard place there. Ren doubted the current Hyuga clan would resent her if she chose to refuse the order. They loved her too much for that. Well, most of them did. There were a few previous main family clansmen who hated her guts, but even those grudgingly accepted that the times had changed and that she was the best thing that could have happened for the Hyuga clan in its entirety. A lot of it had to do with how lenient Hinata had been with them. They still had their wealth. They were not executed willy-nilly. Only those who harmed the clan or the clan members lost their heads, and the blame was not shifted to their closest family members either. For most of them, their life barely changed outside of losing their privileged status. As for the former branch family members, life was never better for them. Hinata ensured they were all taught the secret main family techniques, bringing the Hyuga clan's combat effectiveness to a new height. She changed the way the clan funds were spent and executed the elders who were embezzling part of those funds in the past. The economic situation of the branch family members improved overnight, and they knew exactly whom to thank for it. She even allowed and encouraged those with talents for ninja arts outside of the Hyuga clan's usual expertise to go for it and learn. Even Hanabi started to learn lightning ninjutsu, trying to imitate her big sister despite having earth affinity. Hinata only let that be because Hanabi was young, and she found her efforts adorable. And while the rules about marrying outside the clan were not entirely dropped, relationships outside the clan were not completely forbidden. Hinata decided it would be highly hypocritical of her to forbid them due to security reasons and bloodline protection when she herself was married to somebody who did not belong to the Hyuga clan. There were regulations and necessary precautions involved, but Hinata decided to simply make belonging to the clan so beneficial that parents would actually want their kids born in those relationships to be a part of the clan. She turned it from an obligation to a privilege. In the past few months, the Hyuga clan went through a drastic transformation. It had already been the strongest and most numerous clan in Konoha before that. Now it was a completely different beast altogether. They were still in the initial stages of their transformation, and in the future, they would only get stronger, but they already started to show a lot of improvement. Just the fact that every Chunin and above had free access to Kaiten and the 64 palms technique was enough to entirely reshape the prowess of the Hyuga clan. Not to mention the rarer and higher-level main family techniques that even most elders usually don't bother learning. Their jutsu library was stacked. And now, everybody in the clan had free access to copies of scrolls from it. The funny thing is, I only opposed the Sarutobi faction's politics as payback for Hiruzen's sending you to the Suna scheme. Hinata continued, not noticing Ren's distracted look. Don't get me wrong, Temari is a sweet girl, but it still pissed me off. Returning to the present, Ren olishly blinked as he refocused on the conversation. I even told him as much to his face. Hinata giggled, he looked really sour back then. So much obstruction from my side, and it was, to him, for such a silly reason. I am not all that surprised he went the extra mile to get me out of Konoha. A smile spread across Hinata's face as she locked her eyes with Ren's in a mischievous look. What they don't know yet is that I have a Uno reverse card prepared for them. Her eyes deviously glinted. Can't make it that easy for them, can I? I am dropping this story there in favor of writing something new. I need a change and decided to do this after a long deliberation. I will post the remaining 30-ish chapters in the same format as before, so you will get 5 chapters a week until I run out. The new story will be available in a month. 2 or 3 weeks. Around there. My plans for now is a multiverse-type story because I wanted to try that for a long time, and my last attempt was a bit, well, pathetic. That's it. I just wanted to inform you. Have a nice day. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Hinata's Uno reverse card. Uno reverse card, Ren's lips twitched. That simple card game served them well when they were bored during slow, cozy evenings together. Yet, hearing such a phrase come from the mouth of a kunoichi was still a bit strange for him. Not paying much attention to the small fluctuation in Ren's mood, Hinata continued, I intend to appoint Ino as my stand-in for the Hyuga seat. Unfortunately for Sarutobi, Bimbo has a much bigger bone to pick with him than me. She chuckled, her voice carrying an underlying sense of spiteful mirth. Ah. Ren understood. Her plan wasn't some layered, complex scheme that even an old mastermind and strategist like Sarutobi would not see coming. Instead, it was a relatively simple case of putting an even bigger obstacle in her place out of sheer spite. Hinata opposed them a lot, but she was a busy person. She had a clan to look after, hospital work to manage, a boyfriend, a sister, a father, and a few friends to spend time with, in addition to keeping up with her experiments and training. Where would she find the time and desire to make Sarutobi her priority? Ino, however, was different. Not only did she take her grudge against the men more personally, but she also had way more free time than Hinata. She actually listened when Ren gave his students the lecture about the benefits of slacking off. Her chosen profession in the ninja ranks was far more relaxed. Konoha did not have that many captured enemies for interrogation. It wasn't like the hospital where injured people came and went all the time. For Ino, it wasn't unusual to do her work in 2 to 3 hours, and then spend the rest of the day just sitting in her office on a coffee break, with nothing to do. She could definitely spare the time and effort to make Sarutobi's life miserable. She was already doing her best in that regard by secretly helping his grandson prank him. But that was just a minor annoyance at best for the old man. Well, as much as finding dog poop under his pillow in the evening could be called a minor annoyance. Bless Konohamaru and his childish gullibility. Some of the things Ino had the kid do. Then again, it wasn't as if she was taking advantage of him too much. She was low-key giving him good ninja training to pull off the pranks. Successfully pranking a god of shinobi was not easy. The last time the kid almost managed to nail his grandfather in the face with a cake, right as he was leaving his office. Sadly, the men showed his extensive ninja experience and ducked at the last second, causing the cake to land on Koharu's face instead. Poor Konohamaru was still grounded for it. This seat on the council, however. That's where the real punches could roll in. Hinata pretty much gave Ino the keys to the kingdom alongside the carte blanche to do whatever she wished. Now she could truly start throwing hands. But can you even do that? Ren questioned, give the Hyuga council seat to a non-Hyuga, I mean. He couldn't imagine there wouldn't be all sorts of rules against that. Hinata deviously smirked and looked at Ren with big, innocent eyes, I can now, thanks to you. Me. Ren's eyebrows furrowed, but Hinata did not give him time to figure it out. Yes. You married us both, so technically, we are family. Hinata playfully poked Ren in the stomach. That neatly invalidates any possible protest anybody can have. Not even Sarutobi can say anything, considering it was he who married us in the first place. Ren gave the girl lying in his lap an exasperated look with a hint of admiration hidden in his expression as he continued to caress her hair. Yeah. Sarutobi was probably not going to be happy about Hinata's interpretation of the village's laws. Was she correct? He had no idea. Could be. He only knew that nobody had ever done anything like this. But that's what made her plan great in the first place. They would not even think about this possibility until it is too late. The idea that a clan seat would be given to somebody outside of the clan, even if only temporarily, was pure madness in their way of thinking. The best part, Hinata blissfully sighed and closed her eyes, is that they won't be able to get rid of Ino the same way they did with me anymore. It would be far too obvious. It was a move they could have used only once. They don't have enough political capital to push through the Hyuga clan again when the Ino-Shikacho alliance will absolutely stand behind Ino, too. And will your clan be okay with that? Ren worriedly asked. There was no way this wouldn't cause some friction. More or less. Who cares, really? Hinata huffed, I didn't put so much effort into making the clan better, just so some idiot with an inflated ego can dictate what I can and cannot do as the clan head. I am not my father. She dryly said, and Ren inwardly winced, involuntarily feeling a bit bad for Hayashi. That was not very fair to the men. He did his best. On the other hand, Ren remembered that he was always a bit of a stuck-up asshole, so his bad feelings quickly dried up. They didn't have a great relationship. Hayashi already hated that Ren had used his position as her teacher to seduce his little girl. But when he married both Ino and Hinata at the same time. Let's just say there was a reason why he wasn't invited to any family dinner at the Hyuga compound. It didn't help that Hanabi supposedly liked to tease Hinata about her boyfriend, according to Ino, who was a frequent visitor at the Hyuga compound nowadays. Ren suspected she did so, just to enjoy how Hayashi's expression twisted into a new shade of sour every time Ren was mentioned and Hinata blushed. Ren opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly, the door to the room flew open, and Ino merrily waltzed in while humming a tune under her nose, only to stop in her tracks upon seeing Ren and Hinata on the couch. She slowly blinked before her lips stretched into a mischievous grin. Yo. What are you two doing? Foreplay. Does it look like that? Hinata dryly deadpanned, waving her free hand over her clothed form. I don't know. Ino nonchalantly shrugged as she reached the armchair and flopped into it. It could be some new, kinky, emotional thing since you are involved. Sage knows that clothes make no difference for you, Mrs. Hyuga. Too used to Ino's usual brand of teasing, Ren simply chuckled as Hinata's eyes narrowed, and calmly answered to stave off the impending argument between the two girls. We were just talking about Hinata's day and what's new in Konoha. Oh, did she already brag about her little conversation with the Hokage? Ino perked up, and Hinata let out a long sigh. Sensing something juicy, a faint smirk appeared on Ren's face as he ignored the small pleading look Hinata threw at him. No. He gave the girl in his lap a meaningful look. Weirdly enough, she didn't mention anything. Almost as if she were embarrassed. Ino leaned closer, her voice becoming sweeter. Now that you mention it. Ren trailed off and nodded in mock seriousness. You both suck. Hinata groaned and turned over to face away from Ren. It's nothing important. She grumpily continued, we are at war, and certain precautions need to be taken. So, Tsunade offered me the position of her successor. Oh. Ren got taken aback. He didn't expect that. Still, this was huge. Out of all the ninjas in Konoha, Tsunade had chosen Hinata. Congratulations. I told her to fuck off. Hinata plainly confessed, making Ren speechless. It took him a moment to react. I would expect that answer from Ino. Hey. Ino protested, but she was ignored by both Hinata and Ren in favor of things that mattered more than her fake indignation. Hinata awkwardly smiled at Ren. Strangely, I have this feeling that for some reason, it only made her like me more. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, Helping Kankuro. After spending the rest of the day with Ino and Hinata, Ren returned to the Sunagekure the next day. Ino even surprised him by handing him a finished pet project he had given her 2 months ago. She had quite the trouble getting the technique Ren wanted her to develop, working without turning the caster into a vegetable. Ren was starting to lose hope, so it was a pleasant surprise. Now he only needed to coerc persuade Kankuro to be his test subject. Should be easy. The boy usually folded like a wet paper tissue after Temari was mentioned. Walking through the streets of Sunagekure, Ren ignored the slightly gloomy atmosphere that spread through the village, trying to find Kankuro. He had already been at the Puppet Division headquarters, but he was out. So, Ren decided to turn on his sensing techniques and follow the trail of Kankuro's chakra all the way here. Looking at the half-built building in front of him that his senses were telling him was his destination, Ren raised his eyebrow in amusement at the unexpected development. This was the new SCMC headquarters. The Samira's Cool Merchant Company, dreadful name, Ren rolled his eyes upon reading the sign above the front door. The company was a new one, and Samira, or as some might recognize her more under the name of Samui, was trying to build in the land of wind. Recently, her trade caravans were bringing a lot of goods to Sunagekure, and her company had become the biggest beneficiary of the new economic boom in Sunagekure. Everybody prospered thanks to it. The Suna people had goods they never even dreamed would come to their village, and Samira was getting richer and richer. The war and the low-key hostile attitude of the Wind Daimyo only helped her, as some big-time merchants decided that trading with Sunagekure was not worth making the nobles upset, or they temporarily lost access to their suppliers, or the war made the trade difficult in some other aspect. Thus, there wasn't much competition for her in the market right now, and Samui was very eager to make use of the situation. She wanted to entrench her company in the economic foundation of Sunagekure so deep that not even the Kazekage would be able to unlodge it without breaking a hip. Honestly, Ren was quite useless when it came to large-scale economy or running a company. He didn't understand the first thing about it. And he wasn't about to put in the effort into learning about it, either. He was quite ambivalent about it. He recognized that it could be useful to learn this stuff, but at the same time, if he wanted money, he only needed to sell some seals or products from his seals. So, why bother? In a way, he realized he might not be that much different from the other ninjas. It was just, in this world, power was power and money was money. But most importantly, as far as he was concerned, free time was free time. Seeing how busy Samira was keeping her company going, Ren quickly decided that it just wasn't for him. But she was genuinely having fun with it, and Ren was happy that the impassive girl had found a passion for something. He still felt a tad guilty about the mental opsy they had done to the woman. Somebody had to. Especially since there was a snowball chance in hell it would be Ino's conscience that would stir awake one of these days. Shaking his head, Ren walked into the building and involuntarily donned an amused smirk when he noticed Kankuro arguing with the helpless-looking receptionist, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Approaching closer, Ren started to hear the tail end of their talk. What do you mean, you won't be able to accept our order? It's just wood. You are providing wood for half of the building sites in this damned village. He complained with exasperation seeping into his rising, frustrated voice. That might be true, Shinobi-san, but as you have stated, we are already providing this village with an enormous amount of wood. We simply don't have any free stock that's not already contractually promised to somebody else. The receptionist politely explained before adjusting his glasses. I am sorry, but you came too late. Kankuro let out a long, suffering groan and gave the receptionist a helpless, pleading look. Can't you do something? We are at war, for fuck's sake. The puppetry division needs wood to repair our puppets after the recent battle. We are willing to pay a premium, too. Hearing him, Ren inwardly chuckled. Even he knew that this was not going to accomplish anything. He should have asked to see somebody higher up the chain before giving such a proposal. He might have been lucky. But the poor receptionist had his orders, and Ren recognized the man as one of the homeless guys whom he had given some food to shortly before the assassination attempt on him happened. Ren doubted he would deviate from his instructions and risk losing his job. Even if you say that. The receptionist helplessly shook his head, and Kankuro's shoulders slumped as he grumbled under his nose. It wasn't that the puppetry department couldn't get wood elsewhere. Usually, they would send several teams to the borders and simply chop enough trees to replenish their losses. But that would take time. Buying the materials locally now that there was a supplier was infinitely faster and simpler, even if it would cost them money. Their problem had always been that they had enough budget for their needs, but nowhere to spend it. Yet, it seemed they neglected to establish a proper deal beforehand. Trying to get one at the last moment was a matter of luck, and it seemed they were shit out of that particular resource. Deciding to intervene, Ren cleared his throat and greeted the puppeteer, "Hey, Kankuro. Having trouble?" Kankuro quickly turned around, his expression turning into a surprised one. Ren. What are you doing here? He paused before his face lit up as he exclaimed, "Wait. Are you finally looking for a house, so I wouldn't need to keep being so mortified at hearing my sister and you having your fun during the night?" Ren's lips twitched downward. That only happened once. They always used privacy seals that didn't let any sound from the room escape. They had forgotten to activate them only one time, months ago, but Kankuro just couldn't let it go. Ren rolled his eyes at him, ignoring the now embarrassed-looking receptionist. He realized this wasn't even aimed at him, but rather, it was supposed to be a small revenge against the poor receptionist. No. Ren dryly answered, inwardly promising to later sick Temari at him for this. I am looking for you. I need your help with some testing. Excitement filled Kankuro's eyes. The last time Ren needed help with testing, it had been for the wind dome technique, and Kankuro had become a very sought-after teacher for it in the village. He loved it. But then he remembered his current duty and his lips stretched into an awkward and reluctant smile. I don't exactly have time right now. He trailed off in a disappointed tone. Ren glanced at the receptionist, who tried to pretend that he was busy and wasn't listening to them. Maybe I could help you get what you need. He offered, and slyly looked back at Kankuro, who had instantly become wary. He recognized that look. Temari sported it every time she had, permanently borrowed, his stuff. It's going to cost me, isn't it? Kankuro asked with a resigned caution. I'll give you a bro-in-law discount. Ren joked with a shrug. Right. What, instead of an arm and a leg, you will ask only for a leg or something? Kankuro snorted and crossed his arms under his chest with an amused scowl. My internal organs are not for sale, you know. Stop being such a drama queen. Who would want your organs? I bet they aren't even tasty. Ren played along and let out an exasperated sigh. Shut up or I will let Temari decide the price. Kankuro genuinely winced, never mind. Shutting up. He nodded. I will pay. Save me, senpai. He threw his hands up in the air. Well, come on. Ren chuckled, beckoning him to follow. We need to go and see Samira to get you your wood. I doubt the one you get in the morning would be enough to play games with your dolls. He said and got a shove from Kankuro for his efforts to be nice. How rude. Secretly, Ren was delighted about how the situation turned out. He was a bit worried about how to make Kankuro okay with having a technique that messed with his mind tested on him. Especially one created by Yamanaka. Those were notoriously dangerous for anybody who didn't go through the Yamanaka training from a young age. It was one of the reasons why their secret mind arts were never stolen. Anybody who tried it turned into a vegetable. Over time, as more and more attempts failed, ninjas developed a healthy caution of mind techniques. Even the shadow clones were not that dangerous, yet only a very few ninjas ever learned them. And those who knew them usually didn't use them all that often. But now that Kankuro had given his promise, he wasn't going to take it back. Besides, Ino always did an amazing job. He was going to survive it. Probably even mentally intact. Oh, I almost forgot you know the Samira chick. Kankuro exclaimed, still blissfully ignorant of the nefarious things Ren wanted to do to him in the near future. You know. Sure, she is some great morning wood material, but I hope that's not what you mean by helping me get the wood I need. Hearing him, Ren returned the shove to Kankuro with a snort. Why? Is it not hard enough for your dolls? Ass. Kankuro replied as they laughed, leaving the bewildered and flushed receptionist behind. Chapter 298, Chapter 298. A nice dream. This is amazing. Kankuro exclaimed as he used the new experimental technique Ren wanted him to test. With amazement, he watched as the puppet in front of him moved without being connected to him via chakra strings, something so far out of the realm of possibility that for the third time in just the last minute, he secretly pinched himself to make sure he was not just having a wet dream. His puppet raised its wooden limb and waved, so smoothly that Kankuro would be hard-pressed to replicate the movement by using chakra strings. He made it spin 3 times before having it do a handstand. Pushing against the ground, he let the puppet do a flip in the air before landing on its feet, while testing if he could control all the installed weaponry systems. Yet, everything worked just fine. With fiery eyes blazing with determination, Kankuro turned toward Ren, breathing hard as his expression twisted with obvious desire. This seal is amazing. He explained and involuntarily took a step closer to Ren, who took a step back and aimed his palm at Kankuro in a stopping gesture. Kankuro's enthusiasm was a bit unnerving. Enough to make Ren feel uncomfortable when the boy was pretty much giving him some weird version of non-sexual bedroom eyes. He inwardly shuddered and wondered if Ino didn't include some weird mental effects in her part of the work to prank him. But no. The sad truth was that Kankuro was just weird. Any mental discomfort or delay between your thoughts and the puppet's movements? Ren asked, inquiring about the mental aspects of the seal because he knew his part of the work on it was naturally flawless. That, and it wouldn't really matter if he had fucked up. At worst, it would just cut the connection between the puppet and Kankuro's mind, making him lose his control over it. There would be no harm done. But if Ino's part had problems, it could potentially be dangerous because it was that part of the seal that affected the mind. It was better to be cautious. No. Kankuro stopped in his tracks and frowned, furrowing his eyebrows as he focused inwardly to look for any sign of a problem. But he couldn't find anything, so he shrugged and continued more calmly than before. I feel fine. As for the delay, it does not seem like it. Everything feels all right. Kankuro hopped a few times while having the puppet squat, marveling at how easy it was to split his focus with whatever Ren had done through the new seal. Ren nodded, tried to channel chakra not into the seal, but rather through it. He pointed at the paper tag stuck on Kankuro's palm, the source of his current control over his puppet. Kankuro briefly wondered why and gave Ren a curious look, but then just decided to do it and find out for himself. Just like Ren instructed, rather than pushing his chakra into the seal to activate it, he tried to reach beyond. His eyes slightly widened in surprise when he could feel his chakra disappear into the seal and come out of the connected seal tag located inside his puppet. With no other purpose or control, the chakra quickly dissipated. Seeing Kankuro's reaction, Ren smiled and spoke again. Now do it again, but this time, try to shape that chakra into chakra strings. The astonished Kankuro did so and couldn't help but quietly mutter, this is fucking wild, under his nose as he molded several chakra strings under his control, all coming from the seal within his puppet rather than from his body. He swiftly connected them to various inner parts of the puppet and realized that with this, he could still detach various parts of the puppet and use them separately. The inability to do that seemed like the only downside of this technique, but now. He gulped as he realized what this meant for puppetry. The old ways might as well die off once these seals became widespread. He could not find even one downside of using the seal over using the normal way of connecting the fingers with the puppet via chakra strings. His inner elation mixed with a strange sensation of loss and reluctance as he remembered the countless hours he spent trying to master moving the puppet with his fingers. Every single movement, every twitch, every fluctuation of chakra did something different, and it took him weeks just to be able to make his puppet walk in a straight line. It was an art. A beautiful thing that required skill. And sure, it was not as if giving the seal to a complete novice meant he could perfectly control a puppet. It would still require training. But the difficulty of using this method was way easier than the normal one. Enough to make all his effort in the past seem like an insulting waste of time. With a conflicted expression, Kankuro turned toward Ren, and he grudgingly asked, what is the range of the seal? His mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't even really say if he hoped for a positive or a negative answer. If the range were very small, then that would mean his past efforts were not in vain, but this new method would turn out to have a very limited usefulness. He couldn't help but think it would be a shame. After experiencing such smooth control of a puppet with nothing but his thoughts, it was truly hard to give it up. But if the range was at least comparable to traditional chakra strings, the ninja field to which he had dedicated his life was going to go through some massive upheavals, and it would never be the same ever again. Completely missing Kankuro's inner struggles, Ren donned a shit-eating grin as he subconsciously raised his nose slightly up, looking very proud of himself as he spoke. It's based on the same principle as the seal that provides fresh water to Suna. So, you tell me. He couldn't help but radiate smugness as he saw Kankuro's jaw drop in the terrifying realization. After all, the boy was there when he placed the first part of the water seal in the river all the way back in the land of rivers. He knew best just what kind of range that seal had at the very minimum. This. Kankuro started but couldn't finish as he was momentarily lost for words. Ren's self-satisfied grin widened as he enjoyed Kankuro's bewildered expression like a fine tonic. It took quite a bit of effort for both him and way more effort for Ino to put it together. He decided he would have to show this memory to the girl. She was no doubt going to enjoy it. After all, everybody enjoyed having their work admired. He slightly leaned forward and awaited Kankuro's further reaction with anticipation. This is insane. Kankuro eventually uttered in a shocked whisper, and Ren owlishly blinked, his grin faltering. Well, his lips twitched, that's not exactly the word I wanted to hear, but all right. I guess it would have to suffice. He deadpanned at Kankuro, who stared at him with pursed lips and his expression slightly twisted. Do you have any idea what this means? He asked, giving Ren a small glare. This was no joking matter, and he needed Ren to understand that. With enough of these seals and that kind of range, we could send remotely controlled armies of puppets at our enemy while the puppeteers could safely sit in cushy chairs all the way back in Sunagakure. He nearly fervently shouted, waving his arms around, not even noticing that the puppet he was controlling did the same. Even if we lose the battle, it wouldn't really matter. His voice cracked, we would lose a few hundred puppets, sure, but our enemy would lose many of their ninjas. Puppets can be rebuilt in weeks with enough money and materials, but good ninjas. They take years to train. This can completely reshape how wars are fought in this world. Kankuro exclaimed, but at the same time, his shoulders slumped in stark contrast to the great future for his village that he had portrayed. Grimacing, he continued. But, once its true power comes out, all of the other 4 ninja villages might just team up to destroy us. Silence spread in the room as Kankuro, breathing hard, blushed and guiltily looked down, clutching his hands together in embarrassment. He might have been a bit too animated there, but he needed Ren to realize just what kind of bullshit he had just created. This was dangerous, damn it. Ren finally let out a sound before huffing and crossing his arms under his chest, okay. But more importantly, I created it so Suna could use it in the mining industry. Mining industry. Kankuro raised his head with a snap, giving Ren an incredulous look as if he had grown a second and third head. He was truly starting to wonder if his brother-in-law was just enjoying screwing with him for kicks and giggles or if he was honestly simply mentally challenged in some way. Yup. Ren nodded with a bright, amused smile. So get familiar with the seal well, future chief miner Kankuro. I will need your help to transform the Sunagakure puppet corps into mining specialists later on. He gave the boy a thumbs up, who almost mentally checked out in sheer disbelief at the absurdity he had just heard. No wonder Konoha wanted to get rid of this madman enough to marry him to my sister despite his skills with sealing. Kankuro mentally stuttered, idly wondering if there was a way to return him back to Konoha like defective goods. Kankuro wistfully sighed while rubbing the bridge of his nose. Temari would never stand for it, but Sage, it started to sound like a nice dream. Chapter 299, Chapter 299. The Mining Revolution. Time slowly went on, and in the blink of an eye, it had been weeks since Ren enlisted Kankuro's help with trying the new seal control method for puppetry. Since there were no problems with it, Ren proceeded to introduce it directly to the puppet corps. Everybody over there had their minds blown, first gaping like children and then getting excited as if they had just gotten a new toy. They flooded Ren with praise, throwing beaming smiles and wide-eyed looks full of admiration at him. Even those grumpy old veterans realized that he had just completely changed the future of their art and couldn't help but acknowledge the achievement. Well, at least, until they heard what Ren intended to do with it. Let's just say they were far less impressed after he revealed he did it to turn their puppet corps into Sunagakure's new mining department. Then, they were silent for a moment before the curses started flying left and right. Bastard this, bastard that. Foreign cur this, gold-digging tree-humper that. And so it went. But that was okay. Ren was resourceful. One great thing about the ninja culture was that their opinions and reluctance did not matter. Ninjas were raised to obey orders, and so, Ren only had to convince the council. Which really only meant he had to convince Ebizo because his faction currently held the majority of the council, so his word was pretty much the closest thing to law in Suna. As long as the old man gave the order, the puppet corps was going to follow it, sour expressions or not. Wrap it up with some nice bullshit like, it's for the greater good of the village, and the majority would even be happy about it, too. It was no wonder that Danzo's rhetoric was so effective. Frankly, the ninjas were no strangers to menial labor. Their D-rank missions were exactly that, and every single ninja did them at one point in time. But for some reason, they hated them with passion. Ren had no idea why. For him, those tasks seemed like an adequately paid vacation when compared to the usual crap ninjas had to deal with on higher-ranked missions. But it was what it was. Most ninjas would rather earn their money by doing a boring escort mission where they would need to be on alert all the time for well over a week, rather than picking up some trash on a training ground and having the rest of the day free. They were weird people like that. Somewhere along the 10th and the 100th punch to the head they suffered during the academy training spars, a few gears probably got knocked loose. Then again, Ren probably shouldn't complain about that when their way of thinking worked in his favor. Getting Ebizo to issue the order to the puppet corps to follow his plan was easy enough. The reason? Money. The thing that made the world spin with a capital M. And the same thing the ninjas were in this bloody mercenary business for in the first place. Ren's plan was quite beneficial for Sunagakure. Samira was building her merchant empire out of Sunagakure, but one village was not big enough for that. She naturally expanded as far into the land of wind as she could. And with that came business deals, business partners, in short, connections. Important merchants, officials, nobles, and more. The crucial part for Ren was her connections with the nobles. Especially those living in the more mountainous regions in the west, where even the desert ended. He had tweaked his detection seal to perceive various rare metals and gained the ability to locate clusters of those in the earth. It was more bothersome than hard. Developing a way to have the seal somehow register gold, silver, and other rare metals was a pain in the ass. But thanks to this, he could find new mineable veins with minimal effort. Better yet, it was a seal, so he didn't need to be the operator. Some unfortunate mook could be put to work, scouring the mountains after a bit of tutoring on what to look for. Suna had enough manpower for that, so why should Ren use his time to do the legwork? In this world, finding new mines was a matter of monumental investment and luck for the nobles. It sounded as if it shouldn't be hard. After all, couldn't the earth-natured ninjas just submerge in the earth and look for newer veins? But no. It wasn't quite that simple. Ninjas who used the hiding like a mole technique or anything similar did not utilize their eyesight underground. Usually, they had a complementary, easy-to-use earth-sensing technique that helped them navigate. Naturally, it worked via the chakra. They could find their enemy or any person above the ground just fine as long as they had chakra. But locating anything natural, anything that was actually supposed to be in the earth, the techniques simply were not built with that function. Ren suspected that the Iwagakure had some specialized earth technique that could do it. There were far too many mines in that country. Yet, at the same time, he didn't think their method was all that reliable. Funnily enough, there were not enough mines for that to be the case. Normal nobles in other countries, however, usually had to use the old-fashioned non-ninja methods of scouring the mountains for ore veins. In this feudalesque era, it took a whole lot of resources and manpower with a huge risk of finding exactly nothing. It was not as if they could dig through an entire mountain. Just imagining the bill for organizing such a thing would give even a great noble heart attack. Sure, a mine was something that could become the financial backbone of a noble family for countless generations to come. Even small iron mines were seen as a massive blessing and looked at with jealousy by the neighboring nobles who didn't possess them on their territory. But as far as investment prospects went, looking for a mine was a pretty shitty one. The people in this world truly did not have reliable ways to find mineral veins. Hence, Ren had Samira contact some less important nobles and offered them a simple deal. He offered the use of his seal to locate new veins for them, but it would cost them. For the next 5 decades, 2% of their annual profits from the new mine would be given to him. Another 2% would go to Samira's trading company. Another 2% would go to the Sabaka clan. And 4% end up with Sunagakure. All in all, he asked for 10% of their profits for the next 50 years. And while some dumber nobles were unhappy enough with that to protest in outrage, at the end of the discussion, there was not even one who refused, even when Samira insisted on Ren's initial terms, no matter how the nobles tried to negotiate. For them, this was an opportunity of a lifetime for their families. Between paying 10% and having a mine, and not paying the 10% and not having a mine, the choice was obvious. As for not paying after getting the mine, there was a reason why Ren did not go to a great noble or the daimyo. Or why he dragged Sunagakure into it by offering them 4% of profits for literally zero work. The less important nobles did not have as much political protection from ninjas as the great nobles did. Better yet, they knew it, too. Stopping the payments meant they could one day, well, not wake with a knife buried in their heart. Sunagakure wouldn't care if their 4% came from the old family head or a new one. If the old one was causing problems, then ensuring a new one could get the reins after being sufficiently warned was also a way to do business. As long as nobody had proof they did it right. Even if a lesser noble family complained, the daimyo would be put in front of a choice to support a lesser noble or support his ninja village. Frankly, even if he absolutely despised Suna, he would still stand behind them in such an issue. Especially if Suna was shown to have the power to find mineral veins for his nobles. That would make the village even more important for his country. After all, from his perspective, while it would be regrettable that such an amazing thing was not in his hands or under his control, there was no reason to make a fuss about it. The daimyo would still get his cut from profits through taxes either way. Coincidentally, this fear of Suna's retaliation if they stopped paying would also keep the nobles from trying to do fukiwaki with the percentage they owed to the other parties. Ren didn't intend to spend his time hounding the nobles for his cut of the money. Outsourcing the problem to Suna sounded like a better idea. But there was more. It was only after all of this that the puppet core's part in the whole thing became relevant. In this world, mining was a very hard and demanding job. Even such a simple thing as train tracks for carts was not common. Trains were a new thing that existed only in the extremely technologically developed land of snow, and so were train tracks. Getting the mined ore from the mining shaft back to the surface took tremendous effort. It was also the thing that was slowing the mining work down the most. So, Ren decided to take advantage of that. He proposed to use puppets to ease the burden. With the seal control method for puppets, the puppeteers could sit in Suna, and as long as they had a puppet in the mine, they could earn themselves and Suna some money while practicing their puppetry. They could even take turns. Maybe devoting 1 hour a day to it per person. It really wasn't going to be a big burden for the puppet core. Ren was a staunch believer in working smarter, rather than harder. The best part? Since they could use chakra strings through the control seals, they could also use storage seals through them. Ren left that one as a little Easter egg for the puppet core to find. He wondered when they would figure it out. But until then, they would simply have to put in at least some effort into it. It had barely been 2 weeks since the first mine started using that service, and at first, the nobles were skeptical. They only agreed to hire the puppet core because Samira included it in the agreement about finding new mineral veins. But now, the Sunagakure was already flooded with requests for puppet users to help out with mining work. The efficiency of work might be nowhere near Ren's previous world, but for this era, it simply went through the roof. The puppets could bring the ore to the surface several times faster with far less effort, so the actual miners could focus on mining and did not need to take so many breaks. Once the nobles realized that, it was a simple thing. Between earning tens of thousands of Rio from their mine a day and earning hundreds of thousands of Rio a day, the choice was obvious. Even if they had to pay ninjas a lot of money for their continuous services. Even those who already possessed mines instantly sent requests for puppets and the help of puppet users when they found out just how big an improvement it was. Suna literally did not have enough puppet users to satisfy the demand. Ebiza was happy, Ren was happy, the nobles were happy, and even the puppet core members started to grumble less once they saw the improvements in their paychecks. It was a bit insidious by Ren, but with this, Sunagakure's future was secured even more. The nobles who tasted the sweetness of increased profits would never want to go back to the previous inefficient methods. It was simply human nature. The war was still raging on, but Suna was experiencing yet another economic boom while its ninjas were fiercely defending the land of wind. Slowly, its importance was becoming entrenched in the country's economy so deeply that not even the daimyo would have a hard time dislodging it. The things Ren did for Temari and her family. Chapter 300, Chapter 300. The sky screeched. Standing on the top of a mountain, Hinata gazed into the distance with her Byakugan as her hair fluttered in the wind. A few kilometers ahead, she watched the IWA army about to finally reach the borders of the Land of Fire after they made her wait for over 2 weeks. With a small sigh, Hinata created a clone and sent it to relay this information to her troops camped a few kilometers deeper in the Land of Fire and to order them to prepare for combat. She was given 1,000 ninjas to stop the Iwa's advance. Seriously, if she were not so strong, she would suspect this was a suicide mission. Well, it still was. Just not for her. Her poor troops were not going to have a great time fighting outnumbered around 7-1. Not that she would let it be so easy for IWA. But still, it was a dick move from the higher-ups. Then again, she was sure they would call it, having trust in her capabilities, or some other nice-sounding crap. A small wry smile formed on Hinata's face as she observed the IWA scouts fanning around their main army and advancing 3 kilometers ahead of it to stop any snoopy enemy scout. 3 kilometers. They quite obviously accounted for Byakugan wielders. Standard Byakugan could barely cover that when strained and pushed to its limit. They clearly wanted to keep their army's position a secret for as long as possible. Unfortunately for them, Hinata's eyes were better than those of her average clansman. Even before she added the Hashirama cells, she could cover more than that with her vision. After that, her range of vision nearly doubled. It was why she could so easily observe the enemy without worries right now. She was still several kilometers away from the advanced scouting parties. Hashirama's cells boosting her Byakugan was quite unexpected, but very appreciated. It was also very interesting how her body reacted to them. She only wanted to get Mokutan, but she got so much more out of them that it was unreal. The first Hokage was an absolute monster of a ninja. So far, everything seemed beneficial after she dealt with the issue of the cells trying to spread through her body like some kind of new cancer and kill her. But that was no longer an issue after she harmonized them with her own biology. They now adapted into a natural part of her body. The only troubling thing was how she sometimes got the impression that her eyes had become slightly more violet than before, darkening from their usual lavender color. But then a day would pass, and she would wake up with her normal eye color, only for the whole thing to happen again a few days later. The change was barely noticeable. Not even Ino spotted it, or if she did, she was not sharing. Hinata snorted, involuntarily rolling her eyes at that thought. Who was she kidding? This was Ino she was talking about. The blonde bimbo would have thrown it into her face at the first opportunity if she had noticed. Hinata did all sorts of tests back in Konoha, but she didn't discover anything wrong with her eyes. Even her eyesight was not affected, and her Byakugan seemed to be fine, too. In the end, she could only accept it as an unexpected side effect with some trepidation, hoping it wouldn't have any bad consequences. Regenerating eyes was honestly hard and felt awful. It was nothing like regenerating limbs. That was a breeze in comparison. She'd rather not have to resort to that again. Hinata let out a small sigh. At least, she no longer needed to wait, bored out of her mind, for the IWA to show up. Once she had arrived at her current base, she quickly found out that there was nothing to do. The conflict hadn't started yet, so there was nobody injured who needed medical attention. She could not train because they planned to pretty much ambush the IWA forces, and any technique of hers that needed polishing at this point was too flashy. She could not even teleport back to the little garden because the guys in the intelligence department sucked at their job, so she had no idea where the IWA forces even were until they had arrived. She had to stay in the base, just in case. It would have been very unfortunate if she had gone away and they had shown up. Experimenting was also out of the question. This place wasn't exactly private. She trusted her Hyuga men and women, but that did not mean she would pull out some questionable experiment right in front of their noses. There was a time and place for those. And that time and place were usually at midnight in her heavily reinforced and sealed basement in the little garden, with no person around for several dozen kilometers. In the end, Hinata had spent the previous 2 weeks doing the only productive thing she could come up with. She was learning how to knit. She was already a master at killing with needles. So, she decided she might as well learn how to do something less violent with them. It was honestly quite dull. Now that the IWA army was in front of her, she had mixed feelings. On one hand, she felt a sense of heaviness, knowing that the battle was going to start soon, and some of her men would not be returning home from it. On the other hand, she couldn't help but mentally exclaim, "Fucking finally." They were supposed to arrive much sooner, but according to the intel Hinata had, Inoki tried to be smart. He took half of his army and wanted to take a shortcut by crossing the land of rain. Now that didn't work out very well for him or his boys. Some orange-haired ninja in a dark coat with red clouds, suspected to be an unknown member of Akatsuki, showed up in front of Inoki's army, flying in the air, and pretty much told them to fuck off because they shall not pass. Hinata chuckled, fully capable of imagining the sour and angry look Inoki must have had back then. The land of rain had always been a convenient place to fight for the hidden villages. So much so that they considered it their back garden. A place where they could do whatever they wanted. Even Sarutobi seemed to unknowingly have such notions ingrained in him. If not for Tsunade shooting him a warning look and shutting him up, Konoha ninjas might have tried to invade the land of rain first to cut off Inoki. Many complained about that decision, but now it seemed that Tsunade's human decency saved the village from quite considerable losses. Inoki fought the unknown Akatsuki guy in an aerial battle. And he lost. Badly. From what a few spies managed to send back to Konoha, he suffered several shattered bones during that fight and will now be warming the bed in the hospital for several months. The only threat he now possessed was to the poor nurses tasked with changing his diapers. Worse yet for IWA, the Akatsuki guy had a wide area of effect technique that flattened the surrounding land for several kilometers alongside many IWA ninjas when they tried to press forward into the land of rain despite his warning. The army led by Inoki ended up scattered, and the survivors needed a week to regroup and return to IWA to lick their wounds. The second army, the one that Hinata had spotted, was initially intended to reinforce the Kimokonoha front. But that defeat forced IWA to improvise, and so, their second army changed their direction and marched through the countries in the north, taking a scenic route around the land of rain's northern borders, and now intended to pressure Konoha here. Then again, the trouble Kumo was currently having was definitely a part of that decision. Ren's little gamble seemed to work. The kidnapped bloodline ninjas they had kidnapped back from Kumo and returned to Kirigakure tipped the scales. Kirigakure entered a tentative alliance with Konoha, and so, Kumo now had to fight on two fronts against both Konoha forces and Kiri forces coming by sea. That was not something they expected, and neither were they prepared for it. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and even Tsunade were on the Kumo front, giving Kumo quite the hard time. Even Jiraiya was nearby, just in case a Jinchuriki showed up, but that was supposed to be a secret. Ino simply had a big mouth at home. Feeling her clone disperse and getting memories from it, Hinata mentally hummed. The message and orders were delivered. Her ninja started preparing for an attack. She glanced at the advancing IWA ninjas and sighed yet again, her heart already heavy with guilt about what was going to happen next. Raising her eyes to the sky, she gazed at the roiling dark stormy clouds that spread all the way to the horizon. When she was just starting her training with Ren, around the time Ino had joined, Ren taught them about ninjutsu. About how techniques that required charging time were more or less useless on the battlefield. You would simply die while charging the attack, he said. But unlike the teachers at the academy who had covered the same thing, he also explained that there were situations where such attacks could be extremely deadly. After all, techniques that required time to prepare usually packed a much bigger punch than those that were instantaneous. It was why the one thing a ninja should never give their opponent was time to prepare. A sad smile bloomed on Hinata's face as rain slowly started to fall from the dark clouds. Her eyes lowered back to the IWA army. These fools. Why couldn't they just be on time? They had given her 2 weeks to prepare. A faint trace of lightning chakra enveloped Hinata's fists. She raised her hands toward the sky, and a lightning bolt erupted from them, striking upward until it connected with the dark clouds. The IWA army panicked. But it was already too late. Thunderous sounds boomed across the gloomy, weeping sky as countless arcs of lightning instantly emerged from deep inside the stormy clouds at once, as far as an eye could see, all streaming and concentrating above the IWA army. Several IWA ninjas started to use defensive earth techniques, but how could they make it on time when Hinata only needed 2 seconds to gather all the lightning chakra she was storing in the clouds for the last 2 weeks? Her resolve hardened her heart, and Hinata's expression became blank. She disliked killing. The whole point of becoming a medical ninja was to save more lives than she had to kill in her ninja career. Yet, here she was about to cause another massacre for her village's safety. Life was full of irony, it seemed. Lightning storm. She mournfully whispered, and with a flicker of her chakra, the sky lit up and screeched with lightning. Chapter 301, Chapter 301. Dragon's Fall. From the screeching sky, countless powerful, chirping lightning bolts poured out on the IWA army, relentlessly striking one after another while drowning the surroundings in intense light and booming sounds that spread throughout the surrounding land. The earth broke and quaked, burning and cratering with each impact as many unfortunate ninjas turned into charred husks before they could even react. Only the effort of a few experienced veterans counted for something as they sensed the incoming attack and instantly reacted by creating massive domes of earth, shielding hundreds of their comrades around them in various positions in the army formation. But not everybody was fortunate enough to be stationed around somebody capable like that. In just the first 3 seconds, thousands of IWA ninjas died, and their ranks were devastated. Noticing the rising earth domes, Hinata frowned. She had just finished sending lightning strikes at the now late scouting parties, and it seemed her lapse in focus on the main army allowed them to mount some defenses. But even if the earth ninjutsu restricted the lightning ninjutsu. For 3 seconds, the lightning storm ceased, but any hope that the attack was over was instantly dashed by the intensifying chirping sound coming from the still stormy clouds as the lightning gathered. Hinata concentrated the following lightning strikes, causing their power to surge before she unleashed them directly at these earth domes in a blinding attack, causing the earth to tremble. Any remaining vegetation that somehow wasn't turned into a charred husk by the previous lightning attacks was instantly destroyed by the powerful shockwave that spread out of the impact area, shattering the already devastated land even more. Some of the earth domes withstood the hammering blow of lightning, their casters working together with other IWA ninjas enough to hold even when several consecutive concentrated lightning strikes smashed against their defenses. But several other earth domes couldn't resist. They cracked under the heavy pressure of the attack, letting the lightning stream inside through the cracks. Screams of pain and panic instantly came out of them as the weakened lightning found a purchase on the ninjas hiding behind the now breached defenses. More lightning bolts descended almost instantaneously, straight at the cracked domes, while the pressure on the tougher domes that stood strong lessened. It was a brutal showdown of speed as the exposed IWA ninjas tried to desperately repair the damage and shield themselves from the lightning attacks. Some of them succeeded and survived, while others did not, their domes collapsing as a few thousand more died within the 20 seconds this apocalyptic lightning barrage lasted. Hinata, standing on a mountain peak several kilometers away, narrowed her eyes as the blinding light caused by her lightning cleared, revealing 5 tall earth domes still standing among the charred rubble of a dozen others. She bit her lower lip and glanced toward the sky before letting out a heavy breath. Controlling such a vast amount of lightning chakra was nowhere near as easy as she made it look. It took a titanic effort on her part. For a few seconds, silence fell on the land spanning several kilometers, but then the sky screeched once again and suddenly lit up with even more lightning coming out of the dark clouds as it quickly rushed together above the earth domes, the arcs weaving into each other, morphing into an enormous dragon-like shape. "All right," Hinata strenuously whispered to herself, giving the still-standing earth domes a look of respect while watching more and more earth being desperately shored up to swiftly strengthen their defenses. "If you survive this last attack, I will be completely out of my accumulated lightning chakra in the sky." It was hypocritical to speak about kindness in this situation, but in a way, this was Hinata trying to be kind without realizing it. She could have used this attack right from the start, and the IWA ninjas would have no chance to resist. Any hasty defenses they could put up in the second it took to prepare this attack would be shattered by it near effortlessly. But now that they had a few seconds to fortify, at least some of them would maybe survive. It was up to them. A wry half-smile and half-grimace appeared on Hinata's face. I am still too soft, she thought with a heavy heart. Dragon's Fall. Hinata gently said and activated the attack with a flicker of her chakra. A split second later, the dragon-shaped lightning construct turned into a radiant blue beam that connected the sky and earth, causing the nearby air to vibrate from the sheer amount of energy it contained. 2 seconds later, the beam had used up all its energy into the ground and slowly started to disperse, leaving behind numerous electric discharges in the sky in its wake from the charged air. On the ground, a massive charred crater that could encompass an entire city was left behind, with residual lightning persistently streaking inside of it as if refusing to disperse. Out of the 5 Earth domes, 3 had survived. Hinata's eyes slightly widened at the unexpected surprise, and she sincerely praised the defensive capabilities of the Earth ninjutsu masters of IWA in her heart. As the sensory ninjas within these Earth domes sensed that there was no more imminent danger, the Earth dome techniques were slowly cancelled. They were at the last leg anyway, and only the potent chakra held them still together by sheer strength of its caster's stubborn refusal to die after the abuse Hinata's last technique put them through. The Earth domes did not simply crumble. When the chakra was withdrawn, the enormous amount of Earth directly turned into dust and dispersed in the air. Quite a bit more than 1,000 IWA ninjas were revealed, many of them gasping for breath in various positions. Some shook on the ground in fright, others cried as they dazedly looked around and mourned their dead friends, but many were also still vigilant and looking for the enemy who had attacked them. One sensory ninja suddenly exclaimed, and Hinata noticed him point directly toward where she was located, only for a massive mountain of a man in what looked like heavy armor, something very uncommon for a ninja to wear, to be entirely enveloped in dark red chakra with 4 red tails swaying behind him. He immediately leaped forward and rushed toward Hinata's direction, practically oozing rage as each of his leaps cratered the ground further. Hinata's attention snapped toward him in alert as she watched his approach. From Ren's lessons, she recognized it as the second version of a bijou cloak. She still had a few seconds until he got to her. After all, she was a few kilometers away and not even a Jinchuriki could easily cross that kind of distance. Thinking of her options, Hinata ruefully shook her head as she watched the IWA ninjas slowly recover and form up. Here she had given them a chance to survive, yet they stubbornly wanted to press forward. She knew that IWA people were known for their hard-headedness, but this was exasperating. Putting her hand into her pocket, she pulled out a 10-yen coin and aimed it at the Jinchuriki rushing her way. Her lightning chakra surged through her body, gathering in her hand as it wrapped around the coin. Arcs of lightning emerged and streamed around Hinata, letting out loud chirping sounds. Moving her hand slowly to keep her aim on the Jinchuriki, Hinata charged the technique until it reached the turning point when the chakra condensed enough to be considered a low-powered but stable. By then, the Jinchuriki was almost upon her, only 400 meters or so away and closing in fast. Hinata's lips quirked into an amused smile as she almost casually hummed, "Railgun." Flicking the coin triggered the technique, and with a loud boom, the coin, powered by enormous lightning energy, was hurled forward at a speed that even ninjas couldn't follow. The next thing everybody knew was that the Jinchuriki was suddenly flung backward through the air until his body hit the ground, and then dug a massive, few-kilometer-long trench in it while tons of earth and dust were launched into the air in his body's wake. The newly gathered, surviving IWA ninjas barely managed to scream as their Jinchuriki was uncontrollably slammed in the middle of their ranks by the residual energy of the railgun ninjutsu, sending newly severed limbs, blood, and broken bodies flying around as it crashed through several ninjas. Yet, Hinata noted with her Byakugan that the Jinchuriki was still alive and recovering. Her eye twitched. What a ridiculous tenacity. No wonder Jinchuriki are so feared. She mumbled just as a ninja landed behind her, kneeling on one knee. "Lady Hinata, the troops are ready for your command," he devotedly reported, making Hinata dryly nod. They were quite fast, too. It has been what? 5 or so minutes since her clone had given them the order to mobilize. She was very satisfied with their speed. Good. I reduced the enemy numbers a lot, but they still have a slight numerical advantage over us. Hinata spoke and glanced at the ninja. Nakano was a jonin. Barely. He was competent, but nothing extraordinary. A perfect throwaway guy for a totally not suicide mission. Just like many other ninjas, she was given for this front. The men recognized it, too, and knew his chances of survival rested solely on Hinata's shoulders. But because of that, he was very diligent and almost frantically loyal. Hinata didn't hate him. Even if his "notice me senpai" attitude could be annoying at times. "I will drag the Jinchuriki away and handle him. The rest is on you," she said and disappeared in a burst of lightning-enhanced speed. There was nothing more to say. They made many plans for many situations previously. This was one of them, and if nothing else, Nakano was her second-in-command because he was a capable commander. It was time for her troops to do their job and do some fighting of their own while she handled the big bad and angry with tails. As that thought passed through Hinata's mind, her foot slammed into the Jinchuriki that was just now standing back up onto his feet, and she sent him hurling through the air into the distance, swiftly following him before the IWA ninjas around them even registered that it happened. Chapter 302, Chapter 302. Bad bro. Well, this is quite surprising. Ren, clad in his fake Toby costume, exclaimed as he walked toward a bench in front of a playground for children in the heart of Omegakure and sat next to a disguised Conan wearing civilian clothes while watching the kids play. Isn't it a beautiful sight? She wistfully asked in return without even turning to look toward him. The war rages outside, but the children here can have fun without worries. The happy smile on her face widened. Humming, Ren nodded. Yes. This was a testament to Nagato and Conan's accomplishments in Omegakure. From a certain point, they were the villains of this world, but for many people in the Land of Rain, they brought peace to their lives. Last Ren heard, Nagato stopped the IWA forces from crossing through the Land of Rain. That saved a lot of people in his country. The IWA would not just cross. They would pillage and plunder supplies from the locals, they would kill and rape, kick people out of their houses, and use them as cheap labor, because nobody cared about what happened in the Land of Rain. Other small countries had it bad during wars, but the Land of Rain, they had it worse. There was no daimyo to complain to his peers about ninjas ravaging his lands. Hanzo the Salamander killed the previous daimyo before he installed himself as the ruler all those years ago, before the first ninja war. It was the reason why the country went to shit and why the hidden villages could do pretty much whatever they wanted in here during wars for so long. Their location, directly in the middle of 4 hidden villages, was already a bad thing for the country. But Hanzo made it much worse by making the country actually an easy and acceptable target that did not have the protection of a daimyo. Other daimyos even encouraged it as a show of protest for Hanzo killing the said daimyo. Their hired assassination attempts failed, so why not just ensure his rule will be full of misery? Who cared about the people living there, right? Dipshits. What gave you the idea to call me out in this way? Ren asked as he pulled out a lollipop from his pocket and offered it to Conan, who gave him an unamused look. But she huffed and still took it after a few seconds. I bet on the possibility that you might have some sort of surveillance in Omegakure. She nonchalantly shrugged. So, you pretty much erected several messages made of paper that invited me to this meeting all across this village. Ren gave her an incredulous stare, only for her to smirk at him. It worked, no. Besides, you are the weird one for showing up at all. Conan dryly said with a trace of exasperation in her voice, who does that? What if this was a trap? You didn't forget that we are pretty much enemies, did you? She narrowed her eyes at him, and her expression turned very serious. Ren embarrassedly scratched his head at her scolding tone and awkwardly chuckled, There is no need to reprimand me so much. For all you know, this might be a shadow clone, you know. Toby is a good boy. He cheerfully exclaimed and took it as a personal win when Conan's lips quivered despite her attempts to maintain a severe expression. With a huff, she turned back toward the kids and continued to watch them in silence. Is it a clone, I mean? Conan softly asked after a few seconds when Ren didn't continue speaking. Ren dragged it out, making Conan wait for the answer before he finally said in a playfully innocent tone, nope. That earned him a weak kick to the side of his leg. Don't make me wish this was actually a trap. Conan deadpanned at him. Oh, so it is not. Then everything is fine. Ren grinned under his mask, but he was sure Conan could see his grin in his body language, deliberately causing her to get even more exasperated with him. Ass. She grumbled with a small smile. Honestly, that woman needed to relax. He was just helping her for her sake. After all, Toby is a good boy. Plus, he really did not have anything to fear, even if this was a trap. It wasn't even his intangibility seal that gave him the confidence. The reason why he was so carefree was that he was not really here. No, he didn't lie. This was not a shadow clone. That would be a waste of chakra. Instead, it was a remotely controlled puppet. Suna had some very, very, very good disguising techniques for their puppets, and with how much Ren had helped the puppet corps lately, he gained free access to many of their techniques. Adding Ino's light bending through wind release into the mix, and not even an S-rank kunoichi like Conan noticed a thing. Well, at least, for now. Ren was sure that she would eventually see through it if they interacted longer. It would take only one small, inconsistent detail to catch her attention and make her suspicious. If she put in proper effort, his disguise would most likely not last long. But he wasn't going to tell her that. Let her figure it out herself, Toby said. So. What did you call me for, if this is not a trap? Ren finally asked, breaking the companionable silence between them. Conan's relaxed expression instantly turned conflicted. But after a moment, she donned her usual cold and aloof facade. I want you to tell me everything you know about Obito Uchiha. That was enough of a surprise to give Ren a pause as he threw the woman a startled look. All right. He slowly nodded. You win. I totally did not expect that. He did say enough to reveal Tobi's real identity when he had that little clash with Akatsuki when he gave them his first greeting after one of their meetings. Hell, he directly called him his brother from another mother, Tobito Uchiha. Or something along those lines. He didn't really remember what bullshit he spewed back then. Nevertheless, there really wasn't much of a hop, jump, or skip from there to his real name. What surprised Ren wasn't that they figured out Tobi's identity. It was that they came to him for intel about the guy. That was not just unexpected. It was huge. It signified that there might be some beautiful friction among the Akatsuki ranks. Ren let out a gleeful little laugh in his mind. Outwardly, however, he did his best to project a confused and taken aback body language. Why would you ask me about the good boy, my brother from another mother, Obito Uchiha? Do you have to be so insufferable? Konan helplessly sighed with an amused glint in her eyes. Of course. Ren sagely nodded. It is my whole shtick, after all. Bobby is a good boy. To answer your question, Konan decided to ignore his antics. Tobi started the current war by using some genjutsu on an unhappy land of Wind Noble after he did some inspection in Sunagakure. It made the men cause more trouble than he had intended with his machinations, and the next thing everybody knew, the Earth Daimyo's father-in-law was dead, killed by Suna ninjas. Voila, the war. Her gaze turned hard. She explained the situation as succinctly and with as much detail as possible because she was not sure if the fake Tobi next to her was even aware of what was going on in the world right now. Ren, however, inwardly perked up at that unexpected information. Now that was something interesting, wasn't it? He would have most likely never found that out if not for this meeting. Any trace of genjutsu on Koichi Shido will be long gone by now. Konan didn't even have any idea that he was currently living in Suna or that this was very valuable intel for him. It might not have changed too much about the situation right now, but it will certainly affect Ren's plans in the future. Looks like little Babito wasn't such a good boy after all, Ren said in a very pleased tone, imagining that he probably sounded like a cat that had gotten a canary. Because now he had a target. Calming down a bit, he glanced at Konan and nodded. Sure, I can tell you about my bad bro. You see, it all started when the heart of his beloved girl was stolen by his best friend. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, Causing Strife, Secretly. As Ren started explaining Obito's backstory, he tried to embellish it a bit and make him seem like a total loser clown. It was nothing personal. Just a bit of harmless fun. He even intended to later clarify it to Konan and tell her the truth. But unfortunately, the woman was too sharp. She didn't say anything, but the nonplussed, deadpan look she was giving him said it all for her. She didn't believe him at all. Women and their inbuilt bullshit detector. In the end, Ren Hofton decided to simply tell her the unedited version of the story. He even got her to break her cold facade and slightly wince in pity when he described how exact his words of witnessing his best friend stealing his beloved girl's heart were. Kakas truly pulled it out in style. Obito even fainted from envy. Ren let out a laugh, and Konan gave him an admonishing stare, but in his opinion, poking fun at his enemy's misfortune was fair play. The story continued, and Konan was eventually surprised that his I am Madara act was not him being a normal, delusional Uchiha, as was the norm for his clansmen who gained a little bit of power. His identity as Madara's last student alarmed her. But she didn't let it outwardly show beyond a small twitch here and there. Instead, she questioned the veracity of Ren's intel, but Ren told her frankly that he wasn't going to provide her with proof. He didn't have that much free time to waste it on that. She could either take it or leave it, depending on how much trust she had in his word. The biggest reveal and what truly made her almost jump was Ren telling her about the origin of Nagato's eyes and their connection to Madara. That truly strained her belief, and Ren spent the next 5 minutes having a stare down with her until she finally relented. Her expression fell, and changed into an uncertain one, but her shoulders stayed tense as she, for the first time, started considering the possibility that it could be true. This was the most important thing for Ren. He didn't need her to fully believe his words. Even if he just managed to give her a small suspicion, it would be enough. Konan and Nagato were not stupid. They knew how the ninja world worked. They could instantly figure out that there must be some deeper plot afoot, as long as they accept the possibility that those Rinnegan eyes might not be initially Nagato's. After all, using them took an enormous toll on Nagato's body. That was not how bloodlines usually worked. That part in itself was already suspicious. With none knowing any better, they could only chalk it up to a nasty side effect of a very powerful bloodline. This new information, however, was going to put a few things into a certain perspective for them. For example, why would a guy claiming to be Madara contact them? Why would he want them to build an organization to save the world and create peace? Why them? They were not such a big deal when he approached them. They could barely keep themselves alive at that point. Yet, they were supposed to save the world. Just thinking about it already sounded ridiculous to Ren. He was sure that Conan and Nagato could find many more suspicious or overly convenient happenings during their time working together with Obito. They just needed the nudge to start thinking about it in the correct context and start putting two and two together. Ren would love nothing more than to destroy the Rinnegan. After all, no purple eyes, no problem. Kaguya can't get out of her seal in the moon without somebody using those eyes to reseal the bijou into the Jubi husk. At least, for the next 10 to 15 years, there would be no need to worry about the world meeting some sort of apocalyptic calamity. The only worry would be the Otsutsuki, who, according to that Naruto fanfiction, supposedly existed somewhere in space. But as far as Ren was concerned, even if they existed, that was a problem for the future him. Unless he dealt with the current Kaguya and Zetsu problem, the supposed Otsutsuki invasion wouldn't be his problem because he would be dead. So, why care about them right now? Unfortunately, destroying Rinnegan would mean fighting Nagato. Even if that man accepted that the eyes he wielded did not belong to him, he was too big and arrogant as who believed his own godly hype too much to give them up. No. It would most definitely come to a fight, and even with all his advantages, Ren wasn't really sure he could take Nagato down without risking his life for it. He could also offer a seal that would destroy the eyes upon Nagato's death or if somebody tried to remove them from his skull. The modified Hyuga seal could easily do that after a slight adjustment. But that would require a measure of trust he simply did not have with Nagato. Ren hoped that revealing these things about Obito would build at least somewhat of a rapport between them once they confirmed his words. But even then, Nagato probably would not let him put some unknown seal on his body. Even if he verified its effect, there would simply always be the fear that Ren could sneak something unexpected into the seal. This wasn't like the seals on Ino, Hinata, and Temari's bodies. Those girls pretty much gave their lives into his hands when they allowed him to etch them into their skin. It was the highest show of trust. Alas, it was all right. Ren would be happy to take the second best outcome. If he could cause some strife within Akatsuki, that would already be a win for him. Hopefully. He was pretty much flying by the seat of his pants here, so who could really tell how this would all end? Simply, it was best to at least try doing something rather than doing nothing. If you do nothing, you will also accomplish nothing. The revelation about Nagato's eyes shocked Conan so much that for the rest of the story, she brutally listened without giving any input. Only the fact that Obito betrayed his own teacher and was responsible for the Kyuubi attack on Konoha, thereby causing the man's death, elicited a bit of reaction from her. But that was all. Ren finished what he knew of Obito's backstory, and for a few minutes, they just sat in silence, watching the kids play before both going their own way. As he stood up, Ren briefly glanced toward the ground underneath the bench and suppressed a smirk. That weed cosplaying bastard thought he did not notice him. Heh. His spying suited Ren just fine. It wasn't only Conan's side that could start the conflict in Akatsuki. If Obito got butthurt that Conan was investigating his past and made a bit of ruckus, that would be just fine as well. At worst, they might suspect he was from Konoha due to his knowledge of Obito. But joke's on them. He was no longer living in that village, so they could feel free to look for clues of his presence there until they go gray. As he teleported away, Ren inwardly chuckled. He would really want to see what they could find out. In a dark room, Obito sat down on a chair before giving Zetsu an aloof look. Why did you call me here today? I am quite busy. I chanced upon some information that will definitely interest you. The black part of Zetsu eerily grinned and pulled out a bingo book before opening it on a page with Ren's photo. This man is the fake Tobi. The white Zetsu part cheerfully said and tapped the picture, his gleeful tone full of expectant tone as he watched Obito, who suddenly froze in his seat, staring with resentfully wide eyes at the picture in front of him. The grin of the black Zetsu widened into inhuman proportions. Chapter 304, Chapter 304, Ren's Mistake. How did you find that out? Obito asked, still looking at Ren's picture with an utterly astonished gaze full of disbelief. The fake Tobi had been driving him spare these last few months. Whomever it was, they were clearly making fun of him. Not only that, but they also knew far more about him than he was comfortable with. The fake Tobi had to die. There was no if or but about it in Obito's mind. He had investigated right, left, and center, running around like a headless chicken as he went through every informant available to him, but nobody knew a damn thing. It was infuriating. No matter the threat or a bribe, he got nothing. The fake Tobi seemed to be a ghost that didn't exist outside of a few short appearances here and there. The fact that Zetsu had found out his identity was nothing short of a miracle to Obito. Despite himself, he felt a measure of wariness toward Zetsu surge within him. But then he inwardly shook his head, admonishing himself for being foolish. Zetsu was Madara's creation that was supposed to help him with the Moon Eye plan. He was the last thing that would scheme against him. Hey, you know how we started a surveillance on this man after he made us fail a mission and had pitted Deidara and Sasori versus the eight-tailed Jinchuriki? The black Zetsu started in his low, menacing tone. It was a complete mess. I swear. The white Zetsu continued in an upset, childish tone, pouting in an unnerving fashion. The man has so many seals on his house that it was impossible to watch him. Who even does that? Shouldn't there be a limit to paranoia? He is exactly like you, Obito. No wonder he calls himself Tobi. Just more capable. He beamed at the unmasked Uchiha with an innocent grin, only to receive an unfriendly look for his trouble. Get on with it, Obito said through gritted teeth as his expression darkened, irritation spiking within him at the white idiot, who had always acted out in some way when he could get away with it. Hee, right. So, that surveillance was pretty much a pointless waste of time. Not to mention, he suspected this Ren knew exactly that somebody was watching him. Nevertheless, he had never revealed anything in public. At least, there was a lot to uncover about his actions. His efforts in improving Sunagakure were blatantly obvious, but of no concern to Zetsu. He was interested in the man's prowess, not his skills in village building. Only the assassination attempt on him was a chance to uncover something, and Zetsu had to be extra careful poking at the strings of certain people to set it up without anybody knowing about his involvement. But what else could he do? It wasn't as easy as manipulating the simpleton Obito. He was really starting to get annoyed with his failures to find something out when he decided to go a bit more hardcore, and it resulted in that assassination attempt. Even watching Apu was more entertaining than that mission. He would know. He had loved to annoy Obito with his artistic depictions of Apu when the boy was freshly kidnapped by Madara. Well, hobbies aside, the assassination attempt was another failure. The smoke screen prevented Zetsu from seeing what was happening inside. He could have put the whole thing in motion behind the scenes, but deciding how it would ensue was beyond him. But as somebody who had been waiting for his chance throughout the last 1,000 years, manipulating things behind the scenes for the sake of his mother's resurrection, he became very patient. He left the white Zetsu clone there to continue the surveillance, even if there were no results. And it had unexpectedly paid off. The black Zetsu's grin became unnerving. Ren made an unlucky mistake, and we were lucky to be just in the right place at the right time to notice. Imagine my surprise when my clone saw the man teleport into his house when he was trying to peer inside through the window. White Zetsu exclaimed. It was an amazing coincidence. The man did not teleport straight in front of said window, either. It happened deeper in the house. He most likely did not even realize his teleportation could be seen through the window from a certain angle, given how careful he was not to even hint at being able to do it throughout all the time Zetsu had been observing him. Even to Zetsu, that came as a massive surprise. The time coincided with fake Tobi disappearing from AIM after meeting Conan. We were watching them. The black Zetsu added, but there was an underlying hint of annoyance in his tone. He was very interested in their discussion, but halfway through, Ren subtly erected some kind of privacy seal, causing him to be unable to eavesdrop anymore. He hated that he missed the most important part of their discussion. So, we put 2 and 2 together. White Zetsu continued, self-satisfaction oozing out of him. And voila. This Ren guy is most likely our fake Tobi. If Ren had heard just how they had discovered his secret identity, he would have had to fight an intense urge to bash his head against the wall. Unfortunately for him, he had no idea that White Zetsu was watching him at home. The plantman was the best spy in the world, and if he maintained his distance, there was simply no easy way to detect his presence for Ren. Even the detection seal would only reveal that there was a chakra presence, and that's how he found Zetsu hiding underground in the Omega-kure during his talk with Conan. But considering that Sunagakure was a village of ninjas, a chakra presence near the Sabaku estate was nothing surprising. ANBU guards were stationed all around it, all the time, after all. After living with Temari for nearly a year with no issues, Ren's vigilance grew a little bit lax. It was just human nature to relax in their home where they felt safe, especially one protected by so many seals that even a bijou would get too scared to approach. Unfortunately, nobody was perfect, and a mistake was bound to happen sooner or later. It's just. Ren probably never expected his casual mistake would be something this massive. I see. Obito darkly muttered, his hands balling into fists as he narrowed his eyes and glared at Ren's picture. Watching him, the black Zetsu inwardly chuckled. He didn't reveal this out of some stupid sense of duty or something inane like that. He was simply curious what Obito would do next. This fake Tobi didn't matter to him. Even the real Tobi didn't matter to him at this point. To be honest, Obito had outlived his usefulness as a pawn. He was always a bit annoying to work with. But that was simply his Uchiha genes. Zetsu's nephew, Indra, was a prick, and his descendants definitely inherited it. Even if Obito went and got himself killed, Zetsu had options now, thanks to Orochimaru's unintended gift and Sasori's talent for puppetry. It made Obito expendable. This changes things. Obito gruffly spoke, causing Zetsu to tilt his head in curiosity. Obito glanced at him. I have also gotten an important piece of intel. He pointed at Ren's picture. 3 days ago, his student, Hinata Hyuga, had killed the five-tailed Jinchuriki. Abruptly, Black Zetsu's posture went rigid as he felt as if somebody punched him in the gut. Both White and Black Zetsu's sides grew quiet, staring at Obito as they suppressed their urge to scream that came with the monumental rage coursing through their veins. That, indeed, changed everything. The machinations of the fake Tobi did not matter. But the death of a Jinchuriki was unacceptable. Everything necessary to resurrect his mother was already in place and had been put into motion. And now somebody throws a wench into his plans. Zetsu seethed. This meant another 3-year delay. Missing Zetsu's sudden bad mood, Obito continued in a heavy tone, with that loss, this war turned completely in favor of Konoha's alliance. Kumo was also pushed back, and with them having to fight on 2 fronts with no support from IWA, they are soon going to be in a very bad spot. When he started the war, he hoped to weaken Konoha. Their display during Orochimaru's invasion made him wary. But now he regretted not acting sooner and assassinating the 2 new S-rank kids in Konoha. What the Hinata girl had shown during her fight against the Sound Forces was one thing. But the technique she had used against the IWA army rivaled Nagato's full-powered Shinra Tensei in sheer destruction. He was no longer sure he could win that fight. It was enough to make him wary about haphazardly attacking her. Silently listening to Obito as he continued complaining about his plans and machinations crumbling, Zetsu's inner displeasure only rose. Obito was a passable pawn, but compared to Madara, he was practically a clown. With Madara, they caused the first ninja war, manipulated the ninja world from the shadows for several decades, masterfully stirred conflict between villages, caused many S-rank ninjas to defect from their villages or get assassinated, plotted the downfall of the Senju clan, among several others, and much more. Compared to that, what had Obito done in the last decade and a half? Caused the bloodline purges in Kiri to become a full-blown civil war. Great job. The one village that was so weak it did not even matter in the grand scheme of things had been nearly eliminated. What an amazing accomplishment. Zetsu inwardly grumbled, knowing he was unfair to Obito due to his anger. The kid managed to cause the Kyuubi attack on Konoha that crippled them for some time. He even orchestrated the Uchiha clan purge and was responsible for the rise of Akatsuki. But the Kyuubi attack clearly didn't do enough damage, considering that Konoha was still the strongest village. The Uchiha clan purge? There were still several Uchiha alive, so the job was not properly done. Not that Zetsu minded having some spares in case his current plan didn't go well. And the Akatsuki rise? Nagato and Konan clearly considered rebelling, so was that something to be proud of? Akatsuki was their idea in the first place. Obito only helped here and there. Zetsu initially intended to reveal that information to Obito, but now he decided he would need to do something more drastic. I think, Zetsu suddenly said, interrupting Obito, we should get properly involved in the mess. You started. He added in his mind. Let's have Sasori do his thing. He paused for a moment before the Black Zetsu grinned. It is time for Madara-sama to come back from the dead. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, White Butcher. Ren sat on a blanket, with the vast grassland in his little garden around him, while holding Hinata in his arms. The girl lazily clung to him like a spoiled cat, refusing to let go. It started with Ren trying to comfort her because he noticed the recent battle with IWA was weighing on her conscience, but she had learned some bad habits from Ino. That girl. Give her a hand, and she would take an entire arm. A bit of comforting quickly turned into a 3-hour-long cuddling session. Well, not that Ren had a reason to complain about it too much. The time flew like water for him, as he spent it inwardly appreciating Hinata's 2 remarkable womanly charms. Especially the 2 tightly squeezed against his abdomen. Yes, very nice. No wonder Ino looked like an angry chihuahua as she threw glances at Hinata's chest when Ren met them this morning. They haven't seen her for 2 weeks, and the Hyuga girl grew a bit more in that area yet again, while Ino. Ren suppressed the urge to snicker as he remembered her sour look. Well, he surmised he could let her vent a bit, and if her mood grew too gloomy, he could always give her some praise and compare her chest to Sakura's. That was bound to make her happy again. Washboard as flat as her huge forehead, were the words Ino last used to describe her friend, if Ren remembered correctly. What is the bimbo doing? Hinata asked, pulling Ren out of his idle thoughts. He rested his cheek on the top of her head and turned his gaze toward Ino, who was a few meters away from them, huffing and puffing while standing above the most standard type of puppet from Suna, one they usually gave to newbies to practice with. Oh, you useless piece of rusting junk. Move, damn it. Ino screamed and kicked the puppet, cracking the wood on its chest, which made her instantly regret her actions as she hurriedly knelt to inspect the damage with worry and frustration etched in her still upset expression. She had been at it for the last 2 hours straight. It was fun to watch her freak out and cuss at the piece of wood at first. But after half an hour, Ren had his fill of fun and started to ignore her. Hinata, however, seemed to be in her own world as they cuddled, so she didn't pay much attention to Ino's Ino-ness. She is trying to simplify her clone technique enough that even an average moron could do the dumbass version. And she is also attempting to make it capable of piloting a puppet. Ren's lips twitched in amusement as he watched Ino have a one-sided glaring contest with the innocent puppet. She had bragged she could totally do this, so I simply dared her to actually do it. Ren chuckled. The girl did not expect that. She only wanted to boast a bit. That made her go all quiet for a few minutes, but you know her. She still can't refuse a challenge from you, can she? Hinata exasperatedly muttered before her fingers poked Ren in the side, you are taking advantage of her. She accused Ren in a reproachful tone that would have been way more effective if there had not been that hint of amusement mixed in it. Who, me? Pfft. Baseless slander and nonsense. Ren shamelessly refused the accusation, but the smirk on his face told a different story. Hey, he wasn't forcing her to do anything. But since she had offered, then in his opinion, she could put in the work. She could quit at any moment, and Ren wouldn't be angry. But Ino was sometimes too competitive for her own good, so he knew that wasn't going to happen. How long is she at it? Hinata curiously asked, as her eyes wandered again toward Ino, who was now standing above the puppet, her hands clasped in a hand seal and her face sporting an intense look of concentration. To give the girl credit, the puppet was actually twitching. She was clearly making progress. But that was only natural. Ren had no doubt she could figure out a way to imbue her clone into the puppet to control it. The issue was making the technique work while also making it simple enough that even a non-Yamanaka, without years of training in mental arts, could cast it. Around 4 days, Ren replied to Hinata's question, causing her to sigh. A wistful smile appeared on Hinata's face. Don't tell her, but I think Ino is amazing. Sometimes I really envy how good she is at making techniques that aren't meant to destroy. EI. Ren exclaimed and poked her ticklish spot enough to make her squirm in his arms. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Your healing abilities are awesome, too. Didn't you say that not one injured ninja died on your watch after the battle? I guess. Hinata quietly muttered and turned her gaze away with a pink dusting on her cheeks while her lips involuntarily stretched into a small smile. Seeing that, Ren tightened the embrace and mentally sighed in exasperation. Hinata's recent battle with IWA was bothering her. The entire force of 4,000 to 5,000 IWA ninjas was annihilated. Only a few dozen stragglers managed to run away, but other than them, all were killed. The majority of them died due to Hinata's ninjutsu. She was having a bit of a mental crisis because of the doubt and regret that followed after the battle. Killing was a part of a ninja's life, but there was still a massive difference between killing a few people in a line of duty and killing a few thousand people in one sitting. Especially for a gentle soul like Hinata. Ren would have been far more concerned if she hadn't bothered by it. No. This was normal, and he trusted her to get through it just like she managed to get through any other hardship in her life. The only thing he could do was to be there for her right now when she needed him the most. It didn't help that Konoha started hyping her achievement up and dubbed her the Lightning Princess, throwing praises at her left and right for the slaughter. He knew his student enough to realize she was not accepting those praises in the spirit they were given. Very, very far from it. IWA, on the other hand, dubbed Hinata the White Butcher. And the world quickly followed, accepting that moniker with a palpable trepidation. They absolutely refused to acknowledge a cool name like Lightning Princess, and nobody was surprised by that. The despairing anger and deep fear coming from Iwa's side were plainly obvious to anybody who bothered to look. Minato Namikaze slaughtered over 1,000 IWA ninjas, winning the Third War. And he became the enemy number 1 in that village for it. Hinata alone had killed over 3,000 in that one battle. Maybe even 4,000. Who was really counting? Kumo, Kiri, and even Suna were deeply unsettled by that. If her previous flee on sight designation was only half acknowledged, now it was encouraged with a fearful passion. Strong ninjas were common, but monsters that could curb-stomp the entire battlefield were simply not supposed to exist anymore. The last ones were Hashirama and Madara. And no village wanted another one of those to rise. Not even certain parties in Konoha. Hinata's battle against the Sound Ninjas was one thing. She had shown one amazing technique that allowed her to contend with an army of 1,000. That was one thing. It had been done before. Multiple times, in fact. People raised an eyebrow and took note of her, but they told themselves that it was all right. The girl was strong, but she couldn't be everywhere. Namikaze was far more frightening with his teleporting, and he was still killed. But now, Hinata had pulled out yet another large-scale devastating attack that had killed the majority of Iwa's army. Those 5,000 ninjas. That was supposed to be the entire Iwa's offensive against Konoha for the next several months. In any other war, those 5,000 ninjas would be sufficient to wage a war and press Konoha's defenses of the Land of Fire. And they were gone. Just like that. In one go. Cast that on a village, and the village would be simply gone. How could the other villages not be frightened? Ren wouldn't be surprised if Hinata was going to get some fearful looks, even from some of the Konoha people. Yes. Finally. I did it. The solemn silence between Hinata and Ren was suddenly interrupted by a cheerful yell from Ino, causing their attention to snap toward the blonde girl, only to find her proudly standing with her hands on her hips and her nose raised high above her smug grin, while the puppet next to her was doing some bizarre celebration dance. Ino turned toward them and opened her mouth to brag, only to get her ponytail yanked back by the puppet, making her yelp, and her arms started to flail around as she momentarily lost her balance while the puppet rattled as if snickering at her. Ino crouched with her hands outstretched to the sides, stabilizing herself before she turned around and snapped at the puppet, "Hey! What was that for?" But the puppet only flipped her off. Ino blinked. The puppet smugly tilted its head. Ino opened her mouth, but the puppet turned around, jutting out its posterior at Ino as its wooden hand slapped it with a loud clang before it started running away. Ino's eyebrow twitched as she flushed in anger, understanding the taunt for what it was. After all, it was one she loved to use against her foes. It showed off her amazing ass while taunting her opponent. What was there not to love? But having it used on her, how could she stand that? She screamed and instantly took off after her cheeky clone, controlling the puppet, intending to disassemble the offending piece of wood. Ren and Hinata looked at each other in bewilderment after witnessing it, and could only shake their heads. The weirdest part was that they didn't feel all that surprised. Ino was simply going to be Ino. Chapter 306, Chapter 306. An Invitation. After returning to Sunagakure, Ren handed the new puppet clone technique to Kankuro, whose jaw dropped when he heard what it could do. Remotely controlling a puppet at large distances was already great, but a mental clone that could take over a puppet was something else entirely, especially when a user could create more than just one clone and imbue each into a different puppet. Seeing the boy's enthusiasm, Ren almost felt bad. The technique was indubitably groundbreaking. It was going to reshape the entire puppetry arts. But it was not going to help Suna gain dominance that much. Ino might act silly at times, but she was not stupid. She had ensured there were safeguards against Suna using this in a war against her clan. A counter technique was the first thing she made after finishing with this one. Only then did she give it to Ren to pass it to the Suna puppet core. Ren reckoned that if a Suna puppeteer with this technique fought a Yamanaka in the future, he might find his puppets would suddenly betray him. It was a mental technique, and that was the Yamanaka specialty. According to Ino, overriding the mental clone wouldn't be that hard for them once they knew the proper method. Ren wryly smiled as he watched Kankuro excitedly rush out of the door, probably heading to show the technique scroll to the others in the puppetry corps. Shaking his head, Ren decided not to ruin his happiness just yet. He was going to tell him about the failsafe in private at a later date. Kankuro will not like it, but he was a ninja, so Ren had no doubt he would begrudgingly understand. Depending on his reaction, Ren decided he might even tell him about the fact that the Hyuga clan will have a similar safeguard against the technique soon. After all, Hinata and Ino might bicker a lot, but they were still best friends. Ren would be really surprised if Ino didn't consider Hinata's position and develop a way for Hyugas to counter her creation. Ren didn't mind. On the contrary, he encouraged it. It would be sheer hypocrisy to do otherwise. The seals he had given or sold to Suna each had similar safeguards and hidden mechanisms, just in case Suna ever tried to use them against him or his interests. It was simply the way the ball rolled in this world. Besides, Ren's goal with this technique wasn't to win a war for Suna. He just wanted them to be able to earn more money in a non-violent way. That should keep the village's finances stable enough that they would not need to do another clown move like their earlier surprise attack on Konoha. These puppet clones were going to be just marvelous for increasing the work productivity in mines. With his puppet control seal that could project the controller's chakra into his puppet, the puppeteers should be able to imbue the mental clone into their puppets even at very large distances. So, they could have several puppets stationed at the mining site and could simply imbue mental clones into them each morning to let them work throughout the day while they did whatever they wanted back in the village. At the end of the day, they would just get mental feedback, similar to the shadow clone technique. Since Ren intended to change the puppet core into the village's personal mining drones, he at least wanted to do so at peak efficiency. Wage slavery was never more enjoyable or effortless. Ren even considered learning puppetry himself. It was free money for almost no effort. But in the end, if he wanted more money, he could have just made more seals and sold them to somebody. He already had his own little clone Slav workers doing most of the work for him anyway. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ren quickly arrived at the Kazekage Tower. Entering, Ren gave a nod to the glaring receptionist, idly noting that today it was the bitch who hated his guts. Not bothering with her, he simply ignored her stare and walked deeper into the building until he reached Temari's office. Just to be polite, Ren knocked and smiled as he heard a grumpy "come in" from behind the door. Entering, the first thing he noticed was how tidy the room was in comparison to the mess of papers haphazardly strewn across the desk behind which Temari sat in her chair, furiously scribbling with a frustrated frown. Yeah. What's the matter? Her disgruntled voice resounded through the room as she didn't bother to even raise her head from her paperwork. Ren chuckled in amusement. Hello. Up for lunch? He asked as he seated himself in the chair in front of her desk, giving a contemptuous glance at the 3 empty and 1 half-empty packages of crackers on the right side of the desk. This girl. He inwardly shook his head in exasperation, doubting she had proper food since their lunch yesterday. Hearing Ren's voice, Temari's head snapped up in surprise, but when her eyes met his, a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Oh, it's you. Hello. Her scrunched expression softened, and even her posture became less tense. It's already so late. She glanced at the clock in the room, realizing that it was indeed already lunchtime, and with a small sigh, she began putting the papers to the side, making a place on the table for the dishes. Ren couldn't help but watch her in amusement. There was an undeniable hint of tempered excitement in her moves. It was a bit sad that the highlight of her days currently was their lunch together, but considering the piles of paperwork she was clearly buried in, he was not overly surprised. How is it going? He asked, trying to start the small talk. It's going, I guess. Temari snorted without stopping to tidy up the papers on her table. It's neither good nor bad. Just busy, and even busier. A wistful smile appeared on her face, but at least I have finally gotten Ebizo to approve the new merit system. It will be implemented in the village soon. She said with self-satisfaction oozing out of her. Great. I know you worked hard for it. Here, have a cookie. Ren playfully praised her with a smile as a plate of cookies appeared on the desk with a puff of smoke, getting a small huff in return. But despite that, she did reach out and happily took one. After all, those were her favorites. Ren knew her preferences and kept a stock of readily accessible food for all occasions in his storage seal. The new merit system was a good reform. One of the things that always pissed Ren off was how hard it was for civilian ninjas to learn new techniques. There were systems for it, but they were highly inconvenient. The village higher-ups loved to spout some nonsense about it preventing spies from stealing the village's techniques, but that was pure nonsense. After all these decades of espionage and counter-espionage, it would be ridiculous if the other villages did not have nearly all the easily accessible techniques up to at least B rank already stolen from each other. And besides, who even cared? It was the A-rank techniques and up, or the clan techniques that truly mattered in the grand scheme of things. And those were restricted either by the circumstances of one's birth or by layers of clearances within the village. No, making the system cumbersome was just a way to prevent civilian ninjas from rising beyond their stature as cannon fodder. It was one of the reasons why they had a harder time clawing their way to becoming the village's elite. A way to keep those in power in their seats and clans from worrying about new clans easily rising and competing with them. For Ren, who was a civilian ninja himself, it was utterly stupid. For Ren, who was now a part of the Sabaku clan by marriage, it was understandable. But nothing changed in the fact that, from the perspective of Sunagakure, this system greatly hindered the village. Manpower was already an issue. The only available path for the village for now was quality over quantity. And the old system could not sustain that. So, one nice day, Ren had sat Temari down and explained that to her. He couldn't do anything about it, either in Konoha or Suna. He didn't have the pull. But she did. And it still took her quite some effort to get her way, even with Ebizo's approval. She worked for weeks for such a small change, stonewalled at every opportunity. Hearing that it was finalized and was going to be implemented soon was indeed a cause for celebration. It meant she had won, and the civilian ninjas in Suna would have an easier time getting stronger now. But Temari, tell me, Ren spoke after watching her blissfully enjoy the cookies for a few minutes. There was one thing that bothered him. Why do you not use the shadow clones for your paperwork? As the words left his mouth and Temari registered them, she suddenly froze mid-bite. For a moment, they wordlessly stared at each other. But then Temari's face paled before it flushed red, and she erupted in rage at her own stupidity, son of a b-. Due to her sudden outburst, the pieces of half-eaten cookie in her mouth went down her throat and made her choke. Even having a coughing fit didn't stop Temari from giving the piles of paper on the side of her table a nasty look that held a promise of incineration. Ren had a hard time stopping himself from laughing. So, he decided not to bother and laughed out loud. He couldn't even imagine how much paperwork she had filled in during these past few months since Ebizo took her under his wing to teach her the responsibilities and work of a kage. Honestly, it never occurred to him to mention this function of shadow clones when he taught her the technique. It was such an obvious thing that he thought she would obviously get it on her own, too. But clearly, that wasn't the case. Still snickering despite Temari's unamused glare, Ren took out 2 dishes from his storage seal and placed them on the table, causing Temari to quietly grumble under her nose. But Ren knew she was appeased the second her expression brightened when she saw the sushi dish full of her favorites. They were about to dig in when the door suddenly flew open, and a young genin barged in with a proud expression, all flushed from exertion. Ren and Temari turned toward him, causing the kid to wither under Temari's severe, narrowed look. I have an urgent letter. The kid stammered as he squirmed in discomfort. It's polite to knock. Temari dryly said, her chakra slightly spiking in a lightly threatening manner that the kid probably noticed only subconsciously. But the letter. His stammer had gotten worse, and his unsure voice grew quieter with every word. Geez. These new genin. Temari and Ren exchanged an exasperated glance. Knock. Temari pointed at the door, her tone becoming more insistent while her chakra spiked further, causing the kid to gulp as the threat of impending violence was now palpable in the air. Now. Yes. He loudly squeaked before scampering out of the room and closing the door behind him. Ren raised his eyebrow at Temari, whose face became exasperated. He is Ebizo's grandson and a right spoiled little shit. Temari clicked her tongue. He graduated just a few days ago from the academy, so the old man probably sent him here with the letter for a bit of discipline and a reality check. She unhappily muttered as a knock resounded from the door. After a quick and disgruntled, "Come in." The kid entered, bowed according to the protocol, and in a quite professional manner handed the letter to the stern-looking Temari with his slightly shaking hands. Nodding, Temari signed the delivery and dismissed the kid, who was out of the room faster than Naruto chasing ramen. Ren and Temari chuckled. But their good mood lasted only until Temari opened the letter. Noticing how her face fell after she started reading it, Ren grew curious. He casually took the discarded envelope and read the name of the sender, only for his nose to scrunch. The Wind Daimyo. What does that dipshit want now? He mumbled to himself, acutely aware of the strained relationship between the men and Tsunagakure. Apparently, I am invited to his court in my capacity as the next Kazekage. Temari dryly answered as she put the letter down, looking upset. And by invited, it was clearly an order. She sulkily added as she pushed the plate of sushi away, no longer in the mood to eat. Well, I guess that's our lunch ruined. Ren sighed. He quietly added it to his growing list of grievances against the Wind Daimyo. It now seemed he would be able to address some of them quite soon. Chapter 307, Chapter 307. The capital of the Land of Wind. Naturally, Ren was not invited by the daimyo to go to the capital with Temari. But that certainly wasn't going to stop him. From what he heard, the men had designs on Temari, but even if he was going to be completely professional, this was never going to be just a courtesy call where the daimyo wanted to meet the next Kazekage like he tried to portray it in the invitation letter. Obviously, there was a larger scheme afoot. Ren honestly didn't like his chances of helping Temari with that. He was not a political animal. But he would make do with simply being there, silently supporting her from behind and making the daimyo keenly aware that Temari was taken. Not to mention, he could always do some secret ninja stuff on the side and place his teleportation markers for some later shenanigans. The very next day, Temari and Ren boarded a caravan heading to the capital city, followed by several other ninjas from Suna, killing 2 flies with 1 slap by escorting both Temari and the caravan. Kankuro joined them, too, under a protest. The men wanted to stay in the village to play with his puppets, but the scowling Temari twisted his ear enough that he vehemently yelled his agreement soon enough. In a way, it was necessary. Having 2 members of the Sabaka family, there would be a show of respect to the daimyo. Temari wanted to repair the rift between the men and the village. As long as he was reasonable, she intended to at least put in the effort into it. Tsunagakure might have shed its heavy reliance on the daimyo's funding thanks to Ren's ideas and seals, but free money was free money. There was no need to be hostile to the governing body of the land. It was winning them exactly nothing. A civil war was out of the question, too. Hanzo the salamander had already tried and succeeded in overthrowing the daimyo of his country, and it ended in tears not only for him but also for everybody in that country. Tsunagakure did not have the manpower and skills to govern a country anyway. They could barely govern their own village. Without Ren, they would still be suffering a slow economic death. Giving a country, any country, into the hands of these idiots would be doing civilians a disservice in Ren's opinion. He wasn't going to get behind such a plan. The current governance was not the best. But at least it was doing its job semi-competently. That was one thing these big countries could be praised for. Even in the Land of Wind, with the majority of its land being a desert, the ordinary people could still survive and live okay-ish lives. The journey to the capital lasted 7 days at a leisurely pace. While Suna was somewhat in the center of the Land of Wind, just located more to the north, the capital city was on the southeastern coast, pretty much on the other side of the country. They could have been there in a day and a half if they ran there at their usual ninja speed, but that would have been undignified according to Ebizo. Temari, as the Kazekage successor, had a certain status. She is no dog to come running to the daimyo whenever called. The old men said when they were organizing the trip. And Ren was starting to see where the strife between the village and the daimyo came from, just from that one sentence. But the old man was probably not wrong. It wouldn't do for Tsunagakure to look too eager. Hence, Temari did not travel like a ninja. Instead, she traveled like a noble lady, clad in her ceremonial kimono while riding with Ren in a Some sort of camel-drawn coach Sunagakure had for exactly this kind of occasion. The ride was bumpy, uncomfortable, and boring, but Ren couldn't really complain. Temari looked magnificent in the black and gold kimono. She looked even better with it half taken off, lying on the bed. With nothing to do and easily drawn privacy seals, Ren spent most of the journey doing the very eager Temari. After all, they could easily leave shadow clones in the carriage and teleport back and forth between the much more comfortable house and the little garden. They barely separated from each other during the 7-day-long journey, as if trying to make up for all the lost time since the war started, and Temari became too busy with the village matters. Sometimes Hinata, Ino, or both joined them in bed, at other times they enjoyed food or some game together. A few hours a day were dedicated to training, and Temari was very eager to improve now that she had some time to spare for it. Just as Ino was eager to guide her, or Hinata was happy to provide the medical aftercare for all the injuries, even those that didn't come from the training. Especially the love bites, scratches, or small bruises from their nightly activities. Temari seemed almost reluctant to part from those, always pouting without realizing it, while the amused Hinata was healing her. But it wouldn't do for her to look anything but pristine during her stay at the daimyo's court. It truly did not help that Ino had noticed on the 3rd day and started teasing Temari by wordlessly showing off her own hickeys with her body language and skimpier clothing as if they were some sort of prize, irritating the hell out of the sandy-haired kunoichi. Ren could only shake his head in amusement at their antics. The ridiculous thing was that Ino knew what she was doing. Her actions and the catfights that ensued motivated Temari to put in more effort in her training out of sheer spite. That was certainly not a method he would ever employ with his own students, but all right. If it works, it works. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end eventually. Soon enough, they arrived at the gates of their destination, and after passing a half-hearted inspection by the board gate guards, they entered the capital city of the Land of Wind. One would expect the city to have some grand name, but no. For some reason, all capital cities were simply called that, and this was not an exception. The city was literally called the capital city of Wind. As Ren stepped out of the coach, followed by a very dignified-looking Temari clad once more in her clean ceremonial kimono, the first thing he noticed was the distinct lack of Japanese culture. Back in the Land of Fire, things reminding him of feudal Japan were abundant. In the capital city of Fire, no matter where you looked, you would see at least one mark that would instantly make you go, oh, yeah. That's Japanese, all right. But here? Nothing. It seemed to be a completely different culture. If they did not speak the same language, Ren could absolutely believe he was in some medieval Middle Eastern or Arabic country. The distinct Japanese-style roofs or wooden buildings with sliding doors were non-existent here. Instead, just like in Sunagakure, the buildings were made out of some sand-colored rock, and the roofs were more rounded. The people were usually tanned or had darker skin, but unlike in the other towns Ren had visited in the Land of Wind, people seemed to prefer wearing fewer clothes rather than protect themselves from the heat by fully wrapping themselves in something from head to toe. When he looked out of the window while passing through the city, he saw sweaty, half-naked men working, women in skimpy clothing dancing in front of what looked like a brothel, street vendors, both men and women, sitting under the shade of a roof of their makeshift stalls, fanning themselves while shouting advertisements for their wares, and kids running across the streets, weaving through the crowds of people that passed their carriage on the sides of the street. It was a very bustling city, and its location right next to the sea definitely only helped, as the usually dry air that permeated Sunagakure and the majority of the Land of Wind was instead swapped with a refreshing, if a bit salty, breeze coming from the nearby sea. They had stopped in front of the Wind Daimyo's castle. A massive building that looked like something where a sultan would live, rather than a place where you could find a Japanese-esque ruler. The whole place was located on a more elevated ground than the city underneath it, giving them a beautiful view of the whole city and the sea. Far in the distance, ships appeared and disappeared on the horizon behind the glittering sea, with more of them coming and going, intending to dock or starting their journey at the port. Despite himself, Ren found himself amazed at the view and squeezed Temari's hand. "It is a beautiful place, isn't it?" Temari asked as she looked at the view, leaning slightly on Ren with a small smile. "Yeah. It definitely has its own charm." Ren agreed. The capital city of Fire had nothing like this. Temari chuckled and, standing on her toes, she pecked Ren on the cheek before gently pulling his hand. "Come. You can admire the view once we are housed. If nothing else, they always give their guests a room with a good view of the sea." Ren smiled at her back. "All right." He nodded and turned to follow her, subtly noting how the armored samurai guards grimly watched them like hawks, hands on the katanas in the sheaths strapped to their belts. "How welcoming." Ren hummed with a healthy dose of sarcasm. These people were supposed to be their welcoming committee, and so far, they were doing a shit job at it. A clear sign of disrespect from the daimyo. Temari looked at them and snorted, "It's just their job. Take it as a compliment. We are the biggest threat around, and their vigilance acknowledges that." But then a small, mischievous smirk appeared on her face, and Ren knew she was up to no good. She rolled her eyes, "Though, if we really wanted their daimyo dead, I would have simply accepted his proposals and poisoned him during the wedding night. Lucky him that I am already married, right? She cheekily asked Ren, but the question was obviously aimed at the guards observing them. Letting out an exasperated breath, Ren silently patted Temari's head and gave her a "must you" look. Sadly, she had learned some bad habits after spending a week straight with Ino. Her eyes crinkled in amusement as she merrily nodded. They are going to relay our conversation to their daimyo. Maybe it will save us some unnecessary trouble, she said with an unrepentant shrug, completely ignoring the now irritated guards and their hostile looks. Ren inwardly groaned. She was not wrong. But also, she was making unnecessary trouble at the same time. Then again, what else did I expect from Raza's daughter? He inwardly grumbled, throwing an apologetic look at the nearby samurai, one that the arrogant asses promptly ignored. Some of them even narrowed their eyes at him. Well, all right. He was a bit irritated now, too. Nobody liked being ignored, and he was pretty blatant there. Turning back to Temari, who gave him an expectant look, he nodded in agreement. They wanted to be rude. Two could play this diplomatic game. Well, what are you waiting for? He spoke toward the samurai, do your job and lead the way, chuckle fucks. Chapter 308, Chapter 308, Power Play and Intel. Ren, Temari, and their entourage of ninjas were led to their room by the disgruntled guards. At first, they wanted to give Ren a separate room, but the attempt was feeble, and it was quickly shut down by Temari, once again mentioning their married status. When they entered their new abode, Temari wryly shook her head the second the door closed after them. Well, I guess we have the initial attitude probes almost behind us now. She sighed and slowly started pulling Ren through the room. Temari was a highly important guest, and their accommodations showed her importance. The guest room was spacious enough to fit his entire apartment back in Konoha twice over. These were the same chambers where foreign high nobles, daimyos, or other village leaders or elders stayed whenever they had business at the Wind Daimyo's court. Even rudeness had its limits, and this whole high society thing had its rules of conduct. So, they were just probing us? Ren curiously asked, wondering if he was too rude. Yeah. But it was more than that. Their attitude showed that the daimyo was displeased with us. It also hinted at his unwillingness to make peace with us unless we make it worth his while. Temari explained as they reached the bed, and Temari snuck into Ren's loose embrace, giving him a small kiss on the lips. Don't worry. Your reaction was fine. Being rude back showed we are not willing to be pushed around. This whole crap is quite complicated, isn't it? Ren murmured as he placed his forehead against Temari's. I don't think it will ever be something I want to participate in. MHM. You don't have to. Just stay silent during the important meeting, all right? She giggled, her teal eyes sparkling in mischief. Ren was about to answer, but as he opened his mouth, he let out a startled yell instead because Temari suddenly pushed him onto the bed. Shaking off the momentary disorientation, Ren pulled himself up on his elbows and became bewildered as he found Temari kneeling between his legs, her hands reaching toward his pants. Their eyes met, and Temari smirked before she seductively licked her lips. Ren's breath hitched. He didn't need further invitation than that and directly helped her pull his pants off. Soon enough, Temari's head was bobbing up and down in his lap, and Ren's narrowed eyes looked up at the exquisite chandelier, groaning in pleasure. When a maid suddenly opened the door and walked in. The bed was right across the entrance door, so she instantly saw them and went beet red, stammering apologies as she hurried out of the room, closing the door behind herself. What is with people barging in lately? Ren inwardly screamed, staring at the door with wide eyes. Only Temari's giggle woke him up from his momentary stupor. He gave the woman an accusing look. His guts told him she planned to be caught in this compromising position from the very start. Temari smirked at him, but instead of explaining herself, her head lowered as she brazenly returned to her previous ministrations, and suddenly, Ren had much more important things on his mind than questioning her about it. In the next few hours, they thoroughly enjoyed breaking in the bed in their new room. 2 days quickly passed, and they still hadn't seen even the shadow of the daimyo. It was a blatant power play, but according to Temari, who was more versed in all this political crap, it was a pretty standard one, if only slightly rude. Temari could have demanded an audience, and she would have gotten it, but nothing pressing was going on, and there was nothing bad about letting the daimyo have his fun before meeting with them. It wasn't all about their feud, either. The daimyo had nobles to appease, and giving this small cold shoulder to the Sunagakure folk showcased that he had the situation well in hand. Or something. Ren was not sure if he understood it right after Temari tried to explain it to him. Admittedly, he didn't really try all that hard. He thought the village-scale politics in hidden villages were already a convoluted mess. But the countrywide politics at the daimyo's court made them almost look cute in comparison. Ren decided to leave that in Temari's capable hands and didn't think about it. She had some smaller meetings with this or that minister, discussing things that, in the end, didn't matter because the daimyo had the last say when it came to dealing with the hidden village anyway. Unfortunately, This wasn't Konoha and the Land of Fire, where Danzo could just make under-the-table deals with the local ministers, and because of the good relationship between the daimyo and the village, things could proceed smoothly. Here, if a minister made such a deal with Tsunagakure, he could face treason accusations. Most of these meetings were just courtesy calls. A necessary hassle that neither side took seriously. Other than that, they had quite some free time during these 2 days, and they spent it by roaming the city, shopping, playing on the nearby beach, and subtly checking on Tsunagakure's spies and ninjas stationed in the capital, both inside and outside of the daimyo's court. The village had quite a few of those. Easily over 100. Ren also had no illusions that they revealed all their spies to him. Tsunagakure likely had more people keeping their eyes on things in the city. It was impressive how much intel they had available simply by asking for it. Ren initially intended to send a few clones to gather information, but it turned out to be unnecessary. With at least one spy in nearly every single servant staff in every single mansion of a rich or influential person in the city, he doubted his clones could do much better than Tsunagakure's spy network. For example, the daimyo favored his second, 20th, and 36th concubine the most. The second because she was very useful and was with him for a long time. The 20th because she was a great cook. The 36th because, ugh. The girl was 13. Let's just not think about it. Koichi Shido's favorite dessert was an apple pie because he loved apples the most. His second favorite food was dango. And his third was some sort of local sweet buns. If they ever wanted to poison the guy, they knew exactly where to put it. The Minister of War had a secret affair with the Minister of Finance's main wife. And his third concubine. And his fourth concubine. And his seventh concubine. And all of his 4 daughters. And his second son. The Minister of Finance had a nasty hobby of skinning girls alive. The Minister of Art was a young man who had a pretty nasty collection of poisons behind the bookshelf in his office at his home. Why? Because the men came from humble origins and his childhood sweetheart was one of the street girls who went to the Minister of Finance's mansion to earn some money by spreading her legs, only to never return. The young man worked hard to get to a high enough position to find out what happened with her. The Suna ninjas even found out that his earlier hopes were that she simply became a concubine of the Minister of Finance. But the world came crashing down on him when he discovered the Minister of Finance's nasty hobby and put 2 and 2 together. After that, the man worked even harder until he became a minister himself, praised far and wide for his diligence and whatnot. All to get a shot at killing the Minister of Finance. He was now nearly ready, too. Well, it was no business of theirs, so neither Ren nor the Suna ninjas intended to intervene. Ren even rooted for the guy. And if he failed, Ren decided he would have a clone pay one final visit to the Minister of Finance anyway. At least, the Minister of Finance was an outlier, rather than the standard for the Land of Wind's nobility. They were not yet as depraved as the nobles from the Akame-ga Kill Empire. Most of the intel on them revealed affairs, scheming against each other, underhanded deals, the usual stuff. There were a few slavers who were going to have an accident by the end of the month, but overall, it was all right. So far, Ren's time in the capital city of Wind was quite nice. The food was good, the atmosphere was fitting, the women were exotic, the gossip was nasty or amusing, and the feeble attempts of the daimyo's ninjas to secretly observe them were quite pathetic. There was nothing to complain about. Even if looking at the skimpily dressed dancers in the streets made Temari pout and drag Ren away a bit more forcefully than necessary.